tourist haven for visitors from all across the world, is a perfect getaway for travelers from the Middle East. Described as the Pearl of Africa by Winston Churchill, Uganda offers some of Africa's finest geographical and natural beauty. Source of the mighty River Nile and home to one of the greatest concentrations of primates on the planet, this magnificent country is a true African gem waiting to be discovered. Tourists can also witness the abundant wildlife that roams freely in the country's many national parks and jungle reserves. Adventure tourism is also a popular draw for those visiting Uganda. The country's gushing rivers provide excellent opportunities for whitewater rafting. Indeed, Uganda is a tourist paradise. World-class hotels, hospitable people, good climate, and an abundance of wildlife make Uganda one of the most attractive tourist destinations in East Africa. Just a 5-hour flight from Dubai and other GCC countries, Uganda is fast emerging as a popular destination for travelers from the Arabian Gulf region. Direct flights from the Middle East region to Uganda have improved air connectivity, which in turn has led to an increase in the number of tourists traveling to Uganda from Middle East countries like the United Arab Emirates. The editorial team from the Holiday Guide magazine traveled across Uganda to experience and explore the various tourist attractions in Uganda. As soon as we landed in Uganda's picturesque airport at Entebbe, we found ourselves surrounded by open vistas, lush green countryside, and the hospitality of the local people. After spending a night in Kampala, we found ourselves driving through Uganda's lush green countryside to our destination, the Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, to meet the endangered and elusive mountain gorillas. Surprisingly, the road network in Uganda is excellent, not something one would expect in most African countries. Our drive across Uganda was an enjoyable experience as we passed through small villages and towns and observed the simple lifestyle of people living in rural Uganda. After our initial briefing, the trek up to the gorillas took us through the forest. And we soon realized why they call it the impenetrable forest. We had to literally make our way through this dense forest to reach the home of the endangered mountain gorillas. Our team was led by a group of experienced guides and park rangers who guided our team through this rough terrain and helped us navigate through the thick forest. Coming face to face with these elusive primates is an experience one cannot forget. Contrary to their false reputation as the marauding apes, these are in fact very docile and easygoing animals, often also known as the gentle giants. You can't find these endangered mountain gorillas in any zoo, as they cannot survive in captivity. In fact, these elusive animals can only be found and seen in Africa. That too in just 3 countries: Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Rwanda. There are approximately just 786 mountain gorillas remaining in the world, with approximately half of them living in Uganda's Bwindi Impenetrable Forest and the adjoining Mgahinga Gorilla Park. Interestingly, these gorillas share 98% of their genetic composition with us humans.
Very relaxed. He's not disturbed, and he's in his natural habitat. And as you can see, since this is a dry season, the food is scarce, and that's why we have to go far and wide in search of food.
On our way to Fort Portal, we passed through the internationally acclaimed Ishasha sector of the famous Queen Elizabeth National Park, which is home to over 612 species of birds, buffaloes, elephants, and hippos, as well as the famous tree-climbing lions of Ishasha. It is somewhat uncommon for lions to climb trees. There are no more than 2 populations in the whole world of such lions that climb trees. One of these populations is found within the Ishasha sector, and the other population is found in Lake Manyara National Park in Tanzania. Driving through the Ishasha sector of the Queen Elizabeth National Park is an experience that will surely rejuvenate your senses. It was certainly a welcome break from the traffic jams on the Dubai-Sharjah road for our team. The highlight of our team's visit to Uganda this time has to be the beautiful views of Lake Bunyonyi, located in the district of Kabale in southwest Uganda. The calm waters of the lake reflect the verdant hills around it.
As you can see behind me, this is the picturesque Lake Bunyonyi, and this is one of the famous tourist spots in Uganda, and it is a perfect getaway for Middle East tourists, because the weather here is really nice.
Much of the shoreline around the lake and swathes of the larger of the 29 islands have been converted to subsistence farming. While this has no doubt robbed the lake of the deep green beauty of Uganda's natural vegetation, the snaking course of the water's edge and the rolling hills that overlook it are still undeniably stunning. Bunyonyi is one of the safest lakes in Africa. It has no hippos or crocodiles and is a perfect place for a splash in the water. A number of budget and luxury accommodation options are available around Lake Bunyonyi and in the nearby KAMPALA town. Whether you're on your way to visit the mountain gorillas in Bwindi Forest National Park or in Rwanda, Lake Bunyonyi is an ideal choice for a stopover. Located in western Uganda, Fort Portal is another town the Holiday Guide team visited on their 20-day trip across Uganda. The quaint little town has an old-world charm and boasts of some excellent hotels, like the Mountain of the Moon, where we stayed for the night. We visited the famous waterfall and caves at Maberiganyamwiru in Kabaluri district, located 10 kilometers from Fort Portal. The area the waterfalls are located in is a beautiful spot with open spaces set in typical African rural settings. We had to walk through a jungle path up to the waterfall. The scenic beauty around the cave is food for the soul. Nature walks to the nearby crater lakes can also be arranged by your guide. However, despite the many tourist attractions in Uganda, the country has not realized the full benefits from its tourism industry as compared to its neighboring countries such as Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Uganda's total tourism receipts, for example, fell from 56 billion shillings to 42.6 billion shillings 3 years back, a loss of almost 25%. One of the main reasons for this could be the lack of effective promotional activities undertaken by government-appointed bodies like the Uganda Tourism Board. We asked some industry experts about their views on Uganda's tourism industry.
Gene, Uganda's tourism industry has been growing at a rapid pace in recent times. How do you see the industry growing in the coming years?
The tourism industry is on a very good trajectory. We have, as a country, we have what we call the National Development Plan 2 that is supposed to guide us on which sectors are going to lead the growth of the economy the next couple of years. And tourism is one of the 3 top sectors, so that being agriculture, tourism, and minerals, oil and gas. So the fact that tourism has been recognized by government as one of the key drivers in the next few years of our economy shows that tourism is really growing. I think Uganda is what I would call, first of all, Uganda is the pearl of Africa. So we uniquely stand out, like Winston Churchill said. We stand out both in terms of the product that we have to offer. I mean, we have unrivaled products. We are the source of the Nile. We have half of the world's population of mountain gorillas. We have the big 5 in Uganda. Friendly people, the great weather, the amazing food. So I see Uganda as a giant that is now just beginning to find her footing.
Uganda's tourism industry has been growing steadily. I know you must know the history of Uganda and the turmoil and instability our country went through, which led to a slowdown in the tourism sector because of lack of infrastructure, lack of peace. But since the NRM government took over power, there's been quite a growth in the tourism sector. Years before, it was the fastest growing sector, and it was bringing in a lot of foreign exchange. But like I said, it was taken over by those events. But now, with peace, which is very a prerequisite to this sector, and stability and infrastructure development, there's been a lot of growth. And right now, as you might have heard in the previous interviews, the tourism sector has been contributing a lot, about 9% of Uganda's growth, GDP. And I believe that in the years to come, it's even going to grow even better.
Uganda's tourism is a story of transformation, a story of growth, a story of discovery. In the last 10 years alone, our numbers have grown from 700,000 to 1.4 million visitors arriving. And that is exemplified also by the fact that Uganda has been known as the pearl of Africa. The reason why tourism has grown is because, number one, we have the best climate in the world, if you like. We are right on the equator, but we have snow on the equator. Much of the country is over 600 feet above sea level. So it gives us a both hot and cool climate. We are not humid. Because of our geographical location on the equator and the altitude, there's such an incidence of wildlife and nature. So the country is green for most of the year. We have about 4 rainfall seasons. The country is lush, is green, the people are friendly, the temperatures are fantastic, the business climate is very, very conducive. We are only 4 hours from South Africa, Southern Africa. We are 5 hours from the Middle East, 8 hours from Europe, 4 hours from West Africa. So we are very, very conveniently placed in terms of connectivity.
Travel and tourism contributes approximately 4% to the total GDP, or just $2 million, while agriculture contributes around 25%, industry 20%, and services 54%. However, all this is about to change as Uganda's government plans to implement new policies to promote its tourism industry in new and emerging markets like the Middle East. In 2016, the Ministry of Finance almost doubled its budget for tourism promotion to 30 billion shillings. This money was directly given to the Ministry of Tourism and Uganda Tourism Board to attract investments into Uganda's growing tourism industry and to attract tourists from new and emerging tourist markets across the world. However, not much is being done in the name of advertising and promotions, and Uganda's tourism industry has remained largely unrepresented in many growing tourist markets like the Middle East. By promoting itself as a popular tourist destination, Uganda can also attract substantial foreign direct investments into its growing tourism industry. Currently, Uganda receives just 1.4 million international tourists compared to just 600,000 the country received in 2000. Traveler selected the Virungas as one of the 20 must-see places for 2012. Figures from the UN World Tourism Organization showed that Uganda tourism has grown strongly since the turn of the century, with numbers of visitors growing fivefold between 2001 and 2010. Uganda's tourism industry offers excellent opportunities for investments, especially in the hotel industry. We asked the experts about these opportunities.
What are the investment opportunities available for foreign investors in Uganda's booming tourism industry?
There's still a lot of opportunities, especially in lodges in the national parks, in hotels in upcountry, even hotels in the city. We don't have enough beds that we can boast of, like to really hold big conferences. And I believe the opportunities both in building new hotels, but also in improving and training people that are working in these hotels. Because in hotels, what is important is not a building, it's the services. And I believe there's an opportunity even in setting up like a training school in this country.
The demand growing, there's a need for supply. And therefore we've seen from the growth projections that we have, the growth numbers that have ensured, we've also seen a corresponding amount of investment. In the last 10 years alone, we've opened over 40 properties in the country, and not just small properties, big properties, big names. We're seeing a large number of big brands coming into the country. But what is critical here is that therein lies an opportunity. You know, where there's demand, there's need for supply. We've seen the growth of small budget, medium to high end growing. We've also seen a corresponding number of apartments, lodges, and equally the need for services to come through. Very good restaurants, international cuisine, service delivery, managerial engagements from very, very good service providers. That number is critical right now, and we feel very strongly that going forward, we need more brands.
About 12 national parks in Uganda and about 10 game reserves. And all these, accommodation is still lacking. That's why when you go to a national park, accommodation is expensive because we don't have enough beds. So this is one of the areas that is available for investment for hotels, for people to come and put up hotels in the national parks. Again, Uganda is a beautiful and well-endowed country. Most of these attraction areas do not have accommodation, which again is an opportunity for all investors looking to invest in the sector. So as somebody who is on the ground, as somebody who visits these hotels regularly, I see the need for more hotels. I also see the opportunities for more hotels, and most importantly, the need for the big brand name hotels. As a country, we are now looking at the MICE market, so meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. For this to be a success, we need to have enough hotel rooms to be able to accommodate the large number of delegates that we're looking at being able to come and tap into the MICE market. So again, this is a very big opportunity for us for the country to put up a conference bureau whereby now we can be able to attract these big international conferences. We already have the tourist attractions. We already have the infrastructure in place. Now, if we had the quality of hotels, the 4- or 5-star hotels that are needed to be able to bring in these big conferences, that is an opportunity for us as Ugandans, as a country, and also for investors who are now looking at Africa as the new frontier.
There's a good return on investment. I think we are one of the countries that once you put your money here, you'll be assured of a good return on investment. So I call upon all those people. I know United Arab Emirates are people with money to expand their horizons. Many times people don't know about Africa. So they hear about Africa and all they get is bad publicity, bad news, disease, HIV and all that. But that happens everywhere in the world. but they should learn that in Africa they are good people. It's a beautiful country. And sometimes people take Africa as if it's just one nation, especially those European countries. Many times they think Africa, one bad thing happens to Nigeria and they think it is in Uganda. But Uganda is my country. It's gifted by nature. You will not find any climate. I know. I fly to United Arab Emirates every day, but you can't find such climate anywhere. So I urge them, and I know that we have a lot in common with our brothers and sisters in United Arab Emirates as countries that we are developing. And I believe that what I've seen in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, can be done in this country if we just make connections, the right connections. And the best way to make connections is to go and see for yourself.
As our team headed back to Dubai, we carried back with us memories of this beautiful land and the warm hospitality of its people. A journey we thoroughly enjoyed and would most certainly recommend to our readers and followers.
Beans of the Nile. In the heartland of East Africa, Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, embraces a captivating climate and soil fertility that conspire to nurture its bountiful coffee plantations. Like a symphony of nature, the elements harmonize to create the perfect backdrop for coffee cultivation. These elements make Uganda the second largest coffee producer in Africa and ranked third country with the best coffee globally. The eastern and western regions of Uganda have the soil quality and altitudes required for the successful cultivation of Arabica plants. From Mount Elgon regions in the east to the Rwenzori Mountains in the southwest and West Nile regions in the northwest, we have a soil that teems with life, brimming with nutrients and organic matter, a soil with rich tapestry of minerals that have created a nourishing foundation for the Arabica coffee trees to thrive. Whether Robusta or Arabica, it is only when these seeds are released from their shells that their true potential emerges. The scents of chocolate, caramel, and delicate floral notes dance through the air, inviting you to indulge in their captivating allure. These seeds embody the spirit of Uganda, where lush landscapes and the tenacious hands of farmers intertwine, giving birth to their remarkable essence. Uganda coffee unveils a captivating tale in every sip. It calls on you to embrace a journey of senses, transcending mere taste to an experience that evokes wonder and delight. Across continents and oceans, the captivating aroma of Uganda's coffee wafts through the bustling streets of global coffee markets. The world has become captivated by the enchanting flavors that Uganda's coffee offers, as it takes its place among the most sought-after origins in the global coffee community. Roasters and baristas, like passionate artists, treat Uganda's coffee as their canvas. They carefully extract its essence, revealing the hidden notes of chocolate, spices, and fruits. With every carefully crafted brew, they tell the story of Uganda's coffee, allowing its character to shine through and tantalize the coffee lovers' taste buds around the world. The global coffee market recognizes Uganda's commitment to quality, sustainability, and community empowerment. It applauds the tireless efforts of the farmers, who with unwavering dedication nurture the coffee trees and harvest the cherries with care. The market acknowledges Uganda's strides in farmer training, processing advancements, and quality control measures, ensuring that each bean carries the essence of excellence. Beyond the pursuit of profit, the Uganda coffee market embraces the spirit of collaboration and ethical trade. It fosters relationships that transcend transactions, connecting farmers and consumers in a shared appreciation for the craft and the stories woven within each cup. Therefore, as the sun rises over the vast coffee plantations of Uganda, its beans embark on a global journey, gracing the tables of coffee enthusiasts from Tokyo to New York, from Sydney to London. With every sip, the world becomes a little smaller, cultures entwined, and friendships kindled, all united by the magic of Uganda's coffee.
By the names of Buhura Shakira, this is a family farm with my husband and children. We actually realized the advantage of having trees is, first of all, they give a good shade to our coffee, which is our major crop here, and those were the bananas. And as the bananas are providing, they give us money and also give us food for the farm. The coffee is not stressed, and the trees are also growing. We have a big community around us. We encourage them to take up places, till the land, grow their own crops as we provide them with seedlings, but we also benefit from them because we can't take care of the coffee ourselves. So when they get the beans and the potatoes, we are able to take care of the coffee and the trees that we have planted and the bananas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to apologize. We are starting quite a bit late, but I think one of my colleagues said we should blame Ugandan food, that it's so nice that you either get extra sleep or you keep serving and forget and you're managing your time. And so I notice we are taking a little longer at breakfast because you have a variety of food in the morning, but also it's tastier, and so you stay a little longer than you should. And so we apologize because a lot of our delegates haven't joined us, but we must start. Welcome to day 3 of the G-25 Africa Coffee Summit. we want to try and get all the information we should today within the time that's provided. We've lost quite a bit of time this morning, but I'm very hopeful we'll find a way of recovering it. So we will not have the traditional coffee breaks. It will have the working coffee breaks, and we'll try and have a shorter lunch period because we've asked the hotel to ensure we have a bell to get the delegates back into the room immediately after lunch. So I want to welcome you to day 3, and I want us to quickly look at the conversation this morning on accelerating the implementation of the African coffee standards under the AFCFTA framework. And I will shortly introduce our moderator for today, and immediately after I've introduced him, I will request that he invites his panelists to join him. The moderators will run the sessions. Both the first moderator and the panel 6 moderator will have to manage this time. Both panel 4, 5, and 6 will have to manage the time provided, and so I will alert you, especially the moderator, for our very first session, because you will determine how much time we can get for the second session after the coffee. I take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Silva Ojakol, Chief of Staff, AFCFTA Secretariat, currently at the Secretariat as Chief of Staff, coordinating the work of the Office of the Secretary General to deliver on the mandate of the Secretariat. He's a senior trade official, Commissioner, Department for External Trade, and in this respect, Chief Negotiator Technical for Uganda during the negotiations of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The chairperson of the negotiating forum for this continental process for 1 year, leading to the adoption of tariff reduction modalities for trade in goods and the scheduling commitments under the trade in services under the AFCFTA. Silva was a member of the core team from Uganda in the negotiations for the EAC, COMESA, SADC tripartite free trade area, often leading the Uganda team for the technical level negotiations. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Mr. Silva Ojakol? And I want to invite him to come and invite his panelists for today. Silva has carried out business research for and conducted trade promotion missions for Uganda business persons in various countries, including Kenya, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, South Sudan, Singapore, Egypt, among others. And I could go on and on. His profile is quite rich. Thank you so much, Silva, for joining us this morning. Please do invite your panelists. Your panel will also include an open plenary session for questions, and hopefully we will work within the scheduled time this morning to be able to have both panel 4 and 5 within schedule until 1 p.m. So that means between now, which is close to 9:45 up until 1 o'clock, we will have to fix the 2 panels and ensure that the conversations are as insightful as they should be within the time we've been provided. Over to you, Silva.
Thank you very much, Moderator Mr. Mugisha. Good morning, colleagues and participants. May I have the pleasure now to invite Dr. Himogen, Mr. Andrew Othieno, and Ambassador, my sister, Ambassador Rosette. Please do join me at the podium here. Thank you. So welcome, colleagues. By way of introduction, our session is on the accelerating the implementation of the African coffee standards under the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. We know that when we negotiate from a practical point of view, when we negotiate agreements, we open up markets by the reduction of tariffs. Many times what will come in between freeing the trade will be the non-tariff measures. And the non-tariff measures include standards, among others. So without the standards harmonization program, it will be very difficult for us to trade, even if we have liberalized the tariffs. So I have very eminent persons here, 3 of them that will deal with this subject. The first one is Dr. Himogen, who is the executive, the Secretary General of the African Regional Standards Organization that is based in Nairobi. Himogen is an expert, is a well-known person in the development of standards across the continent by virtue of the fact that he is heading the African Regional Standards Organization. Dr. Himogen's specific areas of expertise is corporate governance, strategic planning and execution, team management, mentorship, programs, monitoring, implementation, and evaluation. He holds a PhD in petroleum or in chemistry from the University of Witwatersrand, and is doing another PhD from the University of Botswana. So join me in welcoming Dr. Himogen to make his presentation. Himogen, you're welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to discuss a few issues on this topic, accelerating the implementation of coffee standards. But in general, I will be talking not just the coffee standard, but looking at the standard work. Let me start by the history of ARSO, the African Organization for Standardization. You may recall in the 70s what was happening at the continental level. Yeah, it's when our countries were gaining independence. Then in Ghana in 1977, our head of state decided, actually there were 11 governments, head of states decided to put on an organization like ARSO in charge of harmonizing standards and conformity assessment. Head of states. That they saw, even if we are now politically independent, we need economical independence. And economical independence cannot happen if you don't have standards. It's similar to the ISO that you all know, International Standard Organization, that was put in place in 1947. You know, in 1947 it was after the Second World War. And the experience during Second World War, it's that you would find cars on the street, maybe it's a tire burst, but you cannot exchange with another car because the standards were not talking to each other. Interoperability was not there. Meaning, when you need to move forward, you need to have a standard. But so often, we have been, at least at continental level, looking at the standard just on the side of trade. We don't look at the standard on the side of industrialization. We lack that component. We look at just trade, we don't advance the industrialization. And the trade we are looking at, it's not just intra-Africa. Older, more on AFCFTA, we are on intra-Africa trade, but when we proceed and increase our intra-Africa trade, we will gain also more on the global trade. Then how do we do that? Our mission is to harmonize the standards and conformity assessment without also avoiding the issue of discussing the sustainable development. Where are we in the agreement of the AFCFTA? If you check the agreement, that's probably you all know, on our TBT Annex 6, Article 6, specifically it shows that we should adopt ARZO standard, which ARZO developed standard in all areas of interest for Africa. And what you see as AFSEC, it's electrotechnical. We work also together on electrotechnical issues. Then the most important part is what is in red. What is in red there, it's where a relevant international standard does not respond to our needs as Africa, we should develop standard. We always go wrong on this, thinking that when the international standards are there, we should do nothing. This is in the TBT agreement of our AFCFTA. I will probably also talk on the WTO TBT agreement. What are the provisions? In order to achieve this, we signed an MOU with the AFCFTA in 2018. We also signed an MOU with IACO, specifically on the issues of coffee standard, and actually it was last year. We signed also an MOU with International Standard Organization because it's also mentioned in the TBT agreement. Now, how can we implement this standard? The whole topic is based on 3 C's, what we call 3 C's. 3 C's, 1 C is that the standard should help us to compete. The second C, after competing, we should conform to the specification of standard, conforming to the requirements. Then the third C, once you conform to the requirement, it's when you can connect to the market. How can you do that? 3 points. If we want to implement standard under the AFCFTA, we need to overcome 3 issues. One is harmonization of standards, not just harmonization, but in our priority sectors. We should focus in our priority sectors. We conducted our studies on which sectors at the continental level we should focus on. Harmonization of standards. Second is equivalence in technical regulations. There are technical regulations, many technical regulations actually are based on a standard. Standards are voluntary by nature, but I will also discuss on that. They are voluntary by nature, but when you look at the way we implement them, they so often become like technical regulation, even if it's just a standard. Then when now you want them to be compulsory, normally you mention them in your regulation, that's when they become technical regulation. The third part is recognition of conformity assessment results. That is the major problem. You might fulfill rules of origin of the AFCFTA or any other regional bloc that you belong to. But when your product reaches at the border or the clearance warehouse, the product cannot go out because they want to test them again, double testing. And that is costly because it will impact on the price when now that product goes out in the other country. we should reach a level of mutual recognition of our results. When coffee is tested in Uganda, it goes to Nigeria, it shouldn't be subjected to other testing. That is mutual recognition of taste. Forget about brotherhood, that we are brothers, I will just accept your product. It doesn't happen. If I don't have mutual recognition agreement with you, I will still look for the taste, because we have also guys around there who are producing poor quality products. I should protect. It's mandate of a government to protect its population. Meaning, I should be able to understand the capabilities and capacity of your test laboratories. I should understand that either you are accredited or I have done what we call peer review mechanism, that I have visited your laboratories, then I agree that your product can cross my border and access my market. Technology. Okay. Yes. When you look at the harmonization process, the studies done when the harmonization of standards started in the East Africa community, you find out that in any regional economical bloc, when there is an increase of standards by just 1%, there is a decrease in trade by 0.7%. When there is increase of 1% in harmonization, there is increase in the trade. One key example when East Africa community started the harmonization of standard was the maize trade between Uganda and Kenya. Actually, I recall, because I was a member of that committee at that time, chairing the committee, it was a very big discussion because one side had moisture content in Kenya, 13.5. Then on Uganda side, it was 14. The issue of just 0.5 became an issue that you cannot trade. But once the harmonization happened, the two countries started trading on maize. If you look at the trade volume on maize, actually in East Africa, it's so big because of that harmonization process that happened. You would ask yourself, why this? We say that standards are developed by science, inclusion of science. Why do we end up getting different data when we are basing these issues on science? I want to give you one example, current example. During COVID period, we have Morocco, which is the biggest producer of fertilizers in Africa. We were getting fertilizers from Ukraine and Russia. Then in East Africa community, actually in most African countries, the standard we are using is European standard on fertilizers. While we have an African standard on fertilizers, because of the value of cadmium on those two standards is different, Eastern Africa countries couldn't buy Morocco fertilizer. Then when COVID came, we couldn't get fertilizers from Russia and Ukraine. Then all Eastern African countries actually now have adopted the African standard. You see, it's not always basing standard on science. it's also the trade game. It's a trade game that you can just have one value changing and you stop trade from one country. You cannot tell me that COVID changed the science that we should accept the African standard. It was somehow not understanding the trade game that is happening. The same we have now, the standard under our technical committee, actually 06, dealing with coffee, dealing with cocoa, dealing with tea, and related product. We have been developing this standard. Actually, we have experts from IACO participating from member states. Some of the standards are based on international standard because that is the WTO requirement that you check if they are international standard, and if they are, don't reinvent the wheel if they respond to the need of your continent or your country. Others are homegrown solution for our community, for our farmers on coffee standard. But the main issue when you are talking about this is to see what is the role of this standard. That's where I want us to be challenged. We are among the first producers. Yesterday and the day before we had very good data on which countries are leading. But which countries are leading in export of the coffee product? That is coffee. Coffee as a crop and all seeds, grains, beans, and so on. But what am I saying here? Standards help you in also producing, manufacturing the equipment. Why? Because if you have a standard giving you specification on what are the requirements, what are the specifications of a roasted bean, you should be able from those specifications to understand technologically what can you do to have a machine that can produce that quality roasted bean. That's all along Africa is not reading on those equipment. Who is reading? It's Germany. Germany is reading on this. Yesterday the discussion was, oh, let's have the machine for roasting. And one participant actually said, oh, you might have this big machine to roast and you cannot get even a technician to maintain those machines. Maybe we should start on a low scale. It's debatable. It's debatable. But why can't we understand that when looking at the coffee premix specification standard, that I understand I can now develop a machine that can produce a coffee premix? It's a way of thinking that the standards helps you in value addition. Yesterday we had so much discussion on the two researchers in Kenya and Uganda who discussed on value addition. We have the process design. We should think of that. Process design itself. Pre-production, we had that we should also even think about the fertilizers that should be used. We should think of maintenance activities. If we want to move forward, we should think of the post-production, post-harvest. What are we doing in storage processes? His Excellency in his opening and in the comment, he said that those 3 months they are talking about, if you recall what he commented after EU speech, on 3 months, and asking, is it really the 3-month question? But we have technology. We should know post-harvest on any, what is the requirement to improve on our storage. Those are the thinking that we should be going with to move forward. And the standards can help. Standard can help because the standards that are low-cost document, scientific document, than the patent that we have, the industrial trade. The standard can help you because they are based on knowledge. Then they will tell you, just use our standard. Just use our standard. Don't reinvent the wheel. But in the WTO agreement is telling you that developing countries, members, that is Article 12, if you know the WTO agreement, developing countries members should not be expected to use international standards as a basis for their technical regulation or standards, including test methods which are not appropriate to the development for us that is in the WTO negotiated by our experts. But we lose our knowledge, we lose our indigenous knowledge completely. Because someone is telling you, don't continue using that method, but that is the way to improve on our methods. But we lose it because someone is telling you, we have done it. Yeah, ripple-frogging. Yeah, just ripple-frog, we have done it for you. Yeah, and you lose that knowledge. And when you look at even on international standard, on participation, the lower graph, on participation on African countries, look at only South Africa, Egypt, Tunisia. Yeah, at least Uganda is among the top 10 countries that are participating in international standard. But there are very few. On the upper side, when you look at the participation in African standard, many countries are participating. What is the reason? Sometimes we say we have doctorates, PhDs in so and so, but when we go with our brothers expert, maybe your English is not too good to discuss the matter, then you fear to say something. But when we are brothers sitting, you know the English from Uganda, English from Rwanda or Nigeria, you will manage to get along and discuss the matters, and you feel free to express your knowledge. That's why when we discuss together the science that we have, it's much more easier than sitting with someone who will be swallowing some words and you don't know what to say next. It's very important to understand that we can participate at the continental level and influence, now start influencing the international community in standardization. That will bring to us what is very important on what we call 1-1-1 principle. Having one standard, one harmonized standard, one test, because the tests are mentioned in the standard, and one certificate that can be accepted by all countries. That is 1-1-1 principle. One standard, one test, one certificate accepted everywhere, that will lead to mutual recognition agreements. Then, how can you accept that one certificate? When you look at this graph, I start in the middle. We have, as the moderator was talking about, we have issues of non-tariff measures. But when you just look at agriculture sector, those are the data from the Maghrebian countries, our Maghrebian countries, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and trading also Palestine. You look at the issue of technical requirement, conformity assessment, and other quality assurance measures. On agriculture, they are around 64%. They take 64% as barrier when you look at their trade. On manufactured goods, they take around 38%, which is a bigger number. Just that, linked to the standard, linked to conformity assessment, quality assurance in general. Then, when you conduct the stock taking on the levels of technical barrier to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary, levels at the continental level. Look at our continents. When you look at our continents, if you look at the TBT, even on the SPS, that is what we call the traffic light graphic. If your country is in red, meaning who can accept your results, that one test, one certificate, because your laboratories are not good, your standard development are not good. If we cannot, as governments, develop our quality infrastructure to have a map that is green, we cannot again trade to one another, because I cannot accept your product, I cannot accept your test if your quality infrastructure is so poor that you are in red. The second part is on the connection to the market. The smallholder farmers, the SMEs that we have been talking about the last 2 days. We lack the support of this. You recall that we have a regulation from European Union on ESG, the environment, social, and governance, that by 2025, if you are not certified on ESG issues, your product will not reach European market. And I know so many private sector actually don't have this. They don't know that this is going to happen. At the continental level, through the ministers in charge of environment, they requested also to develop standard on ecomark, on sustainability. Then when we were developing this standard, we included farmers, we included the private sector to tell us how should we develop this certification scheme on sustainability. We found out that we all, as NSB, National Bureau of Standards, regulators, we work like police. We go, we find this roasting or milling enterprise, we just close. You are not doing well. We don't tell them you are not doing well, but we can help you to do well. We just close. You will open when you do this and you pay this much. But there is a way of bringing this, the question of value chain that we have been talking about. How can we bring these small, medium enterprises into the bigger value chain? We have a model, what we call maturity model. Maturity model, you can be certified at bronze level with different requirements. These are the requirements in one of the standards. It's just one example on your right side, one example. At the end, you all fulfill all the requirements. Like an example here, 232 requirements. But the critical issues, the required issues, are not the same. You can be from bronze, feed into the silver level, and the companies at silver level can feed into the gold level. The gold level can feed into the diamond and the platinum. Why? I always wonder on these SMEs. Imagine having a banana. Let's give a banana, not the coffee. A banana, if you are at home, like a banana country like Uganda, and your banana falls down and it's bent a little bit. Do you throw that banana? You don't throw the banana, you peel it and eat it. But when it's bent and you take it to the market, someone will start wondering, maybe a pig stepped on this banana. Because it was not there. That is the conformity assessment that we are looking at. Meaning you should always, when you are helping the SMEs, looking at the market. Is it local? Is it national level? Is it regional level? Is it a global level? This, I think Juan Barrio yesterday from Guatemala discussed on this issue. Where do you want your market? Giving that example of Brazil during COVID, that market is where you should be helping your SMEs. And this cannot happen if you don't work with them, with the private sector. I give you this example. 3 years ago, the government of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, there was a standard from ISO on sustainability in cocoa. The farmers participated from 11 countries on cocoa in Africa. They were giving their comments to be put in those standards, ISO standard, international standard. Then, after publishing the standard, those comments were not taken on board. Government of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire called ISO. We don't need to use this ISO standard. We need African standard because we are the first producers of cocoa. They financed. We developed 3 standards. They are on the right. Yeah. One is on the management systems and performance. The other one was on the certification scheme. The other one was on cocoa traceability, quality and traceability. Then I received 100 calls from the buyers of cocoa. Why are you not telling them to use the international standard? Why are you developing a new standard as Africa? I said, yes, in the WTO we are allowed because you did not take care of our comments. And, okay, we are the first producer of the cocoa, at least Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Then, so often we ask our question, moderator, that the buyer is the one that should only dictate. Yes, in most cases, they are the one dictating. But we should also leverage on the producer. If we produce more, we can change things. Botswana did it on diamond. Yeah. Cocoa now, they went, this is a comparative study on deforestation, European deforestation regulation and our standards, where they concluded that the buyers will be using African standard because Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana said, if you don't want our product, we will now change our market to those who want to use our African standard. In coffee, you can do that. And when you look at that deforestation regulation, it includes also coffee, by the way. There is coffee, there is cattle, there are 7 products, but coffee is also included. And we manage now to change the narrative because we have sustainability standard. Almost the last point. The other part is to understand that when we are developing these standards, those are science in the standard. They might be not understood by the users. We have what we call outreach materials. And many countries, including Uganda, are now translating these outreach materials into the local language. The local languages will help the farmers to understand because we take a standard that is usually complicated. We develop another document that is also pictorial, giving more explanation to the user of that standard. It's very important if we understand that translating this document, there is a big project I know under UNBS that they translate this document into the local language for the users. The other part, if you look at the use of standard, we need also to share what are the requirements within different standards. And we have what we call Africa Trade Web Portal, that also helps you. Last point, we sign agreements. We have ratified, I guess, now, if I am not mistaken, 47 countries, ratification, 54 signing. And when you look at the TBT agreement is telling you, you should be a member of ARSO. As African Union put on as intergovernmental organization, you sign the constitution of ARSO. That is in the agreement, and member of other quality infrastructure bodies. But we still have 9 ratifying countries that are non-member of ARZO, and you ratify the agreement, and you don't even start the process of becoming a member. At least when I look at the members of IACO, only 3 countries are non-members of ARZO: Angola, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. But how are you going to utilize the standards that you are not a member and you did not even participate and challenge? Sometimes it's not just about brotherhood, as I said. It's to assess. You are signing an agreement. Assess that agreement and start doing something about that agreement in order to implement. In conclusion, I would urge people to participate, especially the IACO, to participate in standard setting. It's very important, and see how we move forward with universal membership. Adoption of the standards, it's very important to be able to compete, conform and connect. Conformity assessment that respond to SMEs, to small-scale farmers, capacity building in quality infrastructure, reduce costs on quality insurance and certification, and political support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you will agree with me that the doctor is very, very good in his area. I think another round of applause for him. He's also in his presentation pointed the way for us. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire led the way to develop the cocoa standard. But he has also said within that standard is the coffee standard. And the G-25 could go the same way. Well, we have competition from Indonesia, Brazil, Vietnam, and so on. But maybe as the G-25, we have a substantial say in what should be the coffee standard. At least we can do one for ourselves to, for intra-Africa trade. So thank you very much, Doctor. It's now my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Rosette. Ambassador Rosette is a senior advisor to the chairperson of the African Union Commission. She's a lawyer by training, so anything you say after her presentation, be careful because it will be used against you. She's the advisor on African integration. Before that, she was head of the regional integration department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She served as the Uganda deputy head of mission in Geneva, and also deputy head of mission representing Uganda to the international organizations in Geneva. Ambassador Rosette, you have the floor.
I thank you very much, my brother, my colleague, and moderator. And I think you've been ably introduced, so I am very happy. Delegates, distinguished delegates, and your excellencies, it gives me great pleasure to address you this morning. I just want to start with acknowledging I just want to acknowledge the kind of resources that are available for us as Uganda, and I would like to start with His Excellency Tumwebaze, who is responsible for agriculture. I have had the pleasure of working with him, and I know that he's a very dynamic leader that really talks about inclusiveness and exemplifies it, but most importantly, he's results-oriented. We need such leadership. Then I also would like to thank Ambassador Solomon Rutega, because I've seen him work tirelessly to support the coffee G25 countries. And because I work at the African Union, I've seen how closely he works with the commissioner responsible for agriculture and her team. I've seen him work with the federal government of Ethiopia which also has leadership and practical experiences in this field. And really, we need networkers like that. He has the commitment, but he has the expertise, and he really has developed the network over the continent. I would also like to point out that we have an asset in Uganda, Dr. Emmanuel Iyamuremye of USCDA. And he's not just a national asset. This is a man who has fought for not just Ugandan interests, but continental interests to make sure that we do get the best deals in our coffee sector. And I would like to also point out that when I was preparing this presentation, I got technical input from Mr. Francis Mageni, who is not with us, but really we have so many of these assets and we must use them. The AFCFTA is ready, and we must have trade and invest across the continent with an instrument, as many have said, that was endorsed by 54 out of 55. Phenomenal. I've worked in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is an amazing endorsement by our African heads of state. So please, I also want to encourage that Uganda, all of us here, because we are in this sector more or less, we must now engage in a very strategic manner going forward with the AFCFTA negotiators. As government, we must make a deliberate effort, but also we here must ask government, we must hold the government accountable to working with the AFCFTA to accelerate and implement the coffee standards under the AFCFTA framework. Now, why the AFCFTA? I know that we had the privilege of listening to some people yesterday, so that you will allow me to just go through very quickly. I've talked about the 54 countries, and we have 1.4 billion, not 1.3, sorry, so that has to be amended. And many of you may or may not know that 2023 is the African Union year of acceleration of the AFCFTA implementation. And this is because our heads of state, when they met in Addis, they did make the case, as did the AFCFTA Secretary General Wamukele Mene, that and the champion in the recent summit in Nairobi with the RECs, the regional economic communities, which are our building blocks. They were very convinced that it's the AFCFTA framework that will help African economies increase inter-regional trade and inward investment in line with our CADAP, boosting African trade, intra-Africa trade. And we know that using this framework will definitely boost Uganda's coffee development in terms of income, jobs, and other benefits. That screen, I can't see it, you'll forgive me, but we were told that this is going to be sent as a link. So these are key achievements that have been, and many of the presenters yesterday, they were able to speak to this. So allow me to just move on, and you will be able, like I said, to download that link. Challenges, the elephant in the room. We are very good, like my colleague Imogen has said, at setting ourselves standards, targets, objectives, but we really need to take it to the next level. And that's why I encouraged you at the very beginning with the people, that the resources that we have at the international, but also at the national level, to really make sure that we implement. And that's why the emphasis for the summit, like I said, was on making 2023 the year of implementation of the AFCFTA. Also infrastructure, I think almost just about every presenter that I heard emphasized about this. And also we should be sensitive, and again I think my brother, Dr. Imogen, talked about the risks, but that has never stopped anybody. Actually, sometimes it's an incentive to overcome. And then also the wrong narratives, and I think our president did emphasize this point, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, and we should go out of our way, especially by giving the research. Yesterday we had some very fantastic presentations on research and the science, again, that has been emphasized this morning, so that we change the wrong narrative, we give our narrative, and we use like Intra-Africa Coffee Organization to help us to change the narrative about our African products in the coffee sector. Then also, we need, I talked about the leadership, the vision, and we need also to put the resources. Without the resources that have been talked about for the last 2 days or so, we can't move. And then also the predictability and compliance factor on standards, as has been given to us today. And then our priorities, again working with institutions like Intra-Africa Coffee Organization, UCDA, and all the other agencies really in this sector, and the private sector foundation in Uganda, but also in other countries. We can extrapolate that. We really need that, and integration. We can't do it alone. And that's why I salute the G-25 too, and I hope that they'll be able to, the coffee producing countries coming under one umbrella, and so that's the best way to do it. And of course the African Union is ready to support. Like I was introduced, I'm an advisor to the AUC chairperson on integration. Now, if you look at Objective 3, I know it was introduced. So, as you can see, agro-processing is a priority for the FCFTA, and Uganda must rely on it for the coffee trading. Vital trading guidelines. I think many of those were spoken to. I don't want to overemphasize, but again, they will be presented in the link. Again, this just continues, so I'd like to encourage you, those who have the interest, to look at that link. Again, these are links that can be used with all the collaborators of the AFCFTA. Way forward. I believe very sincerely, and so does the African Union, that the government of Uganda must instruct its negotiators, because they're now, chief negotiator was good for the agreement framework, but there are negotiators in the different committees at the FCFTA, but in particular the one that is going to be responsible for coffee standards. Then also further, the government of Uganda must engage, this is our AU belief, because we must use the available resources, the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, because we believe that with their overarching role in the coffee sector, that they can do all the necessary lobbying and expert advice and interventions to achieve this. Then also now, we must also engage the African Union, and I'm very glad to see that the commissioner responsible for agriculture, she's been with us throughout, she had to go back today, has a real commitment and a relationship not just with the Intra-Africa Coffee Organization, but also with the government of Uganda. I know she has worked very closely with the ministry responsible. So please use these resources. And I want to thank you so very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, my sister, Ambassador Rosette, for bringing to the attention of our participants the instrument that you are developing there in Addis Ababa, and that we must use for the purpose of promoting intra-Africa trade, development of Africa. Another round of applause for Ambassador for her presentation. Thank you, Ambassador. And now it is my pleasure again to introduce Mr. Andrew Othieno, who is the Manager Standards Department in the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. He is the person in charge of developing Uganda's standards. I also know that he has developed the electronic single window. When I was heading the Department of External Trade, he was in my team that developed the electronic single window for the issuance of documents online for the exporters. So those of you who are exporters, I'm sure you have used the electronic single window. Part of the brain was Mr. Othieno, who has a master's degree in petroleum geochemistry, but also a degree in industrial chemistry. Over to you, my brother Andrew.
Thank you very much, Silva. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, protocol observed. As I wait for my slide to come up, I think I have about 15 slides. I'll try and redeem some time. We're speaking to the implementation of African coffee standards under the AFCA framework. Which one? I wanted to start by just confirming that at the national level, at the regional level, but even at the continental level, we have a number of frameworks that are already speaking to the prioritization of coffee. So at the national level, at the Ugandan level, for example, we have a national development plan, our Ministry of Agriculture, agro-industrialization strategy, but then also at the regional level, at the EAC, at COMESA, and at the African level, coffee is already looked at as a strategic product. I thought I would also then share very briefly the status, the standards that we have, both at the national level and at the EAC level on coffee. Most of the standards are standards that have been adopted from the international level. These would largely be those that relate to the testing. However, we do have one indigenous standard that looks at it's a code of practice, and then we have a number of East African standards that have been harmonized. At the African level, my SG had already indicated the standards that are available on coffee. There are about 7 or so standards that have been finalized. We have a few others, particularly relating to different products that arise out of the coffee, instant coffee, flavored coffee, liquid coffee. These are work in progress. The technical committees are working with them on them. So we do have a number of standards that are in place and that have been harmonized and then taken to the national level for adoption. I'll not speak so much on this slide, but it's speaking to why standards are important. I think at this point in time, we probably all understand that standards are important for trade, but they are also important for very many other things, and that is what that slide is speaking to. Standards are developed through a process, and this process is a standardized process. You really cannot jump a stage in the process. You may expedite some of the stages, but for the standard to be accepted by all the stakeholders, it has to go through a stage that includes stages that introduce a certain level of transparency, and that is the inquiry stage, where we bring in the public to give in their comments before the standard is eventually published. On average, development of a standard takes up to 18 months. It's quite long. It may and can be accelerated, especially if you are adopting an international standard. But on average, you want to think of a standard taking up to 18 months for it to come out of the pipeline, for it to be published, and then taken up for use. So in talking about acceleration, we need to understand that you just can't come up with a standard within 1 month or 2 months. So finally, I come to how we think we may accelerate the implementation of these African standards under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area framework. Collaboration is going to be very key among the African states. The SG has spoken to this. The harmonization process under ASO is where all the action takes place. And I think he had shown some graphs that were indicating the levels of participation. When you participate in the standards development, you own that standard, you understand that standard, and then you are able to influence the implementation back in the various countries. Clear communication, stakeholder engagement. The standard is not for use by the people who develop the standards, but for the people in the various sectors. In this case, we're talking the coffee sector. So all the stakeholders in the coffee sector have to be engaged during the development of the standard in order to accelerate its uptake, its acceptability, its use. Important also to streamline the processes, but also to simplify as much as possible the implementation processes. This will help to accelerate the standards adoption. Part of this simplification, as has been shared by my SG, is to actually simplify the standard, write it in a language that the people who you expect to use the standard normally use, a lot of pictorials and those kinds of things. We also think that at the regional level, establishment of regional coffee authorities that are speaking to each other at various levels, research, etc., etc., will help to facilitate not only the development, the use, but also the enforcement. Quality is a culture that we are not born with, and there's a certain level of enforcement that may be necessary and would be necessary. Capacity building, knowledge sharing, this is pretty straightforward. We need to invest in training initiatives to educate the various players, be they the SMEs or the medium guys or the large guys, educate the coffee growers, the processors, the exporters, and everyone in that coffee chain. Initiatives that address incentives and recognition. People who are doing well, you encourage them with incentives, you recognize them, and that inspires those who are not yet there to work towards that, and we think that will motivate the people in that sector to implement the standards. Quality certification programs. The standard as a standalone document specifying requirements is not enough. It has to be translated into something that gives the users of your product, the confidence that the product meets the minimum requirements, be they safety or performance. And so certification is very key. And at the continental level, I think the message is clear. We are looking at one standard, that is the harmonization. We are looking at one test and one certificate that will be acceptable everywhere. Partnerships and collaboration is what has brought us here today as the G-25. It's going to be very key that we all understand what we are talking about and where we are moving to. A lot has been said on infrastructure, investment in infrastructure and technology. I think we had very good discussions yesterday. This is an area that is a must. It is a requirement. And I think the question is, how do we get appropriate funding, affordable funding to address this area? Market access, trade facilitation, reducing the trade barriers, the TBTs, simplifying customs procedures will promote the trade in our coffee, and so this is an area that is also very key. Regulatory support as well is going to be very key. Regulators play a very important role, the standards bureaus and all the others, but also the creation of supportive policies, financial assistance, we have already spoken to, and the incentives to promote compliance. It's important that we always take stock of what we have done, that is the monitoring and the evaluation. We need these mechanisms in place to see where we may be falling short, where we need to improve in order to accelerate and promote our trade in coffee. It's going to be very important that we have these mechanisms in place. Final word would be that the mutual recognition agreements are going to be very, very key. These are already provided for in the WTO TBT agreement, but also the AFCFTA agreement speaks to this. Standards harmonization is really just the first step. The mutual recognition agreements is what really is the enabler to accelerate the implementation of these standards. And I'll quickly add that the mutual recognition agreements should be more than just bilateral. We have experience in the ESC, the 7 countries under our SQMT framework. It provides for the mutual recognition amongst the 7 countries, and we have seen what this has done for trade within the 7 countries. So at the African level, it should be more than the bilateral MRAs that we are looking forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for a very good presentation. Again, another round of applause for Andrew. I think now we have the perspective of the standard formulation at the national level, but which links to the regional level in the EAC and to the continental level under the African Regional Standards Organization. It's been a wonderful panel here, and we have 10 minutes before the health break, so we only have 10 minutes for our discussion before the health break. And in the interest of keeping the time, we'll take 3 comments from this side of the room, of the tent, and 3 comments from this side of the tent. So we'll start from the left-hand side. If there are any comments, questions, I see a hand right at the back. Can someone take the microphone right at the back? Keep your hand up, please, sir, madam. And I would prefer a gender balance. A gender balance. If one gentleman speaks or one lady, the next one will be the other gender. Go ahead, please. Microphone to the lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Rashida Nakabuga from the Rainforest Alliance. I thank you very much for this opportunity and thank the previous speakers for the wonderful presentation. So my comment is going to go on the voluntary private standards as Rainforest Alliance. We are happy to really collaborate. I know that one of the things that have been talked about is collaboration to ensure that we contextualize these standards and we do not look at these standards as international, because as you know that with the ratification process, of course, we go back to ratification of the ILO and other standards. Also, I want to comment on the discussion around one standard, harmonize, and one test. As Rainforest Alliance, we have also been grappling with contextualization of these standards. So we are Africans, we are working in countries to ensure we collaborate with the different
we will not be able to hear from this end unless you have the microphone.
Okay, thank you. So one of the questions that comes to my mind is how consumers are aware on these standards. As we are talking about increasing, for example, coffee consumption at country level, we have already heard that Ethiopia is consuming 50%, and maybe Uganda will also move to 50%. How aware are these consumers on these certifications and processes? I know that most of the emphasis is more on the trade, the quantity, the good manufacturing practices, but we have issues that are coming in, like the human rights. I know that in this discussion we've not even heard about the human rights, due diligence, working conditions, child labor, women. So we should also look at these private standards that can easily also collaborate at this level to ensure that we have a basis to comply with the EUDR, for example, and also be prepared to assess the gap as countries to ensure that we comply. And not only look at the companies, but also farmer cooperatives, producers at that level. There's really a great job to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another one, two hands from this side. I don't see any. Okay. At the front here. Microphone to the front here.
Good morning. My name is Cecilia Kathurima from Kenya, and I thank the presenters for very good presentations on standards. And the question I would like to put across is, where is the convergence of the African standards with ISO standards and the Codex? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very precise. Right at the back, there is another hand at the back there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good presentation. My name is Tilak Patel. I am the owner of Sina Technologies, moisture meters. We distribute in the whole of Africa. I just wanted to put a question through. Who determines the standard of moisture of coffee in the whole of Africa, so that we can work and calibrate it according to those standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Patel. I think Dr. Himogen will respond to that question on who determines the moisture content. So 3 from this side, from the eastern side of the tent. I see a hand right at the back, another one in the middle. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Bariji Charles of Mitoma Coffee Processors and Marketing Cooperative Union. Standards. The first speaker, Dr. Sengiman, was very much elaborate. And standards are all at international level. We are regarding coffee as a principal crop at this level. May I appeal that this coffee we are having here, environmental matters cannot so dictate. And so, being traded as a business, being traded in different and by different suppliers, different agencies, we find it very difficult to harmonize on that principle. So may I request that at this level, a country like Uganda has a unified agency that is responsible for ensuring a national standard level, so that what is produced here in Uganda is measured differently, what is produced in Kenya is measured differently. So at the international level, you find that because of different factors, either climate or different environments or different political whatever, are also dictating and intervening. So it's my humble appeal and request that those who are responsible for engaging and defining what measures, they should also put into consideration that different countries, different soils, different geographical locations have a say and a take in determining a principal standard. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand in the middle here.
I am Joshua Rukundo of Chigezi Coffee Development Academy. I have 2 issues I would want to raise here. One is on the schedule of commitment for most African countries as members of the World Trade Organization, vis-a-vis some of the schedule of commitments for some of these European countries that we normally trade with. And when you look at the schedule of commitments, you find that a country like Uganda, the additional commitments or specifications listed on the World Trade Organization website and agreements, they are so loose. So to me, I would suggest that we should look at how we can strengthen the schedules of commitment for African countries in regard to coffee trade as well, as we strengthen the intra-African trade, as we have seen the commitment of African Union. Then my second concern is on how our authorities that are working on coffee can be uniform and have uniform standards, because when you find that today we have UCDA, then you hear other emerging government authorities or enterprises also coming in. You see that the work that UCDA has built over years, building the technical section, building the trade section for all of us, cannot give us the energy, cannot give UCDA the energy to continue working the way it should. So I am suggesting that all that is in line with coffee should be entrusted with one authority, which is UCDA, so that we know we are all answerable to UCDA. All other countries should have an authority that is actually making this commodity of strategic importance work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more, if any. I do not see any. So we will now request our distinguished panelists to respond. I think from our young sister on the Rainforest Alliance, she has raised, I think, 3 issues. One is monitoring of private standards. I don't know if Andrew would be, and the one on human rights, I think my sister Rosette will answer, and then the conceptualization of standards, I think also Andrew will answer that. But Dr. Himogen, you are free to supplement. So Andrew, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Silva. Rashida, thank you for your comments. I probably should have spent a little time on the process relating to the development of standards, but you would be a key stakeholder in development of any of the standards in your area of speciality. It is not a process that is closed only to the government entities, but we rely a lot also on people in the private sector, the NGOs, and all the rest. So actually, most voluntary private standards form the basis eventually, or the starting material for the development of the national standards. How aware are consumers about standards? That is a very, very important area, because without having the consumers who are aware about standards, then you are going to have a problem in the marketplace. And that is why you find, for example, that in Europe, in the EU, the market surveillance is largely driven by the consumers, while in countries like Uganda, we have to have an enforcement department of market surveillance to do the enforcement in the marketplace. So consumers are very key. Standards promotion is a key activity we undertake as UNBS. It has a specific budget to it, and we have a specific department that engages in standards promotion, because at the end of the day, the consumers are the biggest ally to entities like standards bureaus and to the promotion of the adherence to standards. So I think that's what I would say. I don't know whether anyone else has any comment on this.
Thank you, Chair. Rashida, I wanted to give one observation we found out when we were developing, our experts were developing the cocoa sustainability standard. When we talk about human rights, just be careful. Be careful on what is human rights mean. Yeah. Someone is telling you, you are using children in your farm, while if you go to a automotive industry honored by so and so, you will also find the kids coming to see the new technologies. Or in a computer lab, or kids from that family, they are coming, or in a, let's say, in a bread making factory. But when a kid is found on a coffee or tea farm, it's child abuse. If that kid is going to school, if that kid is not being used as a worker, that can be actually verifiable because you have even the salaries, payment, and so on, you are just having a kid to understand that you are a farmer. You are a farmer. That's the problem we even have at the continental level, that we find the young generation not willing to do agriculture because we have lost that habit of taking our kids to the farm, understand what is happening. Go to Europe, go to the wine industry. Yeah, well, you need to understand these things to take over the business of your family. We should really understand that what we are requested to do, we should take it very carefully. That's why the reason I fully agree on to put standard on the context of our continent, bearing in mind, of course, on those human rights, but we shouldn't just take it as 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, that's what I think on human rights issues, and our farmers understand, our experts understand. We should really do it on our side. Consumer participation. If you look at the board of directors of Bureau of Standards, there is consumer association, part of the board of directors. Under the level of the continent, we have a consumer committee, but we also have webinars, monthly webinars that bring together different experts to discuss the issues of standard. The other part, we have actually a competition at continental level, what we call essay competition for the young generation, for students at the universities, that we conduct every year. Those are things that consumers can continue participating in, adding to what Andrew said, that actually standard is an open process where we build consensus that you can participate in as a consumer. But the major part is to understand that mobilization, awareness creation should continue. It doesn't stop there. It's something that should continue, everyone becoming ambassador on this implementation of standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So now the next, I beg your indulgence, participants, another 7 minutes, and then this panel will be done. There are 2 specific questions. The first one from our colleague from Kenya. Where is the convergence between the African standards and the ISO standards? And the second one is, who determines moisture content so that the equipment can be calibrated accordingly? Doctor.
Thank you, Cecilia, for the question. Maybe let me start on one thing. When you look at the WTBT agreement, it doesn't mention any international standard. It's mentioned just use international standards where relevant. That's what you saw even in my presentation if you were there. If you look at the WTO SPS agreement, actually it's the one that mentions the 3 organizations: Codex on food, then the OIE on animal, and the plant organization. Those are the 3 mentioned. But on TBT, we go with the definition of international standards. Actually, don't be mistaken that everyone should use ISO standard as if it's the only organization that is developing international standards. But I mentioned we have an agreement, we have MOU, that by the WTO requirements, even at country level, you should check, does international standard exist? If they exist, are they relevant to you? If they are not relevant, you shouldn't use that. That's actually linked to what Marige was talking about. If they are not relevant to your situation, there are 2 issues that are allowed: environmental issues and security levels. If it's safety issues, you can change those standards. That is the meaning that we have what we call Africa harmonization model. The Africa harmonization model, if you look at what Andrew even presented, if you have international standards or regional standards, it will take around 6 months to have an African standard because they are already there. They are only reviewed to meet our purpose. If you are from scratch, you develop a standard for 18 months. We look at those standards, we have an agreement, both we sit in Codex, We have agreement with ISO. If they are relevant, we use them as the working draft for developing ISO standard. Then on moisture content, the standard is not my office that developed a standard. Are African experts. They are African experts that sit and determine what are the levels, looking at the existing science at that time. Existing science at that time is very key. I give you one example, moderator. You recall that those who were there like our age, we know the pipes of water were lead. Yeah, long time ago. Now the pipes are in a PP, the propylene, because it's found out that the lead is leaching into the water and it's create issues of safety. Meaning at that time, lead pipes were the standards. But today it's the PP as the standards. It means that everything we do, it goes with what is there as scientifically proven at that date. But don't forget what I said. It's not only science. It's the rules of the game. The trade will dictate. We have discussion if someone participates in Codex. We have discussion that have been there for more than 10 years on one standard. That's, I don't mention the countries that are not agreeing on the contents. Yeah, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think now on the issues raised by the cooperative union on the environmental matters, Andrew had covered it partially because Rainforest Alliance is really dealing with some of those environmental issues. Now the unified agency, I think we have one at the national level, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards represented here by Andrew Otieno. At the continental level, we have a Pan-African Quality Institute, but of which Africa Regional Standards Organization is a part at the African Union level. Now, in terms of the schedule of commitments, I'm not quite sure what exactly the person meant, but maybe, Doctor, you might know about that before we close, and we have now only 2 minutes before we can close.
Chair, I am also not sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just two quick things. Number one was I just wanted to clarify that the standards give the minimum requirements to address both the safety and performance requirements. So the specification in the standard is the minimum requirement that is needed. There's nothing wrong with surpassing that minimum requirement in your products. Then on the schedule of the commitment, if I understood right, my understanding is that for you to influence a process, you must be at the negotiating table. So you have to be actively participating in negotiating, and this happens all the time around us. If you want to influence a process, you have to be there at the table. You cannot sit in Kampala while people are deciding in Geneva what an international treaty is going to look like. So active participation is the only way that you can influence and cause your needs to be incorporated in there. Then finally, I think this was still Mr. Rukundo, on the national standards. It is only the Uganda National Bureau of Standards that has the authority to adopt and declare national standards. All other standards are okay. They can be sector-based standards, they can be private standards, those are fine. But if you want to call it a national standard and enforce it as a national standard, then the Uganda National Bureau of Standards has to take it through the process of adoption and declaration.
Thank you very much. I think that we should give a round of applause to this very technical team. And as we said in the beginning, even if we drop the tariffs to zero, if we do not harmonize the standards, we will not be able to trade. So this is a very critical component. Another round of applause. I think the panel has been wonderful. We have also kept to the time, despite the fact that we started late. Now we will hand over to Maurice Mugisha for the announcement. Maurice.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our panelists another round of applause, and Silva for doing a good job. Before you go, we have a very small token, so I'll ask and request Amir Hamza to come. Amir, if you could come, and I'm told you'll do the honors of awarding this particular team. We need you to recognize you for what you're doing in the coffee sector in Tanzania, so please come. Both our moderator and the panelists will have a souvenir from UCDA, so please make your way. And we'll do the honors. Our next panel is ready. Our moderator is on standby, and very shortly I'll be inviting him to take us through the next session that will drive us to lunch. Thank you very much, our panelists, and so I request Amir to, in no particular order, Amir, you can start with the speakers as they contributed great to this conversation we are having today, looking at the accelerating of the implementation of the African coffee standards under the AFCFTA framework. And we want to thank Dr. Senjimana, Ambassador Rosette, and Mr. Andrew Tieno for a great conversation this morning, and not forgetting our very own Silva for moderating this panel on time and meeting the time schedule. So, Amil, you are allowed to stand in the middle and have a full photo with all the panelists. Yes. Silva, that is yours. A souvenir to thank you for a great job done. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right. There you go. So we'll have our conference summit photo for panel 4. And I'll now quickly transition to panel 5. As we did yesterday, feel free to go pick a cup of coffee and a small bite and then return to the room. But we will continue, so we don't have the coffee break. It's a working break, because at exactly 1 p.m. we'll close for lunch, so we can move to the next session. And I just wanted to let Gatari know that as soon as Kwame is done, you'll do this job to recognize Kwame's panel, and the gifts will come, so that you will do my job at that time. It's all right. I'm just giving you heads up, Gatari, since you did a good job yesterday. So may I now take the pleasure of inviting our moderator for the next panel. He is none other than Kwame Rugunda, the Chief Executive, Savannah, Uganda. Kwame has quite a rich profile, and I will, at a point when we have everyone here, Kwame, feel free, and you have any seat in the house is yours. If you also want this one, I am happy to give it to you, to invite the panelists. Kwame and the team will be looking at, and they are handling, if you have the program guide, they're handling panel 5, role of digitization and new technologies in value addition. He has quite the panel of industry experts who will be sharing their experience on digitization and new technologies. Allow me take the pleasure now of inviting Kwame to call up his panelists. And Kwame, we have exactly 1.5 hours. So you have 90 minutes that include a Q&A session. And exactly 1 p.m., Gatari will be introducing the person handing over those gifts and also introducing our lunch break. Over to you, Kwame.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Morris. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to host what will likely be a very exciting panel of practitioners in the digitization space, which is one of the more advanced ways of adding value to the coffee value chain. So I will call up my panelists one at a time. I'll start with my first panelist, Mr. Oliver Ndegwa, the Group Managing Director at Triple Play Communications in Kenya. Oliver, please take your seat. I will as well invite the next panelist, Mr. Kwesi Kutesa, who's a director at Chika Coffee in Uganda. Kwesi, please take your seat. We'll sit in the middle here. And finally, I will call up Mr. Ahmed Jean-Louis Koulibaly, the Director of Operations in Ivoire Cat Systeme from Côte d'Ivoire. Ahmed, please join us. And you can sit over here. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a delight to have this like I was mentioning, it's a delight to have this panel with us. As we all driving value addition in the coffee value chain. It's a great thing that in front of us we have practitioners in Africa who are at the forefront of the digital component, which is adding new layers of value in coffee, introducing new business models. And so these are not theoreticians, but actually practitioners. So I'd like to ask that we pay close attention, hear what they're doing, understand what type of impact it's having, learn from them, but also see how to add support to the work that they're doing. These are the ones who are moving and shaking things on the African continent for the coffee value chain. Without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Oliver Ndegwa to take stage and we listen to his presentation. Oliver, karibu. And this is where we clap. And the way we'll do this, after Oliver has presented, we'll then take the next two presentations. We'll hear from Kwesi, then we'll hear from Ahmed, and then we'll run a round of questions. Oliver, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my moderator. I just learned you're very able in area of technology, and I'm privileged to be working with you on this particular presentation. Now, before I go to my submissions today, I would like to start by making a comment that we are at a very advanced stage, having had G-25, Nairobi, now Kampala. We have had all the science, all the political goodwill, all the policies being put in place, the signings and the agreements, the opening up of trade in Africa, inter-Africa trade. And when all this is done, then what? I'll tell you from where I come from. The success or the war in trade in the next 10 years will be won on technology. I will tell you to take that to the bank today, because I come from an area where we have very competitive businesses, and coffee is a business. If we eliminate everything else and think about it as business, then we are at a place where now we start understanding what do we need to do. How do we hand over what we are working so hard on to the millennials? Because whether you like it or not, the next generation that is taking up this particular space will be the millennials. How they think, what they think. There was a question yesterday that was asked about what are we doing to make sure that we include the youth in what we are doing, because they are taking over what we are working so hard on. And there is no better way than to create, collect data, collect it, push it, hand over information and everything that matters, train our youth to take over. How to do that is to reach them through creating tools, accessing tools that they can learn from so that they can do better than we did. As we start, I just want to demystify a few things, especially in understanding of digitization, innovation, technology, right? And I want to introduce us into the digital age as we know it. Now, the rapid development of digitization and new technologies will change everything in the industry, and it has. Let me not use the word will. It has changed. We are today exploring all these innovations, and we need to make sure that we are very intentional on use of technology, digitization in coffee. Now, the value addition, as may be defined by many others, is basically an enhancement of the services that we offer. So you as a coffee producer, or as a marketer, or as a researcher, when you do what you do best, you have a target audience. In my space, we call that a customer. For you to be able to succeed in what you're offering, then you must think like your customer. And as coffee people, with all the complaints and all the problems that we have, the first point of contact is you must think like your customer. Who are you selling your product to? How do they think? What do they expect? Can you provide it? It is not necessarily in the end user product, but how you deliver. What is your data flow process? From the time you conceptualize your nursery at the farm to the time you roast your coffee or you have your green bean and give it, can you trace that process and provide information on the spot, on demand, to that particular client so that you can make a decision and they can make a decision to make your request, and in return, you show the value that you have provided over time for you to make a demand on what is rightfully yours. All right, so real transformation. The digitization, as we know it, is basically changing or converting what we pick in a manual process and converting that into a digital process. All right, and I just want that definition to be clear so that by electronically picking data or collecting information, we should be able to be in a position to streamline our processes. Why I see it as a software engineer, our core business ordinarily is to listen to users of systems, producers of commodities, all manner of people, to understand the areas of divide, understand the areas of problems. And our work before we go to automation is ordinarily to understand and really analyze and then produce a workflow process. Because you cannot automate an empty space, an empty void. You have to have a process. Now, those processes can be, will be adopted, and they actually are validated by the user himself, because when they look at the data flow diagram, for example, they look at their work and they appreciate this is what we do, on a diagram, in verbatim. And out of that, we give a connect to the technical team that would be automating your business, so that from there, then you understand the areas of input that the technical team will be putting in and how they will be developing the databases and creating securities and everything else to do what you do best, but in a more efficient manner. Now, new technologies have come into place. We have AI, which is changing the whole spectrum of technology. Today, if you walk into Nairobi, everybody has gone bananas about AI. We are creating anything and everything. And now this also includes agriculture. I think in the last 5 years, Kenya has won about 5 awards on tools that have been created specifically in agriculture. And I think the point has come, and I appreciate the SG from Mayako, who understands that we cannot win the war in coffee if we leave alone or we sideline the ICT community. And in Nairobi, we have quite a huge community that is building applications and creating innovative ideas that are helping farmers from dairy farming to coffee to tea, name it, across the whole spectrum of agriculture to change how we do it. We must be in a place that we need to start understanding what are these things that we need to do. And because of interest of time, I may not be able to go into the details of what each one of them represents, but I give you basic, simple use cases on what would happen. Think about this. How do you collect your data? How do you monitor climate change? And climate change is an affair that it's a new normal. How do we empower our farmers to understand climate change so that they can make quick decisions to take care of their products, to make sure that at any given time they are maximizing their productivity without being affected by changes in climate conditions that we have no control of? Think about it also this way, that you need to be able, I had someone talking about moisture content. There's moisture content in the coffee final product, but there's also moisture content on the soil. That also determines the quality of coffee. How do you collect that data on a regular basis and push it to clients who are, you probably as a government or a research institution, push it to the deserving farmers who need to know that information so that they can make collective measures to ensure that they don't fail in their productivity. Now, second. All right, technology versus coffee. Now, the digital tools in crop monitoring will be key. And I want you to take very keen interest in this particular screen because it gives you the exact actions that we need to push to our cooperatives, the actions that we need to give to push to our cooperatives, on areas of expertise that they need to start reaching out to the tech communities to start learning. And I think from where I sit, I have the advantage of, I have a lot of interest in coffee, I'm very passionate about coffee, and bringing technology to marry that with what I have managed to do. We have a lot of CEOs in cooperatives who work with me, and now we are starting to sensitize them, to introduce them to technologies, to teach them, to do some kind of new understanding so that they can start utilizing some of these services and trying to figure out how to raise funds to make them better. Now, look at use of drones, for example. The use of drones in farms is used for all manner of things, and we have achieved a lot with the drones, especially when it comes to road maintenance, for example. Kenya recently, we just launched one of the biggest projects where we have managed to automate all our roads. You can actually be able to know the surface condition of a road. You can actually be able to know when the next maintenance of a road is going to happen, the structural condition, the traffic growth. And the same technologies is what we are looking at, Internet of Things, understanding how do you use tools, devices that are put in remote areas in farms to collect information and actually provide it centrally to our farmers so that they remain empowered. Look at remote sensing, for example. How do you do precision coffee farming? Precision coffee farming means that at the end of the day, by the time you're doing the harvesting, you already know what to expect from a farm. It helps you to prepare the market ahead, that this is the quality of product that we anticipate because of the actions that we took, because of the information that was provided to us. By that information being provided to us, we took collective action and we made necessary amends to ensure that our farmers are completely and well empowered to make sure that their productivity remains high or the yields are high, and that out of that, they are aware that the market has all these expectations because of the information we provided prior. Now, mobility. We are at a very advanced stage right now as Africa, and I want all of us to convince ourselves that the time has come. Last 3 weeks ago, there is a gentleman who is an ambassador who came to Kenya. He's never been to Kenya all his life. And the first thing that happened to him when he landed at the airport, he switched on his phone, and there was a registration of 5G on his phone. The first thing he did was to apologize, because for 20 years, he struggled coming to Africa because he didn't believe there was anything of importance in Africa he could gain. His country, and as a as an Asian country, does not have 5G, which right now Kenya is enjoying. I know all the other African countries are in the process of implementing. What does that mean? That we already have broken the barriers. We've broken the barriers that have been there before. We are actually at a place where we have even more advantage. We have a better advantage that many other countries abroad, because we have been putting deliberate efforts in ensuring that our countries are empowered when it comes to technology. We have the right infrastructure. In Kenya, we have the ICT authority. The ICT authority, we are privileged that the government took a deliberate effort to ensure that we have an authority that has technocrats, have the right people, well-trained young people who understand where the world is going in terms of technology, and we have built the right infrastructure to make sure that someone who is at the end of the most remote area has at least an access to communication. And right now, technology has allowed us to communicate with people. We don't have to have a smartphone to be able to communicate. We have what we call push information. We have a mobile phone. Even if you close one eye and that's the only screen available, you can read 2-liners of information that can help you change. And mobility is everything. Empowering people, empowering our farmers from wherever they sit to ensure that they have access to information, because information is power. And the minute you have that power in your hands, it means the decisions you make will be profitable for you. All right, so how do you do that? How do you do this on our supply chain process? I know we've been discussing about value chain, but then for us to be able to win our business, our coffee business in the supply chain process, it is very important that we look at the technology that is available that will help us to take us from one step to the other. Our able moderator is an expert in blockchain. And it's a technology that will help you to make sure that you have traceability, transparency of your product. There is nothing as good as being able to trace where a product came. It came in the middle of Congo, and it's this particular area, and the farmer was X. I am consuming that coffee in South Africa, and I can actually trace to the farmer and send him a tip. How about that? Imagine being able to know the transparency of how we grew our products, the fertilizer we used, the pesticides we used, any activity that was carried out during that farming process before we put the produce. Smart contracts. How do we engage our marketers? Because our marketers have been our biggest problem. And I will speak on this where Kenya is, from where I come from. Our marketers are our biggest problem. How do we contract them? How do we engage them? How do we trace those contracts so that we know that we have a proper streamlined processes so that we know the person we have engaged and they can actually be able to trace the activities that they are engaging us with to ensure that they are representing us properly at the exchange, at the trade area where our products have been sold. Digital tools for quality assessment and grading. I visited the booths yesterday, and the gentleman who was asking a question earlier. And I'm happy to know that we are starting to think about technology that will help us to fast track the processes of some of the activities we do in coffee to ensure that we are out of getting, tracing products. We can also be able to know and measure some of these variables that are key and important in our development. Quality control process. I mean, we've discussed standards here. How do we make sure that we collect information that is able to be traceable on the quality of products that we are developing and providing to our end users? How do we provide our end product as coffee and actually be able to trace the process of achieving quality that we are looking for? How do we achieve those standards? We have to be able to keep track of all the data that we collect and be able to have real-time data for monitoring, for our decision making, for our governments, for our trade, for our business people, for our potential customers, and that information becomes everything. And then real-time monitoring of coffee quality parameters, like I've said, we have all these tools that can be used. The tools can be in apps, can be in equipments. We are able to provide what we call APIs. APIs are application programs that are able to get into equipments and extract that information and provide it in verbatim so that you see graphs, you can see reports in real time without wasting time for decision making. All right, so enhanced market access. And I've taken all this journey to take you back to the farm because that is where it all begins. Now, commerce is very close to me, and e-commerce for that matter. One of the things we've been doing, and we work a lot with the coffee farmers, is to create opportunities for branding, opportunities for online presence, because one of the major achievements that we will get as Africa, even when we go at the African Union, is to make sure that we have an online platform where we can all trade in. And I'll give you 2-3 insights on the same. Number one, I look forward to the day when we will have an online auction for coffee, where every country in Africa has the product is online. We know it's harvest time for Uganda, and we have our auction online. And the rest of Africa market can access, the world market can access, and we have a competitive area where people bid for the coffee, and we get the best prices for our farmers. Imagine that.
Oliver,
yes.
Just 5 more minutes.
All right, thank you. I'm almost done. All right, digital marketing tools available. I mean, our new generation does not believe in walking to offices and with placards to sell. They believe in the whole world community where you can be able to reach the entire world by one click. So we need to get to a point where we empower cooperatives, our farmers, to be able to have the knowledge of how to access markets and present themselves through branding, through marketing tools that are available and that can be created by the tech teams to them. And then the Power BI is our biggest product right now that the world has gone to. Our biggest commodity right now is data. How do we create insights? How do we understand the trends that our farms are creating from the productivity we have? How do we understand what we need to do in the next 2 years to make sure that whether it's trade, whether it's productivity, whether it's in climate change, we need to be able to start gathering information and then being able to create and look at the trends that are happening and even predict how our coffee farms will be in 5 years. And that is what we call big data. Big data is changing how we think. It is the biggest item of trade right now. Everyone is selling data, and we need to capitalize on the same. As I come to conclude, I just decided to pick 2 screens, just basically to show you that precision farming is everything. you need to use technology to achieve that. You need to be predictive. You need to analyze, you need to understand what is happening within your environment so that you can be able to predict and plan for the future. You need to look at how to manage waste, what we call waste in coffee. Ordinarily, we don't have waste in coffee. So we need to look at technologies that can help us create much more products from what we find as waste in coffee. And as I conclude, mobility is everything. We need to look at mobile apps, access to information, digital platforms for fair pricing and market linkages. We need to look at the financial technologies that our customers, our farmers can actually be able to access credits and insurance for their farms directly without having to go through bad processes. We need to look at technologies that can be used in expressing, and I know my able friend from culture is much more advanced on this, on our cold brewing, on filtering processes and all that. There's so much that we have actually been doing research on and creating applications that can be able to help us accelerate the final products of consumption on coffee. And in conclusion, the challenges and considerations that we need to look at is one, of course, big thing and a big deal of data privacy. How do we protect this? We have all the laws that have been enacted to make sure that we protect our people against data privacy issues. The issue of infrastructure is a going concern. We know the governments will continue developing infrastructure to make sure technologies have a platform to run on. And then we need enabled workforce. Our new workforce needs to make sure that we need to make sure that it's well technically enabled. We need to do proper training to ensure that they are aware of what we need them to have, the skills the skill sets that they need to have to be able to adopt technology. Now, in conclusion, our best practices, one second, I have said training and capacity building. We have digitization and new technologies of immense, will basically provide immense opportunities for us. You know, adopting digital tools to lead our improved quality and to create efficiency and sustainability. And then we have collaboration between stakeholders in crucial successful areas of implementation from IACO to Africa Union. And then we need to embrace digital platforms for prosperous and resilient coffee sector. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oliver. Just before we move to the next panelist, I will ask Oliver. Oliver just probably didn't mention one thing. Could you just tell us what Triple Play Communications does?
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Now, we have two companies in Kenya which handle technology from two different areas. Triple Play Communication is a tech company. We look at infrastructure design. So we look at organizations who are looking at growth, and we design infrastructure that allow them to scale their businesses. So for example, if you have a bank, they're rolling out 100 branches. How do you give visibility to the board on what you're going to achieve in terms of technology? And that's where we come in, we create that. We have another company called Triple Play Consulting. Triple Play Consulting is a software company, but specifically deals in analyzing what end users are looking for, and then we do system analysis and design in preparation for software engineering and basically for innovation. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, it's my pleasure to invite the next panelist, Mr. Kwesi Kutesa. Please take the stage. And as you begin your presentation, you can also start by telling us what Chika Coffee Company does. Please go ahead, Kwesi.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Kwame. Briefly, let me describe, well, first I'd like to thank UCDA and the organizers for this and this opportunity to speak. My name is Kwesi Kutesa. I'm an entrepreneur, coffee producer, and logistician. Chika Coffee Company works from farm to cup, dealing with farmer communities and managing our farm as well, to bring out innovations which help improve post-harvest handling, processing, and overall a better cup score, to improve the quality and visibility of Ugandan Robusta primarily. I'd like to speak today, just to save time, go straight to the presentation, digitization along the coffee value chain. And specifically, I wanted to touch on blockchain and IoT adaptation, farm to cup. What's IoT? Internet of Things. IoT describes physical objects or things embedded with sensors, software, and other technologies to allow networking and data sharing across systems over the internet. These devices are known as nodes or connection points among network devices. So if you have a phone, for example, you have servers in your bank, you have servers with your telecom provider. You can now interact with them using the internet. You can withdraw money, send money, bank money. So this is pretty much what Internet of Things means. How do these devices communicate to one another using the internet? Blockchain is a distributed ledger or database that maintains a growing list of recorded transactions. The distributed ledger allows peers, these are people who use nodes or devices within the network, to have transparent access to each transaction, which is grouped in blocks. These blocks have a hash or a unique number, a transaction ID, and a timestamp. So each block contains the hash of the previous block, linking them to make a chain. So for example, if you transact with mobile money and you check your statements, you can see your transaction, there's a list there. Now with blockchain, there's a unique number with each transaction which shows the previous transaction and the one you're doing. So now if you follow that chain, you follow a sequence, you can see all the transactions within that chain. Again, it's connected to IoT because they're nodes or peers, people using devices, phones, computers. We're going to look for more applications here, and you'll see how this spreads out as you get into the coffee value chain. The three target sectors for these technologies are one, agribusiness, logistics, and investment. Once these three come together, the whole coffee value chain can be addressed. On the agribusiness side, farmer apps for precision agriculture, traceability, and sustainability. For example, what we've done at Chika Coffee Company with our farmer mapping. And we've already talked about today precision agriculture. Now, UCDA, for example, and through MAIF, Ministry of Agriculture, has hired extension workers to go into the field, to go and advise people, agronomists, to provide inputs. But how do we monitor this? How do you make sure the fertilizer or the pesticide reached the farm? How do you make sure that it was applied properly? How do you make sure that the extension work actually took time to educate these farmers? Now, with simple apps, we can monitor the GPS. You can tell on someone's phone where they've been, where they've moved. Did they actually reach? Did they engage the farmer? Did they actually have a receipt? Did they receive the input you wanted to put? So this helps monitor systems which are already in place, but it can affordably enhance our efficiency and our ability to know more about what's happening on the farm. Measuring water, measuring weather, all of these indicators can help us better understand what's happening on the farm. Logistics, blockchain-empowered end-to-end logistic networks. So like we said, we have nodes or peers operating within this network, and they each transact. When coffee is picked from the farmer, it goes to the primary processor. So there's a transaction there. The farmer's handed over to a transporter. The transporter is taken to the dry mill. The dry mill has graded, sorted. It has handed over to another transporter who has brought to a factory, who hands over to a truck which goes to Mombasa or Dar es Salaam to ship. All of these transactions can be recorded and tracked so that we can efficiently follow how coffee is moving back and forth. This helps bring transparency. It helps, especially for logistics, manage time and avoid theft also. If my 1 ton from here to the primary processor becomes 800 kilos, because remember on this block you can put information like the weight, the quality of the good. Each transaction allows you to put so much data which can be accessed by all the users. So we can monitor how the coffee is moving, whether there's theft along the way, what's the quality from here to there, in case was coffee switched out, was coffee tampered with somehow. So this is how it helps empower logistics networks. Investment, a very important part of this whole thing, the thing which I think as African countries we are fighting with, we are fighting most with. We have people in logistics, we have stores, people have built warehouses, have bought machines, we have farmers, but somehow African trade of commodities, especially coffee, is being dominated by foreign players, and that's because of, I believe, our ability to capitalize our trade. So with the Internet of Things and with blockchain technology, we can build systems which have traceability and which are able to increase transparency and to ease the way people invest in and out of the value chain. We're going to discuss this more. First, agribusiness. Like I mentioned, precision farming. You can monitor everything from the crop health, using drones to spray, using monitoring the fertilizers which are put, the nutrients of the crop, and this can help you target and know exactly what are you getting out of the field. Optimizing your planting to increase your spacing, your soil testing. So we need to look at how we can build devices on the manufacturing end which can use the technology which is already there, because we've rolled out 5G in Africa, so the internet's already there, the network's there, the providers have provided, but we still need to now look for devices and build devices here locally which can help us monitor what we're looking for to improve our yield and what we get from coffee. In aggregation, post-harvest handling is a major contributor to loss of income across the value chain. With IoT and blockchain-empowered devices, coffee can be processed, stored, and transported in time to avoid unnecessary loss in value. I think I touched on this earlier. With warehouse receipting, with aggregating and linking processes along the way, we can easily make sure that our coffee is handled well and is able to be bought in bulk at good prices. Once you map farmers, even if they're smallholder farmers of 1-2 acres, and you aggregate them and realize, okay, I have 10,000 farmers in this region. Based on the measured output, I expect about 30, 50 containers from them. Let's allocate this to one processor in the region, and let's streamline the whole movement of the goods. Logistics. Like I mentioned, the global 5G rollout is connecting already the 5.18 billion internet users to low latency and massive data transfer capacity infrastructure. Low latency means a short time to wait as data is being transferred, and massive data transfer is simply big data moving very quickly. I believe with 5G, I might be wrong here, but I think it's about 6 to 8 gigabytes per second. So if you can imagine a book or a textbook is a few KB or even a megabyte at that. The fact that we can access this data and this information so quickly means that we can monitor and track and send more and more information. This leads to real-time tracking of goods and services, high quality resolution videos. A brother from Kenya was speaking, and one issue we have with our coffee going to Kenya, there's a lot of challenges in theft and in security and tracking it. Some transporters say, I can't move at night, I need to wait for the day because of this. This causes unnecessary delays And these delays are then felt by processors here who put up their money to buy coffee and ship it, and they're paid when the containers reach Europe or the Middle East or North America. So this technology will allow us to better monitor and track our goods as they move throughout the world. Transparency and traceability, again, is what we get from this. It can allow logistics players to maximize their efficiency and monitor their reduced cost, theft, and emissions. Costs, meaning that if logistics players are able to share and to interact with each other, we find trucks taking coffee to Kenya are bringing back goods. So now the cost of transporting goes down. Once trucks and warehouses are used more frequently, when coffee season ends, the maize comes in, the beans. At the end of the day, we're going to see reduced costs in logistic costs, and of course emissions. We need to track our emissions. We're all part of a global community which has put standards in place for farm to cup. So we need to know what were the CO2 emissions of this coffee once it reaches a consumer in Europe. So, investment. Now, on the investment side, we have smart contracts within the blockchain system of words. Smart contracts are automated transactions on the blockchain that execute when conditions are met. For example, if I'm a roaster in Europe and I'm a part of a network, and all of from the farmers and the transporters and the aggregators, we're in touch in a network, I can pay in stages. When the coffee is picked from the farmer, I can pay the farmer as soon as it's picked up. When it reaches the processor and has been processed, I can then release that part of the payment. So this can allow us to securely pay people along the value chain without having to have unnecessary delays which tie up capital. Tokenomics or token economics describes factors that impact the value of a token. Again, like I said, when you're transacting, say using your mobile money or any other digital transaction, there's a specific token which is generated, which basically allows you to communicate or to transact within a network. And if we better understand the network we're dealing with, the coffee value chain, we can look for solutions or find ways to capitalize the trade of coffee. For example, if I buy 10 containers from a farmer group, we can measure now how many kilos came from each specific farmer. So if I make one bulk payment, that one bulk payment can be distributed to each farmer. Some might get a few dollars, others might get a few $100s, but everyone gets the amount they contributed, and there are no transaction fees, which is something networks are killing us with here, mobile networks. Sending money back and forth is becoming more and more expensive, but on the blockchain it's free, it's secure, and it's much swifter. Tokenization in blockchain refers to the issuance of blockchain tokens as a security. Capital can easily flow into the value chain at any level to fund trade and production in time. I talked about this basically briefly, but there are other applications like asset financing, crowdsourcing, and pre-financing of farmers and insurance. All these players now can come in. We're going to talk more about that. Smart contracts. If you can see the diagram in the corner, the big one, this kind of shows, we see party A and party B have agreed to a contract, and that contract is put in the blockchain, and it's ready to be executed at the time the transaction, at the time that the conditions necessary for the transaction are ready. So I can agree to sell my coffee out of season with a buyer in any part of the world, and they can see once that coffee has reached their store, either here in Kampala or in Mombasa, then the money is immediately transmitted to my account and credited. I can get my tokens, convert them into whatever currency I want, and continue to fund my activities.
5 more minutes.
Okay, a smart bond. Companies can raise capital within the platform based on predetermined conditions. As I'm sure you're aware of corporate bonds, where a company can issue a certificate and raise capital to fund whatever activities they're doing. Imagine now a scenario where a coffee producer needs to raise $200,000 to fund their activities for that season. They can create a smart bond or kind of a digital certificate, which they can then tokenize and sell for maybe 50 cents a piece. So people all over the world can invest and buy a share in their activities and be paid profits once the business is done. Imagine this replacing things like sports betting and other things which take a lot of young people's money. We have small amounts can be now aggregated and invested to fund trade. And then asset tokenization, the same scenario, except imagine you're building a plant of $250,000. How do I get the money to build this equipment? Well, I can issue small tokens or small shares of that plant and raise the money by getting many people to buy into the idea. Current progress. Chika Coffee Company has mapped and profiled farmers in Liantonde Chika Coffee Cooperative Society, which is our sister cooperative society. And we work with Logvoy. Logvoy is a digital freight forwarder who combines logistics and technology to ensure value to customers through increased efficiency and transparency of the supply chain. So basically, Logvoy is a digital platform which has transporters who submit their trucks there, and then they are allocated jobs seamlessly, effortlessly, and this allows them to do more work and bring down the overall cost. So we're already building this. We have the farmer side, we have the producer, we have the logistics. We're now recruiting more farmers and more stakeholders, meaning people who own stores, warehouses, and building this platform so that we can roll out. It's not just about having the technology there, but you have to utilize it. This is our farmer mapping. As you can see, the profile on the left. We can capture information about biodata, about the farm, about how many children are in the household, the children in school. Does the wife get a share of the proceeds? So this allows us to engage with so many stakeholders who might be concerned more about the livelihood than the actual business of the coffee sector. But with the technology, we can engage farms and keep putting out questionnaires and capturing more and more data. And we're also working with our extension workers to move and capture this data. They have mobile devices on their phone, so anytime we need information from them, we send them and they engage our farmers, upload the data. Has this one mulched this season? Have they pruned? Have they applied fertilizer? So this is already something we're doing. Our project goals: 1, farming, increase more farmers and more farm tech-based technologies, like using drones for spraying and for mapping. On the logistics side, we're increasing the number of logistics providers on our platform, looking to scale up our capacity and our profitability subsequently. Investment, we're de-risking the coffee trade and working with financial institutions to create solutions, like how we mentioned the smart bonds or the smart contracts. It's the financial institutions now have picked up interest, and they have picked up interest, commercial banks mainly, to come in and fund these activities, because we've de-risked agriculture in a major way. Sustained growth is what we aim for. We plan to scale up, roll out to other markets. If we can reach all the G-25 countries in a short time, I think now Africa can take back control of the coffee trade and digitize and join the 4th industrial revolution. What led to Africa being subjugated to slavery and other forms of exploitation was we missed out on the other 3 industrial revolutions. That was the steam production, the electricity, and then internet and other innovations came about and were being developed in parts of the world where we were not privy to that information and to that experience. We can't miss out now on this. We have to look how to digitize the entire value chain and make sure that we control, own, and address the challenges which we face as Africans. Thank you. My name is Kwasi Kutesa. That's my number, my email. If you have any questions, feel free to direct them my way. Thank you again.
Wonderful. A round of applause for Mr. Kwesi Kutesa. Thank you. And we will now go into our last presenter, Ahmed. And if you can, as you start, please take the podium. As you start your presentation, if you can let us know what Ivoire Cart does, and then we'll get into your presentation. Ahmed, please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, thank you very much. First thing first, we'll talk about value addition. So I would like to thank someone who, for me, is one of the most valuable people we have in Africa. And in certain ways, he's also one of the biggest coffee seed providers. It's the Ambassador Solomon Rutega. Thank you for what you do. So Ivoire Cart System, we are a 25-year-old family company based in Ivory Coast, and we are involved in national projects there. So in identification, for example, we provide technology support and services for projects like driving license, national ID, biometric passport, and things like that. We also provide intelligent cards to companies and institutions. We also secure sensitive documents for governments, and for example, we've been securing the VAT for Ivory Coast for 18 years now, and we are the company in charge of digitizing the whole national invoice system so that the tax authority and government know in real time the VAT to collect. We also built the first bank card Purser Bureau of Ivory Coast, and now we provide Visa card, MasterCard. We also have GIM and Union Pay certification. So we provide bank cards to 12 countries in Africa. We also develop applications in health, education, agriculture, and tourism. I will talk about that later on. And we are a project-driven company, which means that we always try to find ways to use the technology we have at our disposal to contribute to the development of key sectors of the economy. I'm just going to give you a quick example. In coffee and cocoa in Ivory Coast, we provide intelligent cards to farmers. These cards are cards with the photo of the farmer on it. You have information on the farmer. You have a unique ID. You have a QR code that is linked to a database where you can find all the information you want on the farmers and the farms. And the card is the first step of the traceability process, which means that when someone goes to collect bags or coffee or cocoa in the farms, they scan the QR code. So we know that it's this farmer from this farm that sold this quantity of coffee or cocoa. So it's the first step of the traceability process. And with intelligent cards, we can do things like that. Above identifying farmers you have in the sector. And the same card is also a payment card. It's in Ivory Coast, it's a Visa card, which means that the card enables receiving payments and withdraw money. And withdraw money not only in ATMs, because you don't have ATMs in villages, but withdraw money at some merchant points in the villages with other applications. So just to give you a quick example of what we do. For us, digitization and use of technology respond to specific needs and enable creation and distribution of value. We think that current digital platform achieve a lot. We'll talk about that later. My predecessors told many things about it. Information is key, and there are many ways to get information. But we think that conventional digital platforms do not enable fair distribution of value that is created among the value chain. So we can design new platforms and think of ways to distribute a value differently. just quickly, in certain ways, digitization is like putting online where there is offline. Technology is just the enabler. For example, before coming here, they asked us to register online. So we didn't go to a manual process. We went on a website. They decided to do so because it was more convenient that way. On the contrary, when we arrived here, they asked us to go and get our badges. We went through a manual process with papers, and they decided not to digitize this process because it was not necessary. There was no need. So we can say that. Digital platforms are used when there's a reason, when there's a need. And this is a key point that we need to think about if we want to design new types of platforms. Why do we need to go from offline to online? For what reasons? And if we decide to do so, who are all the stakeholders involved in the chain so that the need we identified is fulfilled? And what do these stakeholders have to do? And how do they benefit from being part of it? It's also a question. In the coffee sector, we look at a value chain that includes a lot of actors. And because it is a chain, it implies that every actor of the chain needs to feed appropriate data. And they also they also have the right to consume digestive data that is useful to them. So we can say that digital transformation in coffee value chain happens mainly for information conceptions. We had some insight about that. And what is really interesting now is to look at the relationship between who feeds the data, who consumes the data, and the distribution of the value data has created among the chain. Generally, in conventional value chain perspective, digitization and use of technology optimize traceability, efficiency, sustainability, farm management, decision making, quality monitoring, transparency. And from the farm to the cup, data is key in value creation. It always starts with putting the farmers and the farm's data in databases. So you will have their name, date of birth, national ID, how many people work on the fields, what are the crop variety, it does coffee, but does it do something else? What is the size of the field? Do we have a clear mapping, as we just saw before? Do we have a clear mapping of the field? And from then the data is made digestive for different actors to consume it. So now these actors can think about cropping cycle, forecast of quantities, trainings needs, how to record trainings, surveys, equipment needs, treatment needs, logistic required, like for transportation, for storage, the price forecast according to quantity, quality. And I think we talked about that these last 2 days. These conventional digital platforms, now it's recognized that they don't generate value for the farmers and the cooperatives, but they created a lot of value in the chain. And it is a problem because farmers are the raw data, and they are the one providing the data. What they sell is their coffee that they own, they sell their work, and they don't even benefit from useful information, for digestive information that comes from the data they provided. So in terms of information system, we need to think of maybe new ways of dealing with the sharing of information. For specialty coffee, it may be a bit different because they can get premiums, and as he said, there are technologies to pay the premiums. You have mobile money here, we have mobile money in Ivory Coast, it works. There are other systems with blockchains, it works. But it's not enough. President Museveni said, I think 2 days ago, that he talked about a parasitic system that takes and do not give back. So fortunately, there are initiatives that exist to enable farmers and cooperatives to consume digestive data, to use helpful information so that they can manage their farm better, so that they can have access to best practices, they can have access to market prices. It exists. There are also some initiatives that exist to measure the improvement of their social life, their access to education, their access to health. And this is a clear need and an obvious reason to design new technological platforms that will distribute value differently. Platforms that integrate all the players in a dynamic ecosystem. We are talking about information system, and we just said before that information is key. So we need to think of the way we share information in the ecosystem so that it gives value to more people in the chain. Yesterday we talked about financing for value addition, we talked about research for value addition, we talked about policies for value addition. So now imagine if all these actors are gathered on one platform, the quantity and the quality of information we can get. I think it's something we should think about. By doing so, we can create a very dynamic coffee ecosystem. New links, new internal links that will avoid exporting jobs and exporting value, as it has been said these last days. If we reduce the asymmetry of information, we can add great value to the ecosystem to avoid exporting value and jobs, as I just said. I think it's important to think of all that now because we are building the African trade area, and we need data to build, we need data to understand, we need data to manage, we need data to know where to invest, we need data to improve. So it's crucial that we ask ourselves this question right now. Technology is an enabler at the service of the vision. But with this kind of platforms, you can, we talked this morning, there was just before, we talked about standards. We talked about standards and policies. So imagine a platform where you have institutions that can give inputs about standards. You have on these platforms institutions, ministers, UCDA and the equivalent in other countries. You have farmers, you have suppliers, you have logistics, you have markets. All of them can be linked to one another. It makes sense. It can make sense. So I give an example. There's a roaster that said yesterday that he, to import African coffee, he's based in Africa, to import African coffee, he has to go through international traders. So with this kind of platform, you can directly connect to a seller and choose a product he wants, choose a quantity he wants, depending on the quality he wants, and he can make payments. And in the middle, at the same time, on the same platform, you can have information about companies for logistics, transportation, warehouse, everything you want. You can have information about the policies, the standards. All this, I think, we can go in different places. We can do different links, but the idea is to connect who needs to be connected to who, to share information. And technology, it's really simple. It's a back-end system that you give to people, so they feed data, and you have, on the other side, front-end system. So you can access data. It's readable. It's digestive. You have the information on an app or a website, and you can quickly go and do what you want on the platform. We talked about financing yesterday. On this platform, you can also have banks, insurances, microfinances institutions. I think that if they have the appropriate and accurate data, maybe it can lower risk, and maybe they can lower the credit risk and make more loans. They can finance campaigns. And it's important for them also to have records of transactions that have been made. So it's interesting to have them on the platform. You can have farmers and cooperatives who can directly access a provider of seeds, provider of fertilizers, provider of equipment. In many cases, direct trade, it was said before, direct trade would be possible, which means more value somewhere to share. And local actors also can have a better role to play. We can imagine all the interaction that we want. We talked also about weather. Someone talked about weather. But today, if you take the example of weather, you have huge companies that can predict if the production will be high or low tomorrow. But generally, local actors, smaller ones, and also some institutions don't have the information. So how do you want to manage? So they have their role also on the platform. And what we think about, it's like actually a human living body, which has veins and which has arteries. The system we need to build, we need to design using technology. It can be blockchain, different technologies. The system we need to design needs to be like a living human body with veins and arteries, and circulation must be fluid. This is really important at the age of building Africa. Now for the question of promotion of coffee. Remember yesterday Mr. Audrek Rabrago said, coffee is culture, coffee is grains, coffee is entertainment, coffee is tourism. Ambassador Ortega talked about creating a coffee culture in Africa. He also talked about domestic consumption, employment of youth and women. We strongly believe that agrotourism platform that we technology design so that it attracts people can be used in each producing country to raise awareness about brown gold. If I tell you, visit the Pearl of Africa, nobody will find that silly because the Pearl of Africa is beautiful. So if I come to the Pearl of Africa, I want to discover. I will also discover brown gold, so I'll be connected to brown gold.
5 minutes.
Okay. So we have a way to design these type of platforms to attract. And agrotourism is, I think, something that can help promoting the coffee in our different countries and the different coffees that we have in different regions, because I think it's something that is made in Kenya. I heard that yesterday, but the specialities of each region needs to be taken into consideration also. And by doing so, we can educate youth. If, for example, my kids don't know what a coffee tree is because they never went to a farm, how would you imagine them creating and thinking of ways of transforming derivative products? It's not possible. So we need to connect to reality at some point. And for education, for promotion, I think it's an axis that we can look at. Tourism is also a good source of employment and a good contributor to GDP. The government of Ivory Coast asked us to do that there. So we built a digital platform where we are trying now to create the best agro-tourism roads, because we are the first producer of cocoa, first producer of cashew, and it's really important for youth to know what they have in their country, the resources they have. It's a base for tomorrow, so that we can count on them tomorrow. To conclude, I would say that doing this is a simple way to promote our resources and generate direct revenue for local communities. Because if I come to the Pearl of Africa and I decide to go and visit farms, because there is a tour that is organized that I find on the app, I will pay for it. When I pay for it, who gets the benefits? Local communities. So it's extra money that they have straight away, because we attract them to our farms and we connect them to reality. To conclude, I would like to say that there are things we need to change generally when we design all this, is that we know the price of things, but we don't know the value of people, and all that needs to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, this team that you've been listening to are not just people who plan to do things. They're not people who have read about this subject and are aspiring to do, but they are actually practicing these things. And so I'd like to applaud them for the audacity to be able to walk the talk, the audacity to create value, and going out there to actually make a difference. So another round of applause for this team here. We'll take a quick round of questions, and I'll just ask the first round, and then subsequently the hands will go up. I see hands going up already, and I've taken note of yourselves. But just before the hands go up, let me ask the team. A lot of you have spoken about the farmer. So we all bear the burden of the farmer. And we want to make sure that the farmers actually get more value into their pockets. So I want to hear from yourselves regarding the interventions that you're making, how the farmers are getting more value. I'll start by asking Oliver, how much more money can these interventions that we're talking about actually put into the pockets of the farmer? Is it $1? Is it 50 cents? Is it $3? So from your experience, can you just share what that could be?
All right, thank you, my moderator. Now, I'll tell you the variances when it comes to adaptability of technology and what value it actually creates back into the food chain. And the more complete you adopt the processes, or the more complete your processes are, the higher the value will be. I'll give you an example of what I've seen in tobacco farming. A few years ago, we were involved in a project here in Uganda that was funded by the British America Tobacco under one of their agents who manage tobacco here in Uganda. And we were able to not just increase productivity, but also to reduce the time, because we say time is money. So the issues that we're able to solve by adopting technology and tracing back to where it began, now that results into money in people's pockets. And I have seen a situation where we were actually able to double the income of a farmer by making sure that we cut short some of the processes and reduce the costs throughout the process. And someone getting $2 actually was able to get $4 for their production. So it is a real impact on people's lives when you adopt technology.
Great, thank you for that. Doubling their income is very, very significant. So thank you, Oliver. Kwesi, you were talking about these farmers in Liantonde. I just want to know, from the intervention that you're making, if you could speak about what it was versus what it is, on any metric. It could be output or production, it could be anything, but I just want to appreciate what has changed with the interventions that you're making.
Okay. Firstly, I think the first improvement we've seen is visibility. Africa for a long time was called a dark continent, not just because of the color of our skin, but people knew very little about Africa. By mapping and organizing farmer groups, we've been able to connect them to inputs from UCDA. We've been able to hold extension workers accountable. We've been able to interest coffee-producing companies to actually work and invest in these communities. Sometimes you find the investments enough. Sometimes people come to forums and they always ask more money for this. Sometimes the money's already been invested, the inputs have already been bought, the machinery, but organizing farmer groups, giving them visibility, traceability, and actually to transparently show that these people do exist. They're not ghost farmers or ghost farmer groups. So that's the main thing I've seen already, just in the monitoring and valuation of some of these partner state-funded projects, government-funded projects. Technology helps address some of their concerns and make sure that these things reach the intended target audience. That alone is a big impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kwesi. Ahmed, when you were on stage, you repeated the word data 3 times. You said data, data, data. In the earlier value chain of coffee, we have all known the discrepancy. We all articulate well that the African farmers, the farmers of the Global South, get the raw end of the stick, the raw end of the deal. These new value chains that you're talking about that largely revolve around data also have the African farmer as a key primary source of value, as the source of the raw data. How do we ensure that African farmers, again, in this next opportunity of value creation are not getting the raw end of value creation that is emerging? And are there any specific things that yourselves are involved in to ensure that our African farmers greatly benefit in this new value creation opportunity?
It's a very good question, and it's also a question for specialists. The way we position ourselves is like a company, a tech company that can help implement the vision of the one on the ground, the one on the farms, the authorities dealing with them on an everyday basis. But I think that if we create new links, new internal links between provider of seeds or equipment, for example, and farmers and cooperatives who need these equipment, we can find less intermediaries in the chain, and we also can find lower prices, because it's a question of market also, but in some countries it's all regulated, but some countries it's not. So giving access to the information is key. That's why I repeated data, data, data. When I have the information, I can do what I want. But first, I need to have information. So we need to firstly think of the way we design this platform so that people have the right information. We are talking about value addition, but we can talk about loss also. Imagine someone who doesn't have the information on the weather. I am, for example, a private company, and I want to finance warehouses for storage. Okay, so I do that this year. But I have no way of controlling the weather, and I have no information about the weather for the next month and for the next year. Some people do, I don't. So I will invest. If projection goes down, I lose my money. So we need to think, and it's not me, but it's specialists of the question. We need to think of the way we design this platform, and that's why we said that it responds to needs, to reasons identified. And there are many challenges, and it depends on countries, on regions, on an African level. There are standard challenges, etc. But again, I think it's a question of how we want to share this information, because at the end of the day, we work on information systems. So information systems need to correspond to the vision that we have, and then we can see with the modules that we put in place, with the links that we create, the value it can clearly add to the farmer.
Great, thank you so much. We will now take a round of questions. I'll ask those with the mic to move closer to the hands. So we're going to do one quick round. There's a gentleman here in a suit, followed by the one behind him with his hand raised in a white shirt, and I think there's a lady here. So we'll start with those.
Thank you very much, Kwame, and your panelists for a very engaging and very deep explanation of the role of technology in coffee value addition. My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I work with a new intergovernmental organization called Organization of Southern Cooperation. It's based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And I want to thank the organizers for the breadth of topics that have been put together in this subject of coffee value addition. That it's from research to technology and to the other aspects that have been addressed in the previous sessions. This speaks to the fact that investments that will bring value addition do not only happen in the soil and in agriculture, but they inevitably are a whole of society and a whole of government approach to ensure that we get the value that we need, to get the returns that we deserve, and impact the pockets of the farmers that we work to ensure that they get best value for money. But my question is this, regarding technology. In what part of the technology vehicle is Africa sitting? Are we passengers that are being driven, or are we in the driving seat of developing technologies that are endogenous and that are reflective of our countries and our other peculiarities? We have seen situations where Africa and many other global south countries are dumping grounds for technology. Think about the first mobile phones that came and how they are now rusting on heaps of graveyards of e-waste. There are many examples where technology that we import becomes obsolete within 5 to 10 years. So the panelists, how important is it for Africa to develop indigenous technologies that are owned by us, that don't make us dependent on foreign technologies, so that we can build, in addition to value addition, build the independence that we truly deserve? Because if we don't, you can just imagine if WhatsApp chose to close, or Twitter decided to call itself Y, what that would mean. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Julius. The gentleman behind, if you can get straight to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Kwame, and your panelists. My name is Matthew Katash. I work for Uganda Coffee Development Authority. And I also want to add my voice to Julius's and thank you and your panelists for this rich presentation you've done this morning. Traceability of coffee is an increasing wave and requirement, especially by the consumer side. However, it's a new introduction, especially on this continent, when it comes to our rural farming households. And as such, there could be some challenges, especially when it comes to data collection. For example, there are aspects when you're collecting data, and I liked Mr. Kwesi's detailed presentation of registering farmers in Lyantonde. But however, I think there could be some challenges when it comes to collecting data in relation to sensitive aspects, especially to individuals. For example, if ladies here would be honest with us, some of them, if you ask them how old they are when you're collecting data, that may spoil their mood, and you may not end up getting qualitative information. If you ask the farmer, for example, how big is your land? I would ask you, what is your interest in getting to know the size of my land? So, for the people who have done it like Mr. Kwesi, what approaches have you used to practically overcome such resistance and be able to obtain qualitative data? Because the way we package this information, considering that if we must sell our coffee to good markets, we must show the buyer where this coffee is coming from. We must make sure that our farmers embrace this. But how have you been able to overcome such challenges? Secondly, I believe, Mr. Kwesi, when you say you're selling coffee that is traceable to the source, and you get your phone and display it to your buyer, it is very appeasing. They'll be very happy to give you the price as Chika Coffee Company of that coffee. But then the question is, does this bring an increase in the price differential? The farmer whose data you have collected, does he benefit in any way by having a positive increase in their price of coffee from the previous price they were earning before getting registered? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. And then there was a lady, if I recall, there was a lady on this, around here. Yeah, so we'll take 3 questions in this first round. Madam, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My question goes to Mr. Kwesi, especially regarding the blockchain technology. So I would like to know, for most of the people in value addition here that are not on the blockchain, how does someone become a participant on the blockchain? And there was a very intriguing statement you made of raising capital using the blockchain, which I think was a very good idea, because yesterday we were discussing about financing. So this might be a good way for financing. So my question is, what are the regulations on the blockchain? If people choose to participate, how do they safeguard their investments? And then the other question is, do we have any statistics of companies that have adopted the blockchain in Africa, in East Africa, in Uganda, so that we can model and benchmark and move forward? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll just do quick. Okay, since the mic is there, sir, if you can just ask the question. Get straight to the question.
Thank you. I am very appreciative of the innovations being taken by Director Chikakofi. Now I'm asking, Mr., why did you decide to start the project in Lyantonde? Because Lyantonde is known as a grazing place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So there's been a disproportionate amount of questions going to Mr. Kwesi. But that notwithstanding, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to respond. And a lot of the questions that have been asked touch directly the various areas they're working on. So from your perspective, if you can comment, we'll start with Ahmed. There was this question about the vehicle. Where is Africa in the technology vehicle? Are we drivers? Are we conductors? Are we passengers? Are we turnboys? And so on. So you've had the questions, friends. Please respond.
Okay, I would say first that we don't have to invent technology to be able to use it. It's a way you adapt things. There's something called blue ocean. It's a marketing concept, which means that you can use technology available, but you make your own sauce, and it makes sense for you. So we don't have to invent internet, it already exists. We don't have to internet blockchain systems, it already exists. So we need to think of the way we use them. How is it appropriate for us and for the different actors? So we are not nor drivers nor followers. We are both, because we have a genius brains in our countries, and we shouldn't talk only about equipments, but softwares. Softwares makes a difference, and we have very good engineers in all of our countries who are brilliant, and this is a good thing for tomorrow.
Any other point you want to comment on regarding the questions?
Regarding the data collection, maybe it's true that if you build your house on wrong data, you do wrong things. So it's a good question. I think they will better answer to that question, but there are already many systems that exist in the place to avoid starting with false raw data. I think you showed us some photos of pretty good systems that can allow collecting right data. Regarding, I prefer to let them respond to that.
Okay, Kwesi.
Thank you. I want to first touch on the first question, where are we as Africa? I think Africa is in prime position. We're really at the front because we have the greatest need. Technology is about innovations to make life and business better, so we have the biggest need here. I think what we need to focus on is two things. One, soft skills, which we've done. I think my Kenyan brothers here, Kenya might be top 5, if not top 10, global destinations for tech startups. What they've done in fintech is very impressive, and that's because of the soft skills. It's because of people with coding and programming capabilities, and people who are willing to adapt and use this technology. The second thing is the hard skilling. The president spoke in the opening about not wanting to let minerals leave Uganda. Many of the rare earth minerals and lithium, some of the things that power these devices are here, just under our feet here in Uganda. But we need to learn the hard skills, the manufacturing. How can we make devices and sensors? Like I said, Internet of Things, it feeds off of the devices which are using the internet to communicate information, weather patterns, monitoring the movement of vehicles, monitoring how many inputs have gone into a coffee plantation. So those devices must be manufactured in Africa. Where do you have the minerals? It's now about educating young people to learn these skills. And you start with where you are with what you have. Where do you have the minerals? We have the need. Where do you have the people in the sectors who have the need? So it's us to develop and take charge of that. The next question, I think, was about why Lyantonde. First of all, I'm from Lyantonde. I'm a farmer, so I have coffee there. So I actually started and realized that if I was to go find coffee, I had to engage my community, and so our development as a company came out of us seeing the needs of our community, the needs we need to increase farmers getting more money. That's why we started Lyantonde, and that also ties into the question from the second gentleman, as how do you actually penetrate these communities? You need to work with local officials. When we were mapping, we reached a certain stage, it was close to elections, and now some of our service providers had to go. People are saying, are these people noob? Are they what? They're moving farm to farm. So you have to work with your local community. You have to work with model farmers. You have to work. The good thing about rural communities is anyone in leadership, whether LC1, LC3, if there's coffee in that community, they're also a coffee farmer. So start with those people. Start with the communities where you know it's the same social science as trading or buying coffee. Then there was the price differential. You asked how does that make an impact mapping farmers. Now, when we map farmers, it's not just taking pictures of their gardens and seeing the GPS. We also profile them. How many trees do they have? What fertilizer do they use? What's their yield? Are they fighting pests? As you profile and understand the garden better, you know where the defects are coming from. So if we have a lot of chalky whites, if we know maybe they're fruit flies because the berries are ripening too quickly, if we have twig borer, if we have all of these things, we know what interventions to give the farmer. So yes, it does lead to a differential because we improve the quality of the post-harvest handling and as well of the agronomy the farmers are using. As for blockchain, how to join, where the sector is, I'm going to ask Ndugu Kwame to answer that because he's the leader in this country on everything blockchain, and he knows everything from the policy, from the implementation. So I'll allow him to speak on that if moderators are allowed to speak. Thank you.
Okay, third panelist.
All right, thank you very much, my moderator. Now, I'll start by answering the question on imported technology. When I was presenting, I said that Africa has come of age. And from where I sit, as much as we have not been very vocal on the hardware part of innovation and development, I think we have achieved quite a lot in terms of software. And we know hardware runs software. So the minute we understand and manage to gain the core and get the core of our systems working, then it becomes very easy for us to now work backwards and see what it means for us to have the devices manufactured within. And one of the things that I would speak with authority is we have looked at the last 10 years, and what software companies have done is to localize systems. Localization means that we look at our communities, we look at what works, we repeat, we know what their challenges are, we build technologies that are meant for them. So we are no longer importing technologies, we are using what works, we create platforms that are localized, that are interpretable, that are meant for our communities, so that we are not using Greek, for lack of a better word, to push solutions to our end users and farmers in this particular context. Now, my other part of submission is data systems. You know, you cannot have, you know, we always say in computing, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you don't collect complete data, you don't give the right information. So for you to be able to create efficiency, you must be able to collect complete data. And this is where the issues of training, using local cooperatives to sensitize farmers so that they understand, you must include them. They must know that the information is not just you from a technical perspective, but the beneficiary of this information is from the cooperative all the way. And that value needs to be trained. We need to teach them. We need them to know that this information is not for government consumption, it's for your own use. And over time, they will get used to it. So initially, there's always resistance when you're coming to interactions of innovations. But people, when they start gaining the values over time, you don't need an ear. Within a short period of time, people see the value, and they adapt, and they come in. Now, finally, we were talking about, there was an issue of the value propositions that are brought by technology and how that impacts the end users, who are the farmers, and how do you actually gain these values? And I said earlier, I think this is just a repeat, that the level of completeness of the processes helps us to gain efficiency. Efficiency is gained in saving time, in saving the logistics processes that are involved, because the cost of anything is not just in production, it's in the whole chain process. How do we ensure that we cut down those bureaucracies that are in between by ensuring that technology cuts the processes into small dashes of simple costs so that we can push the money back to the people who deserve it most? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Before we take the next round of questions, which will be our last round, because lunch is almost due, I will break protocol and respond briefly to the questions as a panelist directed. One of the hats I wear is that I chair the Blockchain Association in Uganda. So I'm relatively familiar with the industry and how it has evolved over the years. So I'll just comment based on the knowledge I've built on the questions that were raised regarding the technology. About 2 weeks ago, I was in a meeting in Abu Dhabi. And in the meeting, present was, along with myself, was a gentleman, a Russian gentleman, an Arab gentleman, and someone from Hong Kong, a Chinese gentleman. And in that discussion, one of the people I was with, the gentleman from Russia, was talking about M-Pesa. And they were speaking about how they can be able to create a blockchain-enabled equivalent of M-Pesa. As I listened to the conversation, for me it was a moment to behold that an African-founded solution is being discussed on the lips of people from around the world. And I just thought to myself, this is incredible. Myself, an Arab, a Chinese, and a Russian, talking about M-Pesa. And I said, it is a great thing that African solutions can be and should be created from the continent in response to the needs, a point that has been made repeatedly by the rest of the panelists, in response to the needs. And then those solutions extended and provided both in the local community, like in Liantonde, but across to be scaled. In other words, solutions can and should be created by Africans. Solutions, earlier the point about industrial revolutions was spoken about. As a result of the third industrial revolution, the onset of the internet has made information abundantly available. And with this ubiquity of knowledge, one does not need to be in a first world economy. One does not need to be in Paris or London, but one can actually be seated in a place called Chinawataka or in Munyonyo and have the same understanding and apply that knowledge over the internet in order to create solutions. So solutions can and should be created by Africans, for Africans, who have an understanding of the context and who have been equipped with the knowledge. So that's in response to one of the earlier points. Secondly, in response to the point on blockchain itself. So what we are seeing, I'll just make two comments, one on the regulation side and another on raising capital. On the regulation side, what happens is that rather than technologies being regulated, what makes sense is for use cases to be regulated rather than the technology itself. And so in the context of blockchain in Uganda, we are seeing the central bank that's more involved with things like payment systems coming in to take lead in regulating what are the blockchain solutions that have something to do with payment systems. We are seeing Capital Markets Authority take interest in things to do with securities or virtual assets, to be precise. We are seeing Financial Intelligence Authority. So in other words, rather than the technology itself, you have utility of it being regulated. That's one. Two, regulation follows innovation. So what the trends are is that people begin doing things, and then those who have an interest in regulating then come in. So rather than regulating going fast or regulation going fast, it is preceded by innovation. And so we are seeing a lot of innovation that is going on in blockchain, and I've been involved with some of it. And that innovation is being followed up, naturally so, by regulatory authorities. And a classic example right now is that there's a private member's bill that is being tabled in Parliament to do with virtual assets. And virtual assets is very important, and I'm going to now use that as a segue into raising capital. So we're seeing raising capital in two ways, two main ways. The first is through available data. And through available data, you have algorithms that enable for lenders to be able to realize that so-and-so uses X amount of money, and this is their spending pattern, this is their behavior, and therefore they qualify for this type of facility or this type of loan. And that is being done without any collateral. In other words, the data that is collected on the patterns of behavior of people in any industry, whether it is agriculture or any other, provides sufficient basis upon which resources can be lent. And this is the reason why on our phones today, you'll have the telecom companies saying, borrow an extra 10,000 shillings, or get an extra 10,000 amount of airtime. It is because of patterns that they have observed and learned about your spending or your use of their service. That is one. Secondly, specifically around blockchain and virtual assets. This is a very important point. And this is partly the reason why this bill is being tabled before Parliament. So money can be mobilized today in very new ways. And with something called, it was actually presented by one of the panelists, assets tokenization. You are able to get an asset and essentially split it up, like the way a company splits up and allocates shares. This is essentially it. So you have a piece of land, let's say here, that's valued at about 1 billion shillings. That 1 billion shillings, in order to be mobilized, one person might not have the ability to mobilize that 1 billion, but you can get 1,000 people providing 1 million shillings each, and you have 1 billion shillings that has been mobilized. So just like that can be done for a company, like I mentioned, splitting up shares, so can that now be done for any asset using this technology. So the technology is able to track the detail of every owner or every participant in that technology, in that asset that is being tokenized, that is being sold, and then give them their equivalent of what is due to them, or track diligently, without question, what is due to them. So this is one of the new ways in which resources can be mobilized. And resources can actually be mobilized towards huge projects, whether it's infrastructure projects, whether it's projects for national development. And this is exactly why there's a bill in Parliament. One of my companies is involved with doing the same in the industry of electric mobility. We're able to get a bus and distribute it amongst token holders. And it can be sold to anybody around the world for $1, for $5, for $10, and the 100,000 or 200,000 that is necessary to pay for the asset can actually be easily obtained. And this is a powerful way in which resources can now be raised today. And like I said, it can be used for infrastructure development. It is already being used in other countries around the world in order to raise resources to work on roads, etc. So those are just a few responses regarding blockchain. Now we'll take the next round of questions, which will be the last round because we're about to go for lunch. There's a hand at the back, at the extreme back. There's a hand in the middle, and then our last question will come from, is this wearing black? A gentleman wearing black right here. So let's start with the hand at the back, then to this side, and finally here as we get ready to wrap up. And I'll ask that we get straight to the question.
Is my mic on?
Mic team?
Mic. I think it's okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Eriki. I match 900 up. So
the microphone, please assist Mr. Eriki.
I think it's okay. So what I'm saying is that, for example, we spray on a daily basis. Every single day we are spraying. And the question is, when you are encouraging us to adopt new technologies, for example, if I am spraying with a knapsack sprayer and you want me to move to a motorized sprayer, or you want me to move to a drone, as you are suggesting, do you have any, for example, a cost-benefit analysis? Yeah, you want to convince me, the farmer, that you move from a knapsack. I think that is what one gentleman was saying, that are you just going to dump technologies on us, or is there going to be one, cost-benefit analysis? Two, are there going to be trials? By the time you want us to adopt spraying with drones, how many farms have you actually gone to? So I think the promoters of technology need also to engage the farmer. For example, for me who is spraying on a daily basis, have you engaged me to see that your technology is going to work for me, is going to make my life easier, is going to bring down my cost of production? And for example, if I am to adopt, for example, at our farm, we moved from using a slasher to using a brush cutting machine. But when we moved from the use of the slasher to the brush cutter, the workers had to learn to use the brush cutter. And of course, when someone is learning, you'll find that they are breaking the what? The technology, and that is already a cost you have to incur, the cost of learning. So my question is, those who are promoting technology, are you also doing thorough work to see that the trials are being done, that this is a tried and tested technology, and two, cost-benefit analysis, and three, steps. Because the farmers are in sizes, there's who adopts a knapsack, who uses a drone, and who uses a motorized sprayer. Because you cannot just say, let us use drones, and everyone now adopts the what? The drone. There's a level that should use a drone, there's a level that should use a knapsack sprayer, there's a level that should use a motorized pump. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next question, and it's one question. if the microphones can move to the hands. Remember, friends, you're asking one question, not a speech, but straight to the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Tamze Jonathan from Wanyitelimba, Uganda Kingdom. Thank you for this opportunity. My question may not be a question specifically, but it goes to Mr. Oliver. He introduced something like, how about we looking at the enhanced online market access, whereby people can put their coffee and we can, other people can come and auction. So you auction your coffee onto the platform so that even our farmers, like we, the Buganda Kingdom, Wanyitelimba, we encourage farmers to grow quality coffee. So I think in that way, our farmers will be able to benefit, whereby we can get some reasonable price from these other buyers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last question, there was a gentleman in a black shirt.
As I said, I'm Joshua Rukundo from Chigezi Coffee Development Academy. My question is on how cheap, no, I don't want to use the word cheap, but how cost effective can these technologies help us? Because you have developed softwares and you are looking at somebody who can develop a tailored software for your organization, and the quotation he gives you at first time scares you away. For example, you want to profile 3,000 coffee farmers, and as you are negotiating, the bill comes 40 million for you to adopt a system. And we have these SMEs that would actually want to standardize their work using the technology you are talking about. But when it comes to developing these softwares, they're expensive. And another thing, even the gadgets that are needed to actually do this process are also expensive. So I would want to know how the issue of infrastructure software development can be cost effective for even the micro farmers and the SMEs that covers the large part of the businesses in the coffee value chain. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ricky, thank you, Jonathan, and also thank you, Mr. Joshua Rukundo. Okay, we'll do the same thing. We'll start from Ahmed, then Kwesi, then Oliver, in response to the questions.
Okay, if I remember, the first question that was asked is how I would say it depends to answer to his questions. He says he has a large farm. Do we engage with him to know if we can use technology in his farm? It always comes from reality. What they do, the devices that are here, they were made because there was a need. So I think the question is not the need. The question is if he talks about cost effectiveness. Is it cost effective for him? This is a question maybe that needs to be taken into account deeper, but it's not the technology itself. I think they have a lot of proofs with what they did on the ground that it works. They are using it on their farm. So the question is not, is it working, is it efficient? The question is, how do you use it yourself? So I think it's maybe discussions you can have with him. There's not one recipe, and there's also the question of training and adoption, which is important also, not to break things, and so I would say that that it depends. What was the second question?
And a lot of the questions, there's a thread. I'm hearing a thread through all of them on appropriate, affordable technology.
The technology is not always expensive. I don't know. I don't know where you got your software from or your devices from, but it's not always expensive, and there are some business models that some companies have which enables to start and grow. So it's not expensive at the start, and the company that provides the services earns money and earns more money when it grows. So there are business models to look at. We cannot say that it's expensive, full point. So again, it depends on what you want to do.
Okay, so in other words, if a solution provider comes to farmers or SMEs and presents a solution that is desirable but expensive in the terms of, in the context of what has just been said, there is a potential to develop alternative business models by the solution provider in order to enable the customer more affordably take up the service.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you. So in other words, customers can...
There are a lot of technological platforms that exist today. A lot. For traceability, for transparency, for sustainability. There are a lot of platforms that exist. So you first need to look at the one that is more appropriate for you. So you need to know what you need and see if the offers that you have correspond to your proper needs, and then you engage discussions. And the point of connecting different actors together is so that, for example, I'm in Ivory Coast, but before coming here, I didn't know them. Now that I know them and I know you, I can contact you and I can talk to you. We don't have to wait every year to meet physically to be able to talk. It's by engaging this type of discussion 365 days a year that we can find ways for systems to be less expensive for them. So, yeah, this is the way I see it anyway.
All right. Thank you. Kwesi, you can respond, but also as we wrap up, you can share any parting shots.
Okay, no problem. First of all, I think talked about cost-benefit analysis. If you have 900 acres and you spray every day, I think you'd be interested to know whether you're spraying too much and wasting the product, first of all. I think you're buying whatever you're spraying. So, and the learning curve of teaching people how to learn and adopt new technologies, I think these roles are meant for the people who are actually selling you these devices. Again, we're talking here about technology and how it makes decision-making easier by giving people more information. There are people already selling inputs, there are people already selling fertilizer, there are people already selling, so it's the sales agents, in this case, to show you the cost-benefit analysis. But just in an overall level, I think saying that finding out more information about how how my practices are affecting my coffee, that cannot hurt you. Information cannot hurt you. It's about getting the data, like we talked about. It's about having systems which meet the user's need. The second point, I think, the capital cost, how to manage a capital cost. If you say mapping 3,000 farmers is expensive, well, these things are already being done by exporters. Exporters here are already funding certification. They are funding mapping because they need it for their traceability. By 2025, they won't be able to sell coffee in Europe unless they address some of these concerns. The problem with farmer groups at times, because I've talked to people who invested over $500,000 in certification in Rwenzori region, for example, is after they've done this work, are you going to sell them the coffee or are you going to go sell it to someone else? So I think if you give good off-taker agreements, you can find that the capital cost is paid for by anyone who's going to buy your coffee, because they know these interventions are going to improve the quality and the quantity of the coffee. The second big thing we need to look at is governments. Governments already see the need for this. We have now a project in irrigation, which is funded by some developmental partners, but it's being rolled out and irrigation systems are being put. For us, as an entrepreneur and as the tech people next to me, the job is to figure out what's out there and how can it work. At the end of the day, when you see that it works, the stakeholders will put up the money, whether it's government who's going to tax whatever coffee you're exporting, whether it's the exporter who's getting money roasting your coffee. That's where the money is going to come from. So all technology, all innovations, when they're new, they're scary and they're confusing to understand. But we have to keep moving forward because a data-driven approach to decision-making is going to enhance your business productivity 100%.
Great. Thank you, Kwesi. Oliver, you can respond and
Sorry,
also...
one more thing, if we said parting shots.
Okay.
It's like I said, we're in Liantone, but we're open to mapping and connecting with farmer groups from all over the country, and that's what we're doing. We have groups in Kalungu we're working with. We have groups in Rakai we're working with. So I'm open, and we're open to doing more with other farmer groups. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Oliver.
All right, thank you.
And also your parting shots.
Yes. I'll start by responding to one, Andrew, who was talking about the cost-benefits analysis on technology. I think it is an obvious item when you look at economies of scale. If you're looking at efficiencies in your production, by default, you must look at ways that you are able to efficiently and effectively manage those processes so that you bring down your costs and you save time on things that you want to do. And I think even before you do a scientific study, some things are very practical, out there, practical. You try something, you've seen other people. For example, today if you go to some of the tea estates in Kenya, they have automated most of their processes. You will find the farm workers who work there are on devices where they're only managing time and they're not managing systems and processes that need to be done. So some of these things really depend on your level of openness and adaptability to change and get things done in a better way. Number two, I wanted to respond on the issue of e-commerce and how to create online platforms for auction for coffee. I think all these things are subject to regulatory frameworks and policies that the governments, as they sign their treaties and trade affairs, come to. Because the technology is there, we can be able to create these platforms. They're already happening. We have different products that have been included in cars that have been auctioned online, and trades happen effectively. So I think for me, it is a conversation we are starting, and we need to take it forward, even in the G-25, and see how to adapt to that quickly. Now, the last one was Joshua, who mentioned that technology is expensive. Now, we have moved from the stories of where we used to sell software, and now we sell service. It's called cloud computing, software as a service. You pay for software on the go. So if the next 4 months you're not using the system, you don't need to pay for it. So we have adopted to a station where we made software available and accessible and affordable to users by allowing them to pay on the go. So you only use for what you need. So the system, you don't need to buy servers. Cloud computing allows you to host the system in one place, create accounts for different regimes or different users, and then from there, adapt and use on the go. So we don't have to think about software being an expensive affair anymore moving forward. We have actually built systems for ourselves. We cannot make them unavailable. We cannot make them expensive, because why are we keeping them if you're not making them available to yourselves to use? So as I conclude, I think, and I believe that as we move into the next era of Africa trading among themselves, coffee becoming an important part of us, it is very crucial, very, very crucial that we start adapting processes and systems that will help us to move forward in a better way, a more efficient way. Systems that will help, the decision makers who are in the industry to adapt faster, to be able to compete at the same level in the rest of the globe and the rest of the markets where coffee is coming from, so that we also get a competitive advantage and the rest of the world can look at us and see we have to negotiate with these people. They know what they're doing, they have it, they have what it takes, they have the cloud, they have the technology, they have the people, and when all these things are done, we will empower outcomes. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. What was that statement that you said we can take to the bank in 10 years?
In 10 years, data, software, services, in technology is what we will be selling. And that is what we will take to the bank. Because like he said, you look at data, someone looks at the performance of a farmer, and against that performance of a farmer, you can give them money. You know? So without technology, without innovation, without adapting to these technologies, we will be stuck for a long time. But we can accelerate our growth by adopting processes and systems that will help us move forward faster.
Very good, very good. So when we meet for the Coffee Summit in 10 years' time, we'll remember this statement, and we'll hold you accountable because we need to make sure that...
Hold me today.
Very good. Asante Sana. Thank you so much to this great panel. And it was only Ahmed, you hadn't given a parting shot. Do you want to say something? Please go ahead. Oh, you did? Okay, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to this great panel. And we will now hand the floor back to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much. Quick announcements before we finalize this, just before people step out. If you have not checked out of your hotel room, we're kindly asking you to do that. Checkout was 1 p.m., so if you can please check out right after that. We want to take this opportunity to thank you very much, Mr. Kwame, for leading us in this session. I was rooting for you. You were almost there, 10 minutes above, but I was there going, this is going to be the one that we finish right on time. But 10 minutes is still great. We've made very good progress with time. So I thank you very much for leading us. I thank you very much to the panelists for a very, very informative session. To our delegates here, I see that there's still more questions, so feel free to connect with these gentlemen right after this session, get their contacts, ask as many questions as possible. I'm now going to call two people to help us give a token of appreciation. We will start with Mr. Julius Mchunguzi from the Organization of the Southern Cooperation. If you can please come and help give a token of appreciation, and you'll be giving it to the two gentlemen. Then after Mr. Julius, we will also ask Mr. Michael Ndomping from Cameroon. He's the Managing Director of the Organization of Coffee and Cocoa, and he'll also present the token of appreciation to two of our panelists. Thank you very much. And right after this, lunch is served, the two same places that we had lunch yesterday. And we're kindly asking all our delegates to come back for our afternoon and the last session of the G-25 summit, which we will start at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey, in the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth, in the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Uganda, the destination of the month. Uganda, a land of pristine natural beauty and a tourist haven for visitors from all across the world, is a perfect getaway for travelers from the Middle East. Described as the Pearl of Africa by Winston Churchill, Uganda offers some of Africa's finest geographical and natural beauty. Source of the mighty River Nile and home to one of the greatest concentrations of primates on the planet, this magnificent country is a true African gem waiting to be discovered. Tourists can also witness the abundant wildlife that roams freely in the country's many national parks and jungle reserves. Adventure tourism is also a popular draw for those visiting Uganda. The country's gushing rivers provide excellent opportunities for whitewater rafting. Indeed, Uganda is a tourist paradise. World-class hotels, hospitable people, good climate, and an abundance of wildlife make Uganda one of the most attractive tourist destinations in East Africa. Just a 5-hour flight from Dubai and other GCC countries, Uganda is fast emerging as a popular destination for travelers from the Arabian Gulf region. Direct flights from the Middle East region to Uganda have improved air connectivity, which in turn has led to an increase in the number of tourists traveling to Uganda from Middle East countries like the United Arab Emirates. The editorial team from the Holiday Guide magazine traveled across Uganda to experience and explore the various tourist attractions in Uganda. As soon as we landed in Uganda's picturesque airport at Entebbe, we found ourselves surrounded by open vistas, lush green countryside, and the hospitality of the local people. After spending a night in Kampala, we found ourselves driving through Uganda's lush green countryside to our destination, the Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, to meet the endangered and elusive mountain gorillas. Surprisingly, the road network in Uganda is excellent. not something one would expect in most African countries. Our drive across Uganda was an enjoyable experience as we passed through small villages and towns and observed the simple lifestyle of people living in rural Uganda. After our initial briefing, the trek up to the gorillas took us through the forest, and we soon realized why they call it the impenetrable forest. We had to literally make our way through this dense forest to reach the home of the endangered mountain gorillas. Our team was led by a group of experienced guides and park rangers who guided our team through this rough terrain and helped us navigate through the thick forest. Coming face to face with these elusive primates is an experience one cannot forget. Contrary to their false reputation as the marauding apes, these are in fact very docile and easygoing animals, often also known as the gentle giants. You can't find these endangered mountain gorillas in any zoo, as they cannot survive in captivity. In fact, these elusive animals can only be found and seen in Africa. That too in just 3 countries: Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Rwanda. There are approximately just 786 mountain gorillas remaining in the world, with approximately half of them living in Uganda's Bwindi Impenetrable Forest and the adjoining Mgahinga Gorilla Park. Interestingly, these gorillas share 98% of their genetic composition with us humans.
Very relaxed. He's not disturbed, and he's in his natural habitat. And as you can see, since this is dry season, the food is scarce, and that's why we have to go far and wide in search of food.
On our way to Fort Portal, we passed through the internationally acclaimed Ishasha sector of the famous Queen Elizabeth National Park, which is home to over 612 species of birds, buffaloes, elephants, and hippos, as well as the famous tree-climbing lions of Ishasha. It is somewhat uncommon for lions to climb trees. There are no more than 2 populations in the whole world of such lions that climb trees. One of these populations is found within the Ishasha sector, and the other population is found in Lake Manyara National Park in Tanzania. Driving through the Ishasha sector of the Queen Elizabeth National Park is an experience that will surely rejuvenate your senses. It was certainly a welcome break from the traffic jams on the Dubai-Sharjah road for our team. The highlight of our team's visit to Uganda this time has to be the beautiful views of Lake Bunyonyi, located in the district of Kabale in southwest Uganda. The calm waters of the lake reflect the verdant hills around it.
As you can see behind me, this is the picturesque Lake Bunyoni, and this is one of the famous tourist spots in Uganda, and it is a perfect getaway for Middle East tourists because the weather here is really nice.
Much of the shoreline around the lake and swathes of the larger of the 29 islands have been converted to subsistence farming. While this has no doubt robbed the lake of the deep green beauty of Uganda's natural vegetation, the snaking course of the water's edge and the rolling hills that overlook it are still undeniably stunning. Bunyonyi is one of the safest lakes in Africa. It has no hippos or crocodiles and is a perfect place for a splash in the water. A number of budget and luxury accommodation options are available around Lake Bunyonyi and in the nearby KAMPALA town. Whether you're on your way to visit the mountain gorillas in Bwindi Forest National Park or in Rwanda, Lake Bunyonyi is an ideal choice for a stopover. Located in western Uganda, Fort Portal is another town the Holiday Guide team visited on their 20-day trip across Uganda. The quaint little town has an old world charm and boasts of some excellent hotels, like the Mountain of the Moon, where we stayed for the night. We visited the famous waterfall and caves at Baberi-Ganyamwiru in Kabalori district, located 10 kilometers from Fort Portal. The area the waterfalls are located in is a beautiful spot with open spaces set in typical African rural settings. We had to walk through a jungle path up to the waterfall. The scenic beauty around the cave is food for the soul. Nature walks to the nearby crater lakes can also be arranged by your guide. However, despite the many tourist attractions in Uganda, the country has not realized the full benefits from its tourism industry as compared to its neighboring countries such as Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Uganda's total tourism receipts, for example, fell from 56 billion shillings to 42.6 billion shillings 3 years back, a loss of almost 25%. One of the main reasons for this could be the lack of effective promotional activities undertaken by government-appointed bodies like the Uganda Tourism Board. We asked some industry experts about their views on Uganda's tourism industry.
Gene, Uganda's tourism industry has been growing at a rapid pace in recent times. How do you see the industry growing in the coming years?
The tourism industry is on a very good trajectory. We have, as a country, we have what we call the National Development Plan 2 that is supposed to guide us on which sectors are going to lead the growth of the economy the next couple of years. And tourism is one of the 3 top sectors, so that being agriculture, tourism, and minerals, oil and gas. So the fact that tourism has been recognized by government as one of the key drivers in the next few years of our economy shows that tourism is really growing. I think Uganda is what I would call, first of all, Uganda is the pearl of Africa. So we uniquely stand out, like Winston Churchill said. We stand out both in terms of the product that we have to offer. I mean, we have unrivaled products. We are the source of the Nile. We have half of the world's population of mountain gorillas. We have the big five in Uganda. Friendly people, the great weather, the amazing food. So I see Uganda as a giant that is now just beginning to find her footing.
Uganda's tourism industry has been growing steadily. I know you must know the history of Uganda and the turmoil and instability our country went through, which led to a slowdown in the tourism sector because of lack of infrastructure, lack of peace. But since the NRM government took over power, there's been quite a growth in the tourism sector. Years before, it was the fastest growing sector, and it was bringing in a lot of foreign exchange. But like I said, it was taken over by those events. But now, with peace, which is a prerequisite to this sector, and stability and infrastructure development, there's been a lot of growth. And right now, as you might have heard in the previous interviews, the tourism sector has been contributing a lot, about 9% of Uganda's growth, GDP. And I believe that in the years to come, it's even going to grow even better.
Uganda's tourism is a story of transformation, a story of growth, a story of discovery. In the last 10 years alone, our numbers have grown from 700,000 to 1.4 million visitors arriving. And that is exemplified also by the fact that Uganda has been known as the pearl of Africa. The reason why tourism has grown is because, number one, we have the best climate in the world, if you like. We are right on the equator, but we have snow on the equator. Much of the country is over 600 feet above sea level. So it gives us a both hot and cool climate. We are not humid. Because of our geographical location on the equator and the altitude, there's such an incidence of wildlife and nature. So the country is green for most of the year. We have about 4 rainfall seasons. The country is lush, is green, the people are friendly, the temperatures are fantastic, the business climate is very, very conducive. We are only 4 hours from South Africa, Southern Africa. We are 5 hours from the Middle East, 8 hours from Europe, 4 hours from West Africa. So we are very, very conveniently placed in terms of connectivity.
Travel and tourism contributes approximately 4% to the total GDP, or just $2 million, while agriculture contributes around 25%, industry 20%, and services 54%. However, all this is about to change as Uganda's government plans to implement new policies to promote its tourism industry in new and emerging markets like the Middle East. In 2016, the Ministry of Finance almost doubled its budget for tourism promotion to 30 billion shillings. This money was directly given to the Ministry of Tourism and Uganda Tourism Board to attract investments into Uganda's growing tourism industry and to attract tourists from new and emerging tourist markets across the world. However, not much is being done in the name of advertising and promotions, and Uganda's tourism industry has remained largely unrepresented in many growing tourist markets like the Middle East. By promoting itself as a popular tourist destination, Uganda can also attract substantial foreign direct investments into its growing tourism industry. Currently, Uganda receives just 1.4 million international tourists compared to just 600,000 the country received in 2006. The government aims to attract over 4 million tourists by 2020, thereby making the tourism industry one of the major contributors to Uganda's GDP. Undoubtedly, Uganda is an emerging tourist destination for travelers from the Middle East. Given Uganda's diverse landscape, flora and fauna, and its national parks, the country enjoys large potential for the development of nature tourism. It has wildlife safaris, gorilla tracking, adventure tourism, bird watching, and cultural tourism. It has mountains, the source of the Nile, and the Great Lakes. The country has also won accolades from various international travel publications. Lonely Planet named Uganda its top destination for 2012, and National Geographic Traveler selected the Virungas as one of the 20 must-see places for 2012. Figures from the UN World Tourism Organization showed that Uganda tourism has grown strongly since the turn of the century, with numbers of visitors growing fivefold between 2001 and 2010. Uganda's tourism industry offers excellent opportunities for investments, especially in the hotel industry. We asked the experts about these opportunities.
What are the investment opportunities available for foreign investors in Uganda's booming tourism industry?
There's still a lot of opportunities, especially in lodges in the national parks, in hotels in upcountry, even hotels in the city. We don't have enough beds that we can boast of, like to really hold big conferences. And I believe the opportunities both in building new hotels, but also in improving and training people that are working in these hotels. Because in hotels, what is important is not a building, it's the services. And I believe there's an opportunity even in setting up like a training school in this country.
The demand growing, there's a need for supply. And therefore we've seen from the growth projections that we have, the growth numbers that have ensured, we've also seen a corresponding amount of investment. In the last 10 years alone, we've opened over 40 properties in the country, and not just small properties, big properties, big names. We're seeing a large number of big brands coming into the country. But what is critical here is that therein lies an opportunity. You know, where there's demand, there's need for supply. We've seen the growth of small budgets, medium to high end growing. We've also seen a corresponding number of apartments, lodges, and equally the need for services to come through. Very good restaurants, international cuisine, service delivery, managerial engagements from very, very good service providers. That number is critical right now, and we feel very strongly that going forward, we need more brands.
About 12 national parks in Uganda and about 10 game reserves. And all these, accommodation is still lacking. That's why when you go to a national park, accommodation is expensive because we don't have enough beds. So this is one of the areas that is available for investment for hotels, for people to come and put up hotels in the national parks. Again, Uganda is a beautiful and well-endowed country. Most of these attraction areas do not have accommodation, which again is an opportunity for all investors looking to invest in the sector. So as somebody who is on the ground, as somebody who visits these hotels regularly, I see the need for more hotels. I also see the opportunities for more hotels, and most importantly, the need for the big brand name hotels. As a country, we are now looking at the MICE market, so meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. For this to be a success, we need to have enough hotel rooms to be able to accommodate the large number of delegates that we're looking at being able to come and tap into the MICE market. So Again, this is a very big opportunity for the country to put up a conference bureau whereby now we can be able to attract these big international conferences. We already have the tourist attractions. We already have the infrastructure in place. Now, if we had the quality of hotels, the 4 5-star hotels that are needed to be able to bring in these big conferences, that is an opportunity for us as Ugandans, as a country, and also for investors who are now looking at Africa as the new frontier.
There's a good return on investment. I think we are one of the countries that once you put your money here, you'll be assured of a good return on investment. So I call upon all those people. I know United Arab Emirates are people with money to expand their horizons. Many times people don't know about Africa. So they hear about Africa and all they get is bad publicity, bad news, disease, HIV and all that. But that happens everywhere in the world. But they should learn that in Africa they are good people. It's a beautiful country. And sometimes people take Africa as if it's just one nation, especially those European countries. Many times they think Africa, one bad thing happens to Nigeria and they think it is in Uganda. But Uganda is my country. It's gifted by nature. You will not find any climate. I know. I fly to United Arab Emirates every day. But you can't find such climate anywhere. So I urge them, and I know that we have a lot in common with our brothers and sisters in the United Arab Emirates as countries that we are developing. And I believe that what I've seen in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, can be done in this country if we just make connections, the right connections. And the best way to make connections is to go and see for yourself.
As our team headed back to Dubai, we carried back with us memories of this beautiful land and the warm hospitality of its people. A journey we thoroughly enjoyed and would most certainly recommend to our readers and followers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this second G25 Africa Coffee Summit. here in Kampala, Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is transforming the African coffee industry through value addition, and is therefore not only topical, but also very timely and very relevant.
On behalf of the member states of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, I would like to convey our gratitude to President Yoweri Museveni and his government for accepting to host the second G-25 Africa Coffee Summit. Uganda is the birthplace of Robusta coffee, so this is really a great honor for the country.
We are making significant efforts to add value to our coffee so that we stop exporting wealth and jobs. The G25 Summit is a very good platform to discuss value addition of coffee in Africa, and Uganda is committed in this direction. Let me congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries on successfully hosting this summit.
Continental Free Trade Area private sector strategy that anchors the development of regional value chains prioritizes coffee value addition as a key deliverable in the aforementioned strategy. And finally, 4, request that the African Development Bank and the African Export and Import Bank provide dedicated financial resources to boost coffee production and enhance coffee value addition.
In the last 60 years, I have been involved in the struggle against this modern slavery for Africa. The curse of producing raw materials for cleverer people in the world to add value to those raw materials and get much more value from them. In conclusion, I propose to say that global affluence will benefit everybody. Down with imperialism, down with the parasitism, long live the win-win strategy.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here, in the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey, in the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Uganda, the destination of the month. Uganda, a land of pristine natural beauty and a tourist haven for visitors from all across the world, is a perfect getaway for travelers from the Middle East. Described as the Pearl of Africa by Winston Churchill, Uganda offers some of Africa's finest geographical and natural beauty. Source of the mighty River Nile and home to one of the greatest concentrations of primates on the planet, this magnificent country is a true African gem waiting to be discovered. Tourists can also witness the abundant wildlife that roams freely in the country's many national parks and jungle reserves. Adventure tourism is also a popular draw for those visiting Uganda. The country's gushing rivers provide excellent opportunities for whitewater rafting. Indeed, Uganda is a tourist paradise. World-class hotels, hospitable people, good climate, and an abundance of wildlife make Uganda one of the most attractive tourist destinations in East Africa. Just a 5-hour flight from Dubai and other GCC countries, Uganda is fast emerging as a popular destination for travelers from the Arabian Gulf region. Direct flights from the Middle East region to Uganda have improved air connectivity, which in turn has led to an increase in the number of tourists traveling to Uganda from Middle East countries like the United Arab Emirates. The editorial team from the Holiday Guide magazine traveled across Uganda to experience and explore the various tourist attractions in Uganda. As soon as we landed in Uganda's picturesque airport at Entebbe, we found ourselves surrounded by open vistas, lush green countryside, and the hospitality of the local people. After spending a night in Kampala, we found ourselves driving through Uganda's lush green countryside to our destination, the Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, to meet the endangered and elusive mountain gorillas. Surprisingly, the road network in Uganda is excellent. not something one would expect in most African countries. Our drive across Uganda was an enjoyable experience as we passed through small villages and towns and observed the simple lifestyle of people living in rural Uganda. After our initial briefing, the trek up to the gorillas took us through the forest, and we soon realized why they call it the impenetrable forest. We had to literally make our way through this dense forest to reach the home of the endangered mountain gorillas. Our team was led by a group of experienced guides and park rangers who guided our team through this rough terrain and helped us navigate through the thick forest. Coming face to face with these elusive primates is an experience one cannot forget. Contrary to their false reputation as the marauding apes, these are in fact very docile and easygoing animals, often also known as the gentle giants. You can't find these endangered mountain gorillas in any zoo, as they cannot survive in captivity. In fact, these elusive animals can only be found and seen in Africa. That too in just 3 countries: Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Rwanda. There are approximately just 786 mountain gorillas remaining in the world, with approximately half of them living in Uganda's Bwindi Impenetrable Forest and the adjoining Mgahinga Gorilla Park. Interestingly, these gorillas share 98% of their genetic composition with us humans.
Very relaxed. He's not disturbed, and he's in his natural habitat. And as you can see, since this is dry season, the food is scarce, and that's why we have to go far and wide in search of food.
On our way to Fort Portal, we passed through the internationally acclaimed Ishasha sector of the famous Queen Elizabeth National Park, which is home to over 612 species of birds, buffaloes, elephants, and hippos, as well as the famous tree-climbing lions of Ishasha. It is somewhat uncommon for lions to climb trees. There are no more than 2 populations in the whole world of such lions that climb trees. One of these populations is found within the Ishasha sector, and the other population is found in Lake Manyara National Park in Tanzania. Driving through the Ishasha sector of the Queen Elizabeth National Park is an experience that will surely rejuvenate your senses. It was certainly a welcome break from the traffic jams on the Dubai-Sharjah road for our team. The highlight of our team's visit to Uganda this time has to be the beautiful views of Lake Bunyonyi, located in the district of Kabale in southwest Uganda. The calm waters of the lake reflect the verdant hills around it.
As you can see behind me, this is the picturesque Lake Bunyoni, and this is one of the famous tourist spots in Uganda, and it is a perfect getaway for Middle East tourists because the weather here is really nice.
Much of the shoreline around the lake and swathes of the larger of the 29 islands have been converted to subsistence farming. While this has no doubt robbed the lake of the deep green beauty of Uganda's natural vegetation, the snaking course of the water's edge and the rolling hills that overlook it are still undeniably stunning. Bunyonyi is one of the safest lakes in Africa. It has no hippos or crocodiles and is a perfect place for a splash in the water. A number of budget and luxury accommodation options are available around Lake Bunyonyi and in the nearby KAMPALA town. Whether you're on your way to visit the mountain gorillas in Bwindi Forest National Park or in Rwanda, Lake Bunyonyi is an ideal choice for a stopover. Located in western Uganda, Fort Portal is another town the Holiday Guide team visited on their 20-day trip across Uganda. The quaint little town has an old-world charm and boasts of some excellent hotels, like the Mountain of the Moon, where we stayed for the night. We visited the famous waterfall and caves at Maberiganyamwiru in Kabalore district, located 10 kilometers from Fort Portal. The area the waterfalls are located in is a beautiful spot with open spaces set in typical African rural settings. We had to walk through a jungle path up to the waterfall. The scenic beauty around the cave is food for the soul. Nature walks to the nearby crater lakes can also be arranged by your guide. However, despite the many tourist attractions in Uganda, the country has not realized the full benefits from its tourism industry as compared to its neighboring countries such as Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Uganda's total tourism receipts, for example, fell from 56 billion shillings to 42.6 billion shillings 3 years back, a loss of almost 25%. One of the main reasons for this could be the lack of effective promotional activities undertaken by government-appointed bodies like the Uganda Tourism Board. We asked some industry experts about their views on Uganda's tourism industry.
Gene, Uganda's tourism industry has been growing at a rapid pace in recent times. How do you see the industry growing in the coming years?
The tourism industry is on a very good trajectory. We have, as a country, we have what we call the National Development Plan 2 that is supposed to guide us on which sectors are going to lead the growth of the economy in the next couple of years. And tourism is one of the 3 top sectors, so that being agriculture, tourism, and minerals, oil and gas. So the fact that tourism has been recognized by government as one of the key drivers in the next few years of our economy shows that tourism is really growing. I think Uganda is what I would call, first of all, Uganda is the pearl of Africa. So we uniquely stand out, like Winston Churchill said. We stand out both in terms of the product that we have to offer. I mean, we have unrivaled products. We are the source of the Nile. We have half of the world's population of mountain gorillas. We have the big five in Uganda. Friendly people, the great weather, the amazing food. So I see Uganda as a giant that is now just beginning to find her footing.
Uganda's tourism industry has been growing steadily. I know you must know the history of Uganda and the turmoil and instability our country went through, which led to a slowdown in the tourism sector because of lack of infrastructure, lack of peace. But since the NRM government took over power, there's been quite a growth in the tourism sector. Years before, it was the fastest growing sector, and it was bringing in a lot of foreign exchange. But like I said, it was taken over by those events. But now, with peace, which is a prerequisite to this sector, and stability and infrastructure development, there's been a lot of growth. And right now, as you might have heard in the previous interviews, the tourism sector has been contributing a lot, about 9% of Uganda's growth, GDP. And I believe that in the years to come, it's even going to grow even better.
Uganda's tourism is a story of transformation, a story of growth, the story of discovery. In the last 10 years alone, our numbers have grown from 700,000 to 1.4 million visitors arriving. And that is exemplified also by the fact that Uganda has been known as the pearl of Africa. The reason why tourism has grown is because, number one, we have the best climate in the world, if you like. We are right on the equator, but we have snow on the equator. Much of the country is over 600 feet above sea level. So it gives us a both hot and cool climate. We are not humid. Because of our geographical location on the equator and the altitude, there's such an incidence of wildlife and nature. So the country is green for most of the year. We have about 4 rainfall seasons. The country is lush, is green, the people are friendly, the temperatures are fantastic, the business climate is very, very conducive. We are only 4 hours from South Africa, Southern Africa. We are 5 hours from the Middle East, 8 hours from Europe, 4 hours from West Africa. So we are very, very conveniently placed in terms of connectivity.
Travel and tourism contributes approximately 4% to the total GDP, or just $2 million, while agriculture contributes around 25%, industry 20%, and services 54%. However, all this is about to change as Uganda's government plans to implement new policies to promote its tourism industry in new and emerging markets like the Middle East. In 2016, the Ministry of Finance almost doubled its budget for tourism promotion to 30 billion shillings. This money was directly given to the Ministry of Tourism and Uganda Tourism Board to attract investments into Uganda's growing tourism industry and to attract tourists from new and emerging tourist markets across the world. However, not much is being done in the name of advertising and promotions, and Uganda's tourism industry has remained largely unrepresented in many growing tourist markets like the Middle East. By promoting itself as a popular tourist destination, Uganda can also attract substantial foreign direct investments into its growing tourism industry. Currently, Uganda receives just 1.4 million international tourists compared to just 600,000 the country received in 2006. The government aims to attract over 4 million tourists by 2020, thereby making the tourism industry one of the major contributors to Uganda's GDP. Undoubtedly, Uganda is an emerging tourist destination for travelers from the Middle East. Given Uganda's diverse landscape, flora and fauna, and its national parks, the country enjoys large potential for the development of nature tourism. It has wildlife safaris, gorilla tracking, adventure tourism, bird watching, and cultural tourism. It has mountains, the source of the Nile, and the Great Lakes. The country has also won accolades from various international travel publications. Lonely Planet named Uganda its top destination for 2012, and National Geographic Traveler selected the Virungas as one of the 20 must-see places for 2012. Figures from the UN World Tourism Organization showed that Uganda tourism has grown strongly since the turn of the century, with numbers of visitors growing fivefold between 2001 and 2010. Uganda's tourism industry offers excellent opportunities for investments.
Hello,
especially
delegates.
The hotel industry. We ask
Can we convene again? We are about to start. Maybe we just give it 5 minutes because we're already late. I can see we are late by 15 minutes, and this is going to affect our next sessions. Please convene. We need to start right away. We will give you more 5 minutes, please.
Gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this second G-25 Africa Coffee Summit here in Kampala, Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is transforming the African coffee industry through value addition, and is therefore not only topical, but also very timely and very relevant.
On behalf of the member states of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, I would like to convey our gratitude to President Yoweri Museveni and his government for accepting to host the second G25 Africa Coffee Summit. Uganda is the birthplace of Robusta coffee, so this is really a great honor for the country.
Making significant efforts to add value to our coffee so that we stop exporting wealth and jobs. The G25 Summit is a very good platform to discuss value addition of coffee in Africa, and Uganda is committed in this direction. Let me congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries on successfully hosting this summit.
Continental Free Trade Area private sector strategy that anchors the development of regional value chains, prioritizes coffee value addition as a key deliverable in the aforementioned strategy. And finally, 4, request that the African Development Bank and the African Export and Import Bank provide dedicated financial resources to boost coffee production and enhance.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon, delegates. And you're welcome to the last session of the G25 Summit this afternoon. My name is Gerard Chalo. I'll be assisting Maurice, who is not around now, but is on his way. I propose that you take your seats such that we can start. We are already late by 25 minutes. So this afternoon, in your booklet, we have panel 6 on the role of women and youth in value addition. We shall also have panel 7 on emerging issues in the coffee industry. And on panel 7, we shall have 2 topics. Topic 1 is impact of EU regulations on the African coffee sector. And topic 2 will be on the impact of climate change on the African coffee sector. So let's take our seats as we plan and prepare to listen to the panelists. The moderator for panel 6 is Dr. Rosbera Langat, the CEO and co-founder, Turon Coffee, and member Association of Women in Coffee Industry, Kenya. Dr. Rosbera Langat is a career commercial strategist and implementer with intensive experience in various leadership positions, including the fast-moving consumer goods sector, public health, construction industry, and agribusiness across East Africa. She received her Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Nairobi and a Master of Business Administration from United States International University, Africa, and a doctorate in Business Administration from the Catholic University of East Africa. She has also undertaken entrepreneurship studies at Babson College, USA, and specialized coffee fermentation training in Colombia, South America, and women empowerment in agri-tech and agribusiness at Mashav Carmel Golda Meir Institute in Israel. Her research interests emanate from her business practice and community involvement in rural agriculture and the belief that sound research should inform business decisions. Rosbera seeks to use her knowledge to solve business and community problems, particularly in rural agriculture. She is currently an entrepreneur with focus on improving the lives of rural communities through agriculture and agribusiness. She is the CEO and co-founder of Chepsang Hills Coffee Farms that produces specialty coffee called Turon Coffee, with the aim of achieving sustainable production and consumption of coffee. Her entrepreneurial work also aims to create a synergy between the global North and global South through empowering farmers and connecting them with international buyers. Rosbera is particularly interested in finding ways to empower women and youth in rural areas through income generation from agribusiness. Put your hands together for Dr. Langat. Dr. Langat, you will have strictly 1.5 hours for this panel. And yes, I hand over to you, and you can invite your panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone is able to come in so that we can start this session on the role of youth and women in value addition. So as people are continuing to come in, I would like to invite the panelists. We have 3 panelists today who will take us through their presentation on women and youth in value addition. I would like to invite Mrs. Mother Nalubega Wandera, if you could kindly come here and sit at the podium so that I can do the introduction when you are seated here. And secondly, Princess Adeyinga Tekena, kindly come here so that I can introduce you. And then thirdly, Nancy Cheruyot, if you could also kindly come and sit so that I can introduce you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will go ahead and do the introduction so that we can begin our session this afternoon as others are joining us from lunch. I would like to introduce Mother Nalubega Wandera, the one seated at my extreme left. Mother is an international education specialist who is the founder and managing director of Kimco Processors Limited, Uganda. She's also has a social cause and is social-driven coffee business, which operates a CWDR nursery farm, a coffee plantation, a coffee dry milling factory, and a coffee roastery. Mother's coffee brand trades under the brand name Kimco Coffee. For those who are from Uganda, you must have seen Kimco coffee in the market. In addition, Kimco processors roast for other coffee brands that do not own their own roasteries. Kimco Coffee uses part of our revenue to support the efforts for eliminating child labor and contribute to a women economic empowerment project in Luengo district in Uganda. She is a member of the board of directors of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, representing coffee roasters in Uganda, as well as a member of the International Women Coffee Alliance, IWCA. Prior to engaging in the coffee business, Mother worked as an academic director for the United States-based School for International Training, which is called SIT, based here in Uganda. And it's a study abroad program in Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Tanzania, focusing on innovation, social entrepreneurship and design, and development studies, and peace and conflict. Mother's academic qualifications include a Master of Peace and Conflict Studies of Makerere University and a Bachelor of Social Sciences and Sociology, also from Makerere University. She also holds certificates in basic coffee quality assurance, coffee processing essentials, resource efficiency, and circular production in Uganda, and coffee trading and risk management for small and medium enterprises awarded by the ITC in collaboration with Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a basic introduction of Mother. I know she will do her own introduction or addition if she needs to when her turn comes. Secondly, I would also like to introduce Princess Adeyinga Tekena, who is sitting at the middle, as you can see from there. Princess is the founder of one of Nigeria's brands, indigenous premium coffee brands and company, which is called Happy Coffee. And she's also the convener of Lagos Coffee Festival. And Princess is a graduate with high honors from the Harold Washington College and business management, and has a business management degree from the University of Phoenix in Chicago. Her career has transversed government, charity, and business development. She's a life member of Phi Theta Kappa Honors, and it's a roll call, and also a member of the Dean's List. She serves as an advisory member of Apple of All Nations Nigeria and UK. That is a charity for the needy and fatherless. Princess is currently the first elected national president for the Nigeria Women in Coffee. She's the author of the African Coffee Creed for Women. She continues to play a vital role in advocating for the growth of the Nigerian coffee, with a major focus on creating sustainable models to empower the lives of female farmers and youth, while tackling poverty and unemployment. She's passionate about business designs and advancement. She leads to design sustainable growth and development for African women. She continues to build and mentor girls and women across the Nigerian business ecosystem, and that has taken her over 15 years now. She is a well-seasoned speaker with vast expertise in business, enterprise growth, and design management, just to mention a few of the things that she does. She mentors women and young people across Africa, and her vision is to impact intact and practicable knowledge to her audience. She has graced stages both locally and internationally. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Princess will tell us more about herself when she's doing our presentation. Our third presenter is Nancy Cheruiyot. She's sitting nearer to me on the panel there. Nancy is a seasoned coffee expert and specifically focused on the finance side, but currently she is the managing trustee of Commodities Fund Kenya. Commodities Fund funds coffee and other agricultural commodities. She was also previously the managing director of AFCA. She just left to come to Commodities Fund. And generally, she's an expert in coffee financing and also women in coffee. She's a member of Women in Coffee Kenya and International Women in Coffee. I think that's basically the introduction of the panel. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like, as an introduction, before I sit and let the panelists make their presentation, I would wish to thank IACO, Inter-Africa Coffee Organization. The last time we had a meeting in Nairobi, we made a case and said that the panelists were mainly men. There were very few women. Actually, there was only one woman. But this year, there's been an improvement. We've had a lot of women in the panel. So we still want more, but thank you. At least today, this time we had more women. We will not stop there. We will make our presentation. I know the youth will have their case also to make, but what we are saying is that there is a big place or a big part the women can play, especially on the focus of this declaration of Kampala on value addition and, in addition, domestic consumption. I want to show you a small video before I sit down to show you how we can actually create a movement working together both with the rural women, urban women, and the youth to create a coffee-consuming Africa. Please play for me that video. Ladies and gentlemen, before I sit down, that was an event that was done in some rural part of Kenya that was led by women, rural women. They have planted coffee, they are harvesting coffee, but they had never tasted their coffee. But with the help of a number of partners, including the Coffee Directorate and a number of members that are even present here, we roasted coffee and got the women to taste the coffee. And the feedback, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has been a lot of pressure from the same women and from the community that they want value-added coffee. So we have gone ahead now, done the value addition, and coffee is selling in the villages. And this is how we can actually create a movement and many other ways that can be done. But today is not my part to present. The presentation will be done by the panelists that are here. And I would like to invite now the first panelist, Mother, to come and do her presentation. Please enjoy and keep your questions to the end, then we'll respond to all the questions if there will be any.
Good afternoon, everybody, all protocol observed. Thank you, my sister, Dr. Rosbella, for that very kind introduction, very generous. Like she said, my name is Martha, and among the many things that I do, I sit on the Uganda Coffee Development Authority Board of Directors, and I represent coffee roasters. Today, I'm not going to talk about what I do in that boardroom, but I'm rather going to talk about what I do in the coffee sector, which is actually the reason I ended up in that boardroom. I'll also be referencing quite a bit in my presentation my experiences with women in coffee and the youth that I work with in the various levels of the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I was requested to speak about the topic, the role of youth and women in value addition. But before I go there, let me take the opportunity to appreciate every hand, every brain that put every effort in this summit. We have been here since the other day, and I can only say that it is a beautiful thing, very well organized. I want to appreciate everybody. But most importantly, I want to appreciate for the particular people who thought about this very important topic, women and youth, because the truth of the matter is women are the nerve of the coffee sector, and the youth are the future of the coffee sector. Thank you very much. I'll take you very quickly through the outline. I'll talk about chemical processors. I'll show you chemical processors in pictures so you get to understand what we do and where I come from. Then we'll review very quickly the coffee value chain, which I'm very sure many of you know. Then we'll go into the topic of the day, which is youth and women in coffee value addition. We'll look at some general conclusions, if you want, observations, and then our call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I do, and that's what takes me to the boardroom. We own a family farm, so we have a nursery. And then in the second picture, that's actually that's my favorite work. Me holding a bag of my yield, part of our yield on our farm, which is located in Lwengo district. And then the next one, we engage in processing, and for that matter, fine processing, because we are in a Robusta producing district. And then the picture at the end, we own a coffee hulling factory, and I'm glad to introduce my chairman over there, Mr. Mbaga. He's our chairman of all the factory owners in Lwengo. Thank you for coming. He's been here since the start. We also do what some people call value addition. We roast and pack coffee, and that's our roastery, based here in Kampala. And then finally, from the roastery, we produce our own Kimco brand, which, if you haven't had a chance to see, it's over there at the display. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought it prudent to just do a quick recap of the coffee value chain. What is the coffee value chain and what are the different activities? And we looked at it in two different ways: the activities that are done on the farm, which we see there: nursery management, the planting, the weeding, the harvesting, the fertilizer application, and then the on-farm activities, which include processing, and that takes us to the sorting, the processing itself of specialty, fine Robusta, the naturals, the trading, the grading, and then we have the roasting there, the brewing, and the marketing and promotion. Now, why do I take you through this? Maybe some of you are there thinking, why do we need this? But I thought it prudent to take a look at this value chain and have an appreciation of it as we try to interrogate the role of youth and women. And if we are going to have to understand what women are doing, we need to place them on this value chain and plot what they are doing. And therefore ask the following questions. Where are the women when you look at that value chain? What are they doing? What contribution are they making? What value addition activities are they engaged in? And what are the benefits that they are taking for themselves? Think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, like some speakers yesterday mentioned, and which I attest to as well, value addition for us really starts on the farm. And so I want us to start interrogating what the women and the youth are doing right from the nursery. From the slide up there, you realize that only 31.6% of the CWDR nursery farms in Uganda are owned by women. Following that, you realize 31% of the Arabica nursery farms are owned by women. Now that is really minute because it means that the rest is owned by, where are the youth? The youth are there, but they are extremely insignificant in terms of ownership. And for you Ugandans in the house, you can attest to that. However, you find that 90% of the labor in the coffee nurseries is youth and women. Okay, so we go to youth and women on the farm. Again, only 20 to 23 are women-owned farms. Yet, 80 to 90% is labor that's offered by youth and women. Now let's go on. You find that again, even if the women and youth are offering that labor, most of it is family work, meaning that it's not paid, or if it is paid, it is very, very minute. Let's look at that example. We said majority of the labor is offered by women and youth. So we are saying that each kilogram is picked at about 5.4 cents. Yeah, that's about 200 shillings. And on average, we are saying somebody will pick at least 30 kilograms if they are going to pick the red ripe only. Okay, so on average, that person is earning about 6,000 shillings, 1.6 USD. Okay? They are earning very minimally, and those are youth and women. We also note that they don't take decisions on that family farm or on that land where the coffee is grown. Why? Because they don't own it. Okay, so let's look at youth and women in post-harvest handling. When you look at that picture, what comes to your mind? The two pictures, actually. The two pictures are very, very telling. What do you see? Women dominate labor-intensive and low-paying processes. Look at the picture down there. Women dominate unpaid family work, again on the farm. Men tend to dominate technology-enhanced processes. But the technology-dominated processes are also a bit higher in rewards. The male youth also dominate paid work in the post-harvest handling. Let's keep going. Youth and women in hurling. Again, very minimally there. Only 5.8% of coffee hurling factories in Uganda are owned by women. According to the statistics that is available, the hurling business in Uganda is 40 billion or 10.9 million. Now the women only take 2.3 billion or $621,000. That is very, very small. Let's again look at this example. At full capacity, a one hurler in Lwengo will hull maybe 8,000 kilograms, or maybe a bit more. And for each kilogram, we hull it for 100 shillings. So the person who owns a hurler will bag 800,000 a day. And who is that in most cases? Okay, let's go on. Again, within 3 days, that one hurler factory owner will take 2.4 compared to 1.8, or maybe at max 2.4. From an acre of land of coffee, who is the owner. But also, if we go back to compare this with our earlier example of who is picking the coffee and how much they take home. So this is somebody who is taking 800 a day versus one who takes 6,000 shillings. All right. Can somebody help me? I wanted to play that video. May I have some help, please? Can you play? Oh, I thought it would bring the noise. Can you replay it, please? Okay, I just wanted you to experience some noise that I experience on a daily at our coffee roaster. And that is basically, for those of you who haven't seen a roaster, that's a coffee that has just been roasted and it's cooling, ready to be dispensed in a stainless steel bucket. But let's go back and look at the numbers here. Again, only 17.8 roasteries are owned by women. That market, again, given the statistics, is a 70 billion market, or 18.1 million USD. And the women's share of that is only 12.6 billion, or 3.4 USD million. Again, the youth are very insignificant in that area. However, we do work with the youth in the roasteries, and they are mainly the ones who are roasting the coffee. They are skilled in that area, which I think is great. They are also in the packaging, and they are working as cleaners. Again, that was just to give you an example of how much a roastery owner takes if, say, they own a 15 kg batch roaster, for which kilogram is roasted for 2,500. You can work out the numbers and see how much a roastery owner takes home versus, again, our other woman who takes home only 6,000 shillings. But we also note, on a positive, that the number of youth and women in this sector is growing as brand owners. For the Ugandans, I'm sure you've seen many brands, and most of those belong to our young persons and the women. Okay, let's go on. Youth and women in cafes. Again, the ownership here is dominated by men. A very high percentage of youth and women are in there, but again, where are they? In very low-paying jobs. 80% of the waitresses are women. 90% of the baristas are male youth. This takes us to the export trade. Again, according to the existing statistics of UCDA, the export value trade is 862 million USD. And again, we only note that women are there at an average of only 15.4 as exporters. The rest are men, meaning that women only take 133 million out of the 862. And you see what the men are taking. The women and the youth are insignificantly represented as well. For one obvious reason, the export trade is capital intensive. And at this point, we all know why the women and youth are not there. Okay, so we make general observations from those statistics that are presented, that the roles that youth and women play reflect our social norms. Because it is a cash crop, it is for the men. Because women don't own land, then we see them contribute in certain areas and not others. Because. So traditional household power relations therefore affect access to land, labor, capital, and other assets. And worse still, majority of the banks are profit seekers, unfortunately, and not business facilitators. How I wish that would be reversed a little bit, and I hope that we have some bankers here. Youth and women generally dominate low productivity, low paying, tedious, and labor-intensive activities in the coffee sector. However, we note that youth are leading in innovations, in new marketing strategies. They're using Facebook, TikTok, Instagram to sell the brand and to sell coffee and market our coffee. They're also leading in coffee product development, like the coffee cakes, the wines, and so on. However, they are let down by the packaging material and machinery costs. Those are very, very high. Additionally, the cost of standard certification, I don't know whether my brother is still here, is extremely prohibitive, particularly to the women and the youth businesses. Youth and women have potential to contribute to more value addition, because we are saying that they are already doing something. They have a lot of potential. And we note that if we continue to leave youth and women behind, this is going to cause a serious policy issue. On the other hand, there are opportunities, and for the Ugandans here, you can attest to this, that really women and youth can uptake. There are existing youth and women economic programs, government programs like the YLP, Youth Livelihood Program, the UWEP, that I think our women and youth should tap into. Also, the government has been very kind to give us some tax relaxation exemptions on imported coffee machine, although I would call upon the youth and women to, you need to toughen up to get it, but it's there. But it's there. Also, UNBS has an opportunity for us for the pre-verification of hey, what's the C? Exemption. Okay. There are also various training programs on value addition and business management provided by government. There are quite a number of programs that have come through UCDA that, and they are usually there and usually put up there. So it's up to the youth and women to catch those and be part of them. UCDA has also, on a number of times, put up competitions, and like the Best of the PAL competition, which some of you know about, the University Barista competitions. And it's really up to the women and youth to take up these opportunities, you know, to improve their products in value addition. There are also several business incubation centers, hubs rather, like CURAD, which is very, very focused to youth and women in particular. And I know quite a number of youth have benefited through being part of that incubation center. There are also other available funds like the High Innovator. I can see some High Innovator award winners in the house, and coffee people. Many more should take up those opportunities, you know, because those will really help us to improve what we are doing in value addition. And of course, there is the obvious growing local market for coffee. I think now we are at about 7%, and it is growing every other time, so we need to take advantage of that. For me, these are the most important slides. What are we saying, women and youth? That much as we said that there is need for policies, these policies should be good policies and strategies that are evidence-based, research-based. Hence the need for proactive integration of youth and women issues into the coffee value chain analysis. It is important to engage in mapping youth and women participation and benefits along the chain, and this will help us to really analyze the nature of the problem It's also important to dig into the identifying of the factors that shape the youth and women patterns, like we saw, in the value chain activities. This in particular will help us to look at the cause, because if you understand the problem, then you can tackle it better. It should also be proactive integration of youth and women issues into the coffee value chain development strategies, and help with linking youth and women groups to opportunities through the coffee value chain. Actually, here I should say this should be strengthened because it's already happening to some extent. I would also call upon the promotion of cooperatives and associations of youth and women in coffee in order to promote collective bargaining and mutual support. IWCA, for instance, Women in Coffee, they're already bringing women together. But I don't think I've seen any association of youth. I think the youth here should seriously think about coming together as youth in coffee. There is need to change social norms. This can be tough, but I would say we need to start it. Otherwise, we shall remain where we are and remain crying. You know, and these should, that relate to land and participation in the value chain. There is need for targeted financial support. I know this has been said, but because it is very important, I'll say it again, particularly for youth and women. We need to see support that caters to the needs of youth and women, because the needs are very, very unique. This fund should, this support should be low cost, should be readily available, should be patient, and should really look into who these women and youth are. Need for support for youth and women produce micro lots. I think that goes together with the previous one. We need to ensure that there are training and mentorship programs, and the establishment of common user facilities. I'm a big advocate of common user facilities because I've benefited from that. Because we are saying these people don't have the monies, but how about if we put facilities together where they can all come and work together? If it is about processing their coffee, it's about, I don't know, drying facility, that would be very helpful. And then, of course, incubation centers. I previously said that we have Curate, for instance, doing very well, but I think government should help us to put more regionally based incubation centers such that, you know, even our rural women and youth can benefit. As I come to the end, I want to also advocate for national tax bodies, URA, to incentivize voluntary tax compliance. Because speaking to youth and women, we want to pay, but sometimes we are ignorant. We don't know what to do. And then I feel like when you pull out your head, then the tax body penalizes you. How about if you reversed it? Come find the youth and women, have tailored education sensitization programs for them, give them some bit of grace period, educate us on the importance of paying taxes. We usually are compliant. And I'm saying that these tax bodies should simplify tax information and tax procedures for small businesses. The simplified information should also be readily available, because sometimes, even for a person like me who can navigate a computer, I find it extremely difficult to find this information. Put it in a language that, you know, my sister in Lwengo can understand. Let's have this in local languages as well. So I'm finally saying that without compromising quality and standards, the certification bodies should make certification fees affordable. I know they have come down on the fees, but I'm saying that they're still very expensive for small businesses, for youth and women. And to make these procedures less bureaucratic. So in my conclusion, I want to assert that if African countries are committed to transforming the coffee sector, it is very, very imperative that they prioritize the support to youth and women throughout the entire value chain in order to enhance their role in value addition. The youth are the future and the women are the nerve of the coffee sector. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give an applause to Mother. I am sure what has been said is already sinking in the minds, but we will keep the questions and the discussions to the end. You have seen the figures. You have seen how she has elaborated on the value chain and where the women and youth are. But we will discuss that towards the end as we finish the presentations. Now I would like to invite Princess to come and make her presentation. Princess, as I mentioned, is from Nigeria. Mother is from Uganda. And Nancy is from Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, please excuse my voice. I've had a very long trip from Nigeria, and I also enjoyed the Dawa tea. Dr. Michael introduced me to it, so it helped clear my voice. But first, before I go into my presentation today, I want to first thank the IACO team, especially Ambassador Ortega. When I met him about 2 years ago, he was very insistent on pushing the role of women and the youth in the IACO agenda. And in the past 2 years, he's made sure that every time that there is a major meeting, women have a role in speaking up. And I also say that if we are not on the menu, we cannot be on the table. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all the ladies who are here in the house. But most importantly, I'm standing on all protocols duly observed. Today, I'm going to take a different dimension and a different approach to the role of women and youth. I call it the blueprint for growth of coffee. I know that for decades, we have deliberated as government, we have deliberated as different institutions on how to grow coffee. But I have a different approach. First, I'd like to reintroduce myself. My name is Princess. Please, the Princess is a title. Don't ask me from what village in Nigeria. It's Princess Adeyinka. I'm the founder of Happy Coffee. It's an indigenous Nigerian coffee brand creating African-centered experiences around coffee locally sourced in Nigeria. I don't know if anybody knows that 20 states out of the 36 states in Nigeria grow coffee. But a lot of the coffee that we grow in my country goes to waste because we majorly drink imported coffee. And my goal and my vision when I started in 2015 was to ensure that an average Nigerian had access to local coffee. But as I grew in the value chain, I realized that one thing was very, very key. We need to build very strong African brands. I think that if we do, then we would see a new change and economic dividends in the value chain. But let me go ahead with my presentation. Like I would introduce, I said that the role of creating African coffee-centered policies and strategies for developing women and youth engagement can no longer be undermined either by our governments, by the private sector, or by ourselves. Like Madam said, we are the nerve and the future of coffee. But I want to say today that young people are the present of coffee. We're not just the future. Having been in this industry for 9 years, there are many things that I have witnessed. Even though Nigeria is not as strong as other countries like Uganda, Kenya, but I have spent 9 years of my life every day, 24/7, building a strong coffee brand. And these are some of the challenges that I face. And before I go into my presentation, I want to say to every person listening to me today, all the young people watching me on YouTube, I'm speaking on your behalf, all the women across Africa today. I want to stand on your shoulders to address our audience today. Some of the issues that I would point out today are the problems that I have witnessed, not just as a coffee owner or brand owner, but having spoken to young people across the continent. I have friends in coffee in Ghana, in Senegal, in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, spoken to baristas who have traveled from Rwanda all the way to Dubai to become baristas, leaving the shores of our continent. These are some of the problems that we face. We lack concise education in Africa for the development of coffee brands. And anybody here can tackle me on that. When we talk about coffee education, whether it's in certification, whether it's in West Africa, there is a lack of concise education for coffee. Secondly, there's a lack of inclusion of coffee in major agri-based programs across the continent. One of it that I will mention very boldly is the ITC program for she trade. For many years, I've tried to get into that program, but in West Africa and Nigeria, we're never listed, coffee is never listed on the agenda. Even in Nigeria, organization IIT and many organizations that I can mention today do not include coffee in those programs. And what does that mean? Coffee entrepreneurs like myself cannot take advantage of the available programs that are being created for coffee entrepreneurs across Africa. Number 3, the lack of equipment, manufacturers, coffee production and processing plant. I'm not going to delve into that a lot, because over the past 3 days, we have been talking about how expensive it is for us as young entrepreneurs and startups to get equipment. I know a lot of deliberation is on that, but I don't want to focus on that. It's a major problem, and I know that IACO and many organizations have to tackle it. An average coffee roaster costs about $25,000. That would take an average coffee entrepreneur years and months of profit to be able to access funding for that. And that obviously ties to the next point, which is limited access to finance for coffee entrepreneurs. I know that firsthand. In my country, when I go into a presentation or a pitch and I talk about my business, they know it's a fantastic business, but there is no finance for coffee entrepreneurs. There has to be deliberate effort on that. I'm going to just show you some of the solutions that I know will work. Like I said, my presentation is called The Blueprint for the Growth of Coffee. Number 1 is to have and launch a comprehensive directory for African coffee entrepreneurs. Most of us don't know where we are, and I believe in numbers. I believe that if we band together as a continent, if we are very decisive on coming together, young entrepreneurs across Africa must band together. And I'm calling on IACO and the other major organizations to launch a comprehensive directory to know where our coffee entrepreneurs are. If we know where they are, then we can begin to tackle the problems that they face. Phase 2, I also say, and I would encourage for us to invest in what we call coffee accelerator programs. Over the years, my 9 years, I have been privileged to be part of many programs, whether in Nigeria, whether on the African continent, especially in 2018 to be precise. I was part of the Jack Ma project that was funded by philanthropist and billionaire Jack Ma, and I made top 50 top African entrepreneurs as a coffee brand with brands that can transform the continent. We should see more of those programs, but they should be coffee-centered, meaning that organizations like SCA, IACO, major organizations, UNPD, I'm calling you out now, should have coffee accelerator programs, programs that focus on educating young entrepreneurs, women, on how they can develop major brands that can, transform the continent. Thirdly, we want to see Africa curate coffee experiences around Coffee Festival. I love the video that I saw, the 10/10 festival. If you check around the world today, running from Brazil to London to New York, every year, year in, year out, you would see continents showcasing all of the innovation, all of the technology at coffee festivals. We want to see more in Africa. We can start them as regional festivals where young people, women, men all over Africa come to a location. For example, we can launch one in Nigeria where you come and experience coffee, because we need to understand that unless we showcase what we have and who we are, nobody will take us seriously. And on the fourth solution, I propose a $10 million coffee fund for development and grants. I would like you to give me a round of applause on that. I want you to give me a round of applause. I know that the main question will be, where would that money come from? Who should that money go to? And all of these many questions. But I say this, and I say this very strongly, that until we give and support the growth of African coffee startups and entrepreneurs, we're not going to see the change that we truly desire as a continent. I have been part of many grants. When I started this business in 2015, I got $5,000 seed capital and 3 months intensive training from Tony Elumelu Foundation in Nigeria. I know a lot of people might have heard of that grant fund, but I literally started my business with $5,000. Today, we have built a strong Nigerian brand. So I'm calling on all our governments. I'm calling on all of the African philanthropists, all of our billionaires, men, women on the continent, to create a fund. I know somebody said it this morning. Create a fund where entrepreneurs can tap from, use to develop technology, use to develop the different aspects of the value chain that continue to build strong African brands. I'm saying this because if you all use your internet now and Google African coffee brands, what you would find is coffee brands like coffee products. But if you Google global coffee brands, the first thing you would see is Starbucks, you will see Costa Coffee, you will see all of the coffee brands. There is a lot of disparity when it comes to Africa and our representation in coffee experiences. And I present to you the future and the opportunity that Africa needs in developing her coffee ecosystem. And that opportunity is in developing strong brands. These are some of the few brands from across Africa, owned by young women, young men, Sierra Leone, Kawamoka in Ghana, myself in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, in Senegal. I say today that the opportunity in developing our coffee brands and our coffee ecosystem is in ensuring that we develop strong coffee brands that create not just coffee products, but that create coffee experiences. My dream as a coffee brand is to ensure that one day, not far away from today, you will go to New York and you will see Happy Coffee, a Nigerian brand that is creating coffee-centered experiences using coffee from Uganda, using coffee from Ghana, using coffee from Ivory Coast. We can do it, and I'm speaking to young people today. That is the future. Thank you. But we cannot do many of these things if we do not adequately understand the role of government. The G-25 summit is how government can help to support and to grow a lot of the innovations on the continent. Like I said, so many things have been said in these past few days, but these are my own conclusions on how we can develop strong African coffee brands. Like I said, not just creating coffee products, but that create coffee experiences. Number one, we must enact policies that create and boost local consumption and production. That is the role of government. I started my business in 2015, but unfortunately, even in my home country, we do not have government policies that support local consumption. 95% of what we drink in Nigeria is imported into our borders. Therefore, leaving coffee farmers, coffee entrepreneurs, like myself, at the mercy of cheaper coffee brands. There has to be regulation, there has to be tariff, there has to be support for local consumption, local content of Nigerian coffee and coffee from across Africa. We also need to see partnerships, very key and direct and intentional partnership with institutions and agencies, not just in Africa, but across the globe. Like I said, we have to be included on the table. There has to be concise support for building social projects that can support not just the farms, but retail. I'm not going to say what I want to say, but I want to say that we have to have people who are in institutions, agencies that make decisions. When you think of Africa, and I'm going to say this very boldly, that when we talk about women and young people, we're not asking for aid. We're not asking for handouts. When I started my business in 2015, I came from America as a young graduate. I took a one-way ticket back to Nigeria because I wanted to be part of the nation-building process. In 2015, with an idea, I started a billion-dollar business. And I know that if you would give the right support to young people by creating the right policies, partnerships, we can build strong African brands. Also, we want to see tax incentives for private sector participation. If it's either the banks, whether it's in Uganda, whether it's in Ivory Coast, whether it's in Senegal, if you're participating in building the coffee value chain, we would impress on the government to please give tax incentive to any organization who puts herself in the forefront of developing the coffee value chain in the country. I don't know that if, lastly, I want to talk about leveling the playing field. Last year, coffee startups and entrepreneurs in Asia and in America raised nearly $1 billion in investment for their coffee startup, making them unicorns. Currently in Africa, and anybody can tackle me on this point, we haven't been able to raise investment to developing our brands. And I say that to our governments, to all officials listening to me, we have to level the playing field for young people, for coffee entrepreneurs, for coffee startups like myself, who are working every day and night, putting amazing innovation in developing coffee brands around Africa. I want to thank you for listening to me today. I'm not just here as a young Nigerian woman in coffee. I also stand on the shoulder of young women and men who every day in this value chain, whether on the cold farms or whether in the coffee shop as baristas, or women who are in the value chain developing all of the amazing work, I want to thank you for listening to me. And before I go, my dream after building a global coffee brand is to run for the office of the president of my country, Nigeria. And when that time comes, I want all of you to remember this moment that I said so. And I want to also encourage every young woman here. Your dream is valid. If you're young here and you're listening to me, whether in this room or on YouTube, your dream is valid. I truly believe that the future of our continent is in the hands of young entrepreneurs like myself, who every day love our continent with passion, developing solutions for the African community from the African youth. Thank you so much for listening to me. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Republic of Uganda. God bless all of the young people across this continent. Thank you.
God bless Africa. Thank you so much. Especially the young people and the women, you've heard us speak from our hearts. We will take the questions later and the comments later. I would like to welcome Nancy Cheruiyot to make her presentation as the last presenter for this session, and then we will take the questions. The present of coffee, young people are the present of coffee.
Thank you very much. I don't know what to say after the two powerful presentations. I'll be repeating myself, and probably I might sound like a broken record. So mine will be very brief. I'm very, very glad that I became part of this panel. And Princess, when you run for president for Nigeria, we will be cheering you all the way. We will be cheering you all the way. And if it permits, I will come there to campaign for you, if that permits. So thank you very much. Really, what has been presented, it's in the same line that I had planned, so I'm going to go very, very fast, sharing my presentation, and I will just highlight on the areas that have been spoken about so that I don't repeat myself. I've had the privilege of heading the coffee fund, the commodities fund, which later, included other commodities for the last 10 years. I've also had a stint with AFCA, so I'll speak on experiences from both sides. So I've been at the private sector briefly and have been in government. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, so I think the prints are quite very small, but what we have there really is what the first presenter presented. It's just the whole value chain and what happens in every step of the way. And when you look at the production, Mother talked about all that happens in production. There is the nursery management, there is the pruning, input application, there is the harvesting of the cherries and so forth and so forth. And when you look at all of that, women and youth are very present at that level. They are very present, but not as owners or not as the co-participants, but actually as people who are employed to do the work. And when you come to the processing, both the primary processing and the secondary processing, like the wet mills and the dry mills, you find also the women, a bit of the women, but now the number of the youth would increase there. But again, as employees or people who are hired to do the work, then when you go now to where the money is, the value addition, the trade, that is where you find the men and the young men or the youth and the women are very, very scarce, and that is where the big men with the money come in. So really, this has been the story since when I joined the sector. But what has been done? What has been done? What has governments done? What has private sector done to support, the inclusion of women and youth? When you look at the production level of the value chain, there are factors of production that are needed. There is the land, the capital, the working capital. When you come to the processing as well, all that is needed. There is money bit of it. But do women access this funding? Do you access? How easy is it to access affordable financing? Even by the funds that are set up by government like ours, like Commodities Fund, we will find that even that fund, which is set up as accessible and affordable financing for the sector, is still not accessible enough or not affordable enough for the youth and women, because actually most of the policies, I'm sorry to say, are made based on the men. Because it's the men sitting on that table, that policy table. In fact, when you go to most policy meetings, you find that the women, if there are very, very few, it can be one woman among 15 men, or one youth. Where there is possible, you just find it's just one youth. And such policies end up, being created or developed from the eyes of the men. Maybe something needs to be done so that when policies are being developed, the women are taken into consideration. The youth, as we have been told, women are the nerve, and they say the youth is the present and the future. So if we don't have this on our decision-making tables, what then are we doing about coffee? What is the need of Africa Continental Free Trade Area? If there will be no coffee in 10 years, if there will be no coffee in 25 years, why are we sitting here? Unless we address the issue of women and youth in the coffee value chain, not just value addition. It's the whole, the whole value chain, from production up to trade, up to cafes where we drink the coffee, up to branding and all that. We need to bring the women on board. So when you look, without repeating ourselves, what are these barriers to participation? We all know these are the barriers. I've talked about land tenure. If you have to produce coffee, for instance, what are the factors of production? You need land. You need working capital, that is financing. But there are barriers to that. When you look at in my country, and I think I'm speaking about the whole of Africa, the land tenure systems, the cultural and the legal environment. When you look at the land tenure systems and the culture, actually the boy child is the one who inherits. There are three ways of actually maybe getting land for yourself. You can inherit from your parents or your relatives, you can buy, and you can get a donation. Okay, donation is very, very little. So let's talk about buying and inheriting. In most of our cultures, the girl child, who eventually becomes a young person and becomes a woman, in most of our cultures, they are not part of those to inherit land. It's the boy child. So right there, when you are born a girl, you are so, from when you are born, you start, you start from a negative. You start with no land when your brother is already owning land. Then we come to buying. For you to buy land or to buy any asset, you need funding. And if you don't have your own funding, you can go to the bank with an asset, with that land that you inherited, and use it as a security to access funding. But what would a girl child do? What would a woman do who don't have land in the first place? He needs money to buy land. So those are some of the challenges, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to address at the policy and legal legal level in our governments. We need to see what needs to be done. In Kenya, for example, the new constitution is no longer new. It's 2010 constitution. It tried to address that, but that now that all children shall inherit from their parents equally. So it is a slow start, but we are getting there. What else can we do in the legal environment? Suppose there are policies that can say, to be able to access financing or affordable financing, young people should not be required to produce a security. There are other ways of securing this funding. So those are the policies that need discussing, policies that needs to be put in place by governments that are represented by the IACO here. There is also the issue of information, the access to information. Ladies and gentlemen, you can have all that, but without the right information, again, we cannot move. I'll give you an example from my organization. We usually plan for trainings and information dissemination to our clients who are the farmers. So wherever we call for a training for farmers in a certain region, we only get the men coming for training. So we give the training to the men, but who actually implement those training at the farms? It's the women. So if the women don't get the information of how to apply fertilizer or how to prune, or there's this new pests and diseases, how then are we going to move forward in the coffee sector? So it's about access to information. It's about who owns that information and what is the cost of information and what are the policies that can be put in place to ensure that information are shared widely, equally, and at a limited cost so that everybody can access it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the regulatory and macroeconomic environment. Princess talked about the tax regimes. What can we do about our fiscal policy? What do we do to ensure that we support the coffee entrepreneurs that are coming up, the youth that are coming up with coffee businesses, the women that want to produce coffee, they want the machinery. We were talking about a milling machinery with Dr. Rosbella the other day, and she was telling me how it is very affordable to buy a milling machine in Colombia, but the taxes in the country are so high that you wonder whether it is worth it to go and buy the machinery. What is that conversation touching on macroeconomic policies in the country that can be put in place to ensure that these machinery are accessible to these entrepreneurs or to these farmers, women farmers, youth farmers who want to join the game and support the coffee industry? So really, the conversation about participation of women and youth in the coffee industry centers in the government. It is all in the policy. Without adding so much, I think we need women and youth platforms. And at least for women, we have now IWCA. And if you can agree with me, before IWCA, it was very hard to see women participating even in IACO or AFCA discussion panels. It's through IWCA in our country chapters that we have been able to propel women to participate in these discussions. But where are the youth? I think the youth, the age of the youth is such that by now probably they do not have the capacity to organize themselves. What can we do as governments to support the formation of youth associations that can channel their voice in forums like this, in policy-making tables? So we need something for the youth in our own countries. We need deliberate policies. Deliberate, when I say deliberate, means if, for example, in commodities fund, if you are a new borrower, you've never borrowed from us, and you want to set up a coffee farm, there is no grace period because we don't know you. In financing, we have what we call know your client. But because you are new, we'll want you to start paying the interest even before the coffee is ready to be harvested. Suppose there is a deliberate policy that says for the youth and women, they shall have a grace period to develop their coffee, then they can pay their loan later. Suppose there is a deliberate policy that youth can lease farms for a long period of 20 years and they can access financing to develop, coffee. So there are a lot of things, a lot of discussions, a lot of policies that can be deliberately put in place by governments to support the participation of women and youth. Right now, we have a lot of youth crossing the Mediterranean Sea, dying. In the last evening, I saw 31 of them drowned trying to cross the Mediterranean Sea for Europe. Can we make policies that will make coffee and other agricultural practices attractive to our youth? Can we make it easy and accessible so that they can participate and know that they can make money without us asking them, where is the land that you can grow the coffee? Can we provide that opportunity that they can own land in an easier way, maybe through leasing? Can we provide working capital so that they can produce their own coffee, they can roast their coffee, they can package their coffee, they can own coffee houses? Those are the discussions and the policies that are needed, and they should be deliberate. When I look back at my country, 40 years ago, there were very few women in universities. There were very few women in colleges. But the government put in a policy called the affirmative action, where the cutoff points for the girl child in any class was lower for the girl than the boys. As we talk now, ladies and gentlemen, there are more women and in universities and colleges than boys. So this can be done. A deliberate policy directive can support participation of women and youth in the coffee sector. Last but not least, private and public collaboration in programs that support women and youth. We should hold our hands together between government and private sector and sit together and come up with programs that will support women and youth participation. We saw this yesterday from the presenter who came from Ivory Coast, the one who collaborated with Ayako to have a coffee school. Can we do such programs? Can we do programs that we come together as private sector and the public sector so that we can develop programs and together bring youth and women? Remember, what brings us together under one roof as private sector and the government is the coffee. If there is no coffee, we have no business sitting together. So for us to continue sitting together, we need the women and the youth to participate to ensure that we have coffee now and in the future. So I want to challenge the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization. In the future, or maybe in the February meeting, can we have a declaration similar to the one we had on Monday that touches on deliberate policies for women and youth in coffee, that every member government will be judged to come and report in the next season, in the next meeting, what they have done for the youth, what they are doing, what policies they are putting in place. And we can have even a sub-department in the IACO that will track these policies to ensure that governments are abiding by them. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Nancy. Ladies and gentlemen, these ladies have spoken from their hearts. You've heard the three of them. Mothers took us through the coffee value chain and actually showed us that women all along have been doing value addition in the coffee value chain. But have they been getting value for their input? Princess has taken us through her passion for branding our African coffee, that we need to build very strong African brands. And this lies with the youth, it lies with the women and the men in this sitting or in the coffee sector generally. Young people are the presence of coffee. Nancy has taken us through just now the policies and the possibilities of actually pushing through the agenda for the youth and women. As we open the platform for asking questions, keep asking yourself these questions. Even if you don't ask a question, ask yourself whether you are a policymaker, you are an upcoming entrepreneur, you are a farmer, or whoever you are here, what is it that you can do to change the narrative? What is it that we can do to bring out women and youth in the coffee value chain and the coffee sector? I would like to open the platform for questions, maybe 4 questions. I'm not sure because I know time has gone. I know we have so many questions, and the people that are taking around the microphone, please give preference to the youth. I know many are young at heart, but I don't know how you will know who is young and who is older. Give the youth, women, and also the men that are in the room. I think we'll start with 4 questions and we'll see how we are doing with time, guided by the MC.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And a very good resounding, maybe approach to these ladies of substance that have sailed us through this session. My concern, one, I'm Bariji Charles. My concern, in fact, I had wished if the declaration that was signed at the beginning of this summit, of this conference, had it been brought to be signed at the end of this conference so that all these ideas could have been captured, I think they would have laid a foundation and guided the way. But now, nevertheless, let us go by how the organization or the arrangement was. My concern is going to Madam Martha, the first speaker. You are involved in roasting. My concern was how much probably is that coffee roaster that you had shown us on that, and what capacity is it? Number 2, my concern is also going to Madam from Nigeria. She has given us all the challenges and all solutions to most of the problems that really affect the youth and women, but not necessarily that category of people, but the general lifestyle of coffee, almost, if I may say, in the whole world. Now, once again, the coffee fund is coming on. It's my pleasure and request that all the countries really establish a common fund within the individual countries so that all the resources governing coffee lifestyle is catered for in a non-fragmented approach of running coffee business. Why? Looking at Ugandan context, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, if all these fragmented approaches, all these small agencies that are being established are brought within a coffee development, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, I think this thing of coffee, this thing of monitoring, this thing of upcoming entrepreneurs, small and big and whatever, these ones would be catered for, disregarding patronage and godparents, as earlier mentioned. I thank you very much for your resounding presentations. Thank you.
I don't know whether the second one is a question or a comment. I think it's a comment.
It's a comment, Madam.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Chairperson, and Your Excellencies, all protocol observed. My name is Walter Omika. I'm the Managing Director, Skogem Enterprises Limited. We supply the entire value chain machineries for processing coffee in Uganda. My input is going to be a push and pull, and it goes mainly with what Madam Martha reiterated. The cost of coffee equipment is very high. Yes, everybody knows about that. And this is due to many factors like taxes, freight, the lack of technology we have in Africa. My question now is, what intervention is required to lower the cost of coffee value chain machineries, especially in processing, where you mentioned the machines are very costly. I will further mention that not only in Uganda, but I believe in Africa, we are lacking a lot of technology. That is why, even when we import these machines, there is very high likely tendency of bringing expatriates from abroad to come and manage, to come and maintain this equipment. So we need interventions. My second question and input is, it's going to be a controversy because we need to address the disparity between promoting mechanical and digitized processing procedures with respect to employment opportunities and its effect on women and youth. But I think men should also be considered. I'm talking in good faith because in 2006, I installed the first electronic color sorter in Kigali, Rwanda. A company employing 1,000 women to hand pick coffee. But that one machine laid off 600 women. I beg not to be prosecuted for that. But the idea is, how can we consolidate mechanization and yet see where we can reposition women and youth so that we even up? My company deals in equipment from Colombia, Brazil, Turkey, and Japan, but we are seeing with this trend of events, we are capitalizing more on local innovations to remain sustainable in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Joshua Rukundo of Chigezi Coffee. To begin with, Madam Martha, I think we should now have the idea of segregating the challenges of young people and women. Because in all your presentations, you wanted to tag us, women and youth. But when we scrutinize the challenges that affect us, they are not the same. You talked about the issue of land. If we asked women who have land in this room and the young people that have land in this room, your number is bigger because for you, you have at least some level of access to land, but young people do not. If I also asked access to finance now, you have a better age to access finance than young people. The other day when the president rolled out the presidential industrial hubs, I was hurt. I was in a boardroom where chairperson C5s for Chigezi, RDCs and cows and DSOs were. And when we were visiting the warehouses, there were a warehouse designated for coffee. And when we went into a discussion, because they believed that Chigezi has more Irish than coffee because they did not have the statistics, it was like a fight. I said, we are going to have baristas come here. They said, no, we want cold rooms for Irish. I was seeing an opportunity of moving baristas from Kampala to Chigezi. There is space. State House had planned for it. It was not done. Even the cold rooms they were asking for are not yet there to date. So you will see that even when we discuss about some policies, young people are used and dumped along the way. So my issue is supplement on what you said there. We can agree on having deliberate policies on tax, deliberate policies on youth financing, because if we keep on going together, women and youth, it becomes a pool, and then you mix our problems with yours. Then at the end of the day, you find that the degree of how these issues affect us are different. Finally, this is a good platform for all of us. But I also want to sound that young people should be engaged in a sustainable way. One of the factors that is making people not to trust young people is that young people are not young people forever. And when a program begins today, when somebody passes the age bracket of young people and ceases to be a youth or a young person, they disappear from their responsibilities. So we need to look at a sustainable of how to engage them, on how they can move from the youth, then as they go on, so that there is sustainability of their businesses and their ambitions. Thank you very much.
I think we can take one last one. I can see somebody on the right, on my right. Are they two or one? There are two people, eh? Yeah, you can give two people.
I'm already here. Sorry. Thank you very much, fellow women, for the presentations made. This question is directed to Princess Adenyika. I'm very glad to hear that you have been able to add value to the coffee in Nigeria so that it is consumed locally instead of having coffee exported into the country and consumed. So my question is, how are you able to sell domestically? What quantities are you able to sell domestically? And how are you ensuring or promoting domestic coffee consumption in Nigeria? My other question is, how are you exporting this coffee outside Nigeria, say to Europe or the US, since we are importing from them anyway, so we could as well export to them. So are you doing it? If you are, what hindrances are you getting, and how are you going about it, and how can you advise anyone who would like to penetrate? Thank you.
There was a last person somewhere, or?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Afternoon, I'm called Damali Tunomsha. I work with the Ugandan Embassy in Algiers and then in promotion of trade, investment, and tourism. I have a comment or an observation. In the whole value chain of coffee, how can women and youth participate? I have this observation that there are some areas that have not exploited. For example, from a home base, if a woman is a coffee farmer, let the daughter or the son get involved in another higher value chain participation. For example, food science students, we have been seeing them at Uganda Coffee Development. So in that, if you've been a mother and you have this daughter or a son, they can participate in a higher value, and in the due course, we'll have more participation of the women and the youth in different sectors. I have not seen any opportunities or exploration with the exporters. Can we engage them in seeing them employ the youth, employ the women, so they can earn salaries such as others are earning from the farm gate prices, but they can also be employed. So I also look at that as an opportunity for the youth and the women to participate. More so, I'm also looking at promotion and marketing for different opportunities of coffee. We can still involve the youth, because I don't have land, but I can market coffee. I can stand in to market a cooperative in all Western or Eastern region, so they are involved. We don't look at this indigenous way of employing the youth and the women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there are many more questions, but you can meet the panelists after this. I want to spread the questions so that we can answer amicably. So the first question was to Martha, how much the her coffee roaster and the capacity. So Martha, note that. Then the second question or a comment was to Princess about funding. So it was not really a question, but Princess can just make a little comment on funding. And then the third one was to Martha. The cost of coffee equipment, the cost of coffee equipment is high. What interventions are required? I suggest this one is taken by Nancy. It doesn't have to be taken by Martha, on what can be done, because it's related to government policy on taxation. The fourth one is the disparity between digitizing and mechanical, in other words, manual and digital equipment, especially the example of Kala Sota. Maybe Martha can make a comment on that. And yes, I think Martha can make a comment on that. And then the other question was about young people and women being lumped together and going as a crowd. Maybe I'll let Princess touch on that a little, on how, because it looks like the young people are tagging along the women, which may not look like a good thing. Maybe they need to stand alone. And then the other one is young people should be engaged in a sustainable way. I think Princess can also touch on that. What happens if you exceed the age of being called a youth? Do you go into another program, or do you do something that will continue in the coffee industry? The other question was to Princess. The quantities and the domestic consumption, are you able to sell? Are you exporting some in Nigeria? And the last question is, how can the women and the youth participate, and especially at family level, where the daughters can support the mothers and take the coffee to another level? Maybe the mother is a farmer, and the daughter can actually go and participate in expos outside. So I'll leave that one to Nancy. If we could just touch on them. I know we may not be able to answer elaborately all the questions, but we will do as much as we can. But this is basically to create a conversation on this line so that we can take it up from there. I think we'll start with Mother.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosabella. And thank you very much, our dear audience, for those fabulous questions. The first one is really easy, the roster, or the kind of a roster that we saw. We have quite a number of different rosters around. You can have a 5 kg batch, you could have a 10 kg batch, a 15 kg batch, 25, and so on and so forth. But perhaps the one that you saw in the picture is a 15 kg batch, and that would ideally go for anywhere between $18,000 to $25,000, depending on where you buy it from. But I would say a good machine is going to come from Turkey, and that is going to be a little higher, maybe about $25,000. When it's still in Turkey, then you have to think about getting it here. We are very lucky that we have a tax exemption. But again, I want to warn, you need to be vigilant on that to get the tax exemption. The other question I will tackle is about the interventions from Mr. Walter to lower the cost of the machinery. Indeed, that machinery is very expensive. Now, you can imagine that is just a 15 kg batch, very small roaster, but that expensive. I think two things I've thought about is, because like I said, you're going to get the tax exemption if you're a bit vigilant. That information is not readily available. So I have known people who have actually had to pay a tax because they don't know where to access this information. So first and foremost, I would request the authorities that be the tax bodies to readily avail this information to, I would say, to the importers of this machinery. Make it readily available and support these young entrepreneurs to bring in that machinery. Secondly, I've been thinking that we have quite a number of many Walters here, people who already have a skill, they're already fabricating other machines for us, and they are working very well. How about if the government supported those kind of people and gave them the training, take them to Turkey, and they acquire that skill so they can come back home and fabricate that machinery here? Because when you go to Turkey, those guys are fabricating the machines, but they have the skill, they have the technology. So how about if we took our people there and acquired the skill and came back and fabricated the machinery? I think that way would be able to lower the cost of the machinery. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add on what Martha has said. We don't have to always import the machinery. If proper policies are put in place, as she has said, we can fabricate locally. But deliberate effort in terms of financing that sector to be able to fabricate, we can use reverse engineering. even without having to go to Turkey, for example. We just bring the machine from Turkey, we break it down into pieces, and we refabricate it. So that is very possible. But again, on that one, I don't know here in Uganda and the rest of Africa, we tend to prefer things that are imported. You will leave your own very good Kenyan cup of coffee, or a bag of coffee in the supermarket for an imported one, the one written maybe imported from France, and yet you know that France don't grow one single tree of coffee. So it's also, there's need for a paradigm shift in how we think, because we have this love for, imported stuff. So same case with machinery. And so number two, we have also, in our country every year, over 20,000 young people graduate from universities. A very good portion of that do engineering, mechanical, electrical engineering, but they end up in managerial jobs. How do we harness the local skill that we have? We need to provide for these people a space that they can come up with our own homegrown technologies to support our industries. This one happened in India, and that's why now India has really developed, and they are able to do several machineries that we even use in our farms, even to weed beans and to sow seeds in land. So these are things that if governments put in right policy and the right investment, we can be able to afford to do them and come up with our own technologies. Then there was the observation by Walter about a situation where he installed a Kalasota, ended up laying off 600 women. We have the same situation in Kenya on tea harvesting machinery. The big plantation bought a tea harvesting machinery, and thousands of people lost their jobs. So then, this is a catch-22. Should we then continue doing manual work so that our people can be employed? Or should we improve our people, improve their skills so that they can run those machines themselves? Can the women who are color sorting do something else? And we need actually to go back and say, why are they in those jobs anyway of color sorting? Why is these women asking for that job to sort the beans? It's because probably they cannot access another job because, there are lack of jobs, we know that, or it's not lack of the job, it's because they didn't have skills, they didn't go to school, or she didn't train on something. So instead of looking at the immediate problem, we need to go back and say, what do we do to ensure that these women can access better paying jobs than just sorting the beans, so that probably they can be the marketers of the company. They can be the people who do the branding. They can operate this machinery themselves. So really, it is a temporary problem that shouldn't deter us from mechanizing the coffee value chain. So then somebody, maybe if I may talk about how we can have the youth of the family participating. If you remember the example I talked about, a situation in a cooperative where you call for training, you want to train the farmers, but actually only the men will come. And yet, the people who work in the farm is not only that man. There is the wife, there is the son, there is the daughter. So really, the whole family participates, but they don't have to do the same thing. They don't all have to be the coffee farmers at the production level. Others can have the pulping factory and pulp the coffee and operate. Others can do the marketing. A very good example is right here with us with Dr. Rosbella. Her daughter, who works in Germany, actually does the e-commerce for her own coffee at the farm. She's not at the farm, it's Rosbella doing all the work, all the pruning and all the harvesting and all that. But the daughter, who works outside the country, is helping with e-commerce, and she's been able to market Rosbella's coffee in Europe, just sitting there. So there are immense opportunities. And as I said, it is when we start thinking of coffee as a family business that then we shall be able to sit as a family unit and say, okay, this is a family business. The man is the chairman, the woman is the MD, the lady, the girl could be the marketing director, and the son could be the person processor. you know, you look at it as a business and everybody knows what role they play. And all those discussions are done at the table of how much profit we made, how much we are plowing back, how much we are sharing. And so, as I said again, it needs a paradigm shift in the way we think of coffee business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think first I'll start with the classification of women versus youth. I don't think those classifications are far apart. And I mean, I started my business when I was still in that classification of what they call youth. If we looked at the global classification, I'm no longer a youth, but I work with a lot of young people. But I want to start with this. I usually say this when I go to speak at events, especially where there are a lot of young people. I say that after God is the internet. I think that a lot of young people do underestimate how powerful the internet is and the role of social. When we talk of technology and social media, I remember after COVID in my country, the country was shut down. We were able to start our business back by just using the WhatsApp app. I know a lot of people use WhatsApp here. That was how we engineered and reactivated our coffee business, by just posting all of our products on our status, and we started that. I tell people, after God is an internet, everything that you need to know about building a coffee brand, a coffee business, I will tell you, ask Google. I'm self-trained. I haven't attended any coffee school. I haven't gone through any major coffee certification. But I know that after 9 years, I have a lot of expertise in building a very strong, formidable brand. So a lot of young people need to take advantage of the resources available to you. Like I said, when I started my business, I didn't have any resource. I didn't have any government support. I didn't have any family support. I made up my mind that I wanted to build a coffee brand. I went ahead and filled an application online, like any one of you. Instead of spending a lot of time on TikTok, dancing, making videos, spend a lot of your time researching opportunities, grants. Last year, I got a grant with the EU and the United EU. There's a program called Women in Africa, was for women across Africa. There were about 3,000 applications. I filled it. I got selected as first 120. We went ahead and did a pitch. I went ahead, I was part of the first 30 women, and I got a grant of 40,000 euros that allowed me to purchase our first coffee roaster. So there are opportunities online for young people and women. You just have to use the resources available to you. I also wanted to talk about my country and some of the work we're doing. If you Google, or if you go on Instagram and Google Happy Coffee International, one of the things that I do, and I'm very particular about, like I said, is building a very strong brand. But if you look at Nigeria on this coffee map, Uganda and all of our countries are way ahead of Nigeria. I'm one of those people who, at this point, I'm very adamant in not exporting Nigerian coffee. And you can ask me why. If I were to head the Nigerian Coffee Board today, I'll put a heavy tariff on exporting Nigerian green beans. Because one, we're far behind in terms of technology. We're far behind in harvesting techniques. We're far behind. So what we need as a country is not even exporting our coffee beans. Anybody who knows me, we get a lot of calls from Russia, Iran, America, people asking for Nigerian coffee. I insist that for now, we must add value to our own coffee. If you're not going to buy a bag of Nigerian coffee roasted in Nigeria, sorry, we're not available to export our green coffee. We think that Nigerians should have access to a brilliant cup of coffee. As a young student, I schooled in Chicago. I would go to a Starbucks. I would go to a Dunkin' Donut. I would drink coffee from Ethiopia. I feel like Africans should have access to those kind of experience when it comes to coffee. So for young people, if you're in the coffee business, first you must assess what part of the value chain do you want to play in. If you determine the part of the value chain you want to play in, then begin to look for resources that are readily available online. The first time I got grant for my business, I was just Googling opportunities for entrepreneurship online, and they said there was this grant that I could apply for. So a lot of young people, women, you have to take advantage of technology. I know that one of the brothers was talking about blockchain, very complex technology. I like to bring it down. LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, you can put a lot of your business opportunity or your business products online. There's a gentleman here from Uganda that had been following my brand on Twitter for years, and I didn't even know. So there's a lot of exposures that you can get on Twitter, on social media. And guess what? If you stay consistent with your brand, you will get people coming and knocking your door about giving you investments, about building the projects that you're already doing. We have companies talking to us. Right now in my business, we're raising $1 million in capital that we want to use to expand our brand offerings in terms of building processing centers. That opportunity was only available because they went on Google and they Googled Nigerian coffee brands, and Happy Coffee came up with happy faces, with young people doing amazing coffee things. So you need to put yourself out there. Before the Ayako opportunities come from the UNPD and all the big boys, you as a young person, you need to make yourself innovative by putting yourself out there and creating opportunities for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. I know time has gone quite a lot, but thank you so much for listening to us. There was one question that was asked about sustainability. One of the key things, and I know this is what was mentioned by Mr. Hardy from Ivory Coast, we could anchor most of the projects for youth in our businesses. Can we have incubator programs for youth in most of our businesses? If it is in my coffee farm or your coffee house, can you have a barista training or a cupping training that will attract the youth and will guide them in the path they can go in the coffee industry? Otherwise, thank you so much. Let's build African brands. Whether you are a woman, you are a young person, or a man, let's build African brands. Thank you so much.
Okay. Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Langao, for leading this very, very interesting discussion. The discussion about youth and women is always very important, and it is very critical for us in Africa. I hope that we can take action points from here, and we make it much better when we meet next time. I'm going to call Mrs. Adom Kama Diaro, the Deputy Director, Relations with Commodity Organizations at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Promotion of the Private Sector in Côte d'Ivoire, to come and hand out some gifts to the panel and to the moderator. Thank you very much. Can we have the gifts here faster? Yeah, the first one to Dr. Langa there. Thank you for leading the discussions. And to our panelists. Thank you. A big round of applause for the panelists and for the moderator. Some photos there. The ladies are very smart. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall not take a coffee break. We will just go pick coffee, come back, and we proceed with the next session, which is panel 7. So you can pick your coffee. Let's have a working coffee, please, because of time. The moderator for the next session is none other than Dr. Emmanuel Iyamuremye, the Managing Director, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. And panel 7 has 2 topics: the impact of EU regulations on the African coffee sector, and topic 2 is on the impact of climate change on the African coffee sector. Dr. Emmanuel Iyamuremye is the Managing Director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and he currently leads a team of 167 staff, including myself, to promote and oversee the coffee industry. Emmanuel is an agricultural scientist with a PhD in agricultural sciences and a master's in crop sciences from Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And he also holds an MBA from Uganda Matters University. He has 30 years experience in agriculture-related program, design and delivery at various government institutions where he provided strategic and managerial leadership. He coordinated 2 successful European Union-funded programs in the Prime Minister's office in Uganda. You are welcome, Dr. Iyamuremye. Give a round of applause for him as he takes his seat. And you will now invite your panelists. It's on. It's on. Oh, okay. Yeah, wait. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight change. The next session is going to be moderated by Dr. Frederick Kauma, who is the chairman of Cafe Africa and the immediate former Secretary General of AYACO. You're welcome, Frederick. You can take your seat. Give him a round of applause, please. Dr. Kauma, you can invite your panelists. And you have exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. If you can use less, much better for us as we go into the last session.
Thank you, moderator. The panel number 7 deals with emerging issues in the coffee industry, and topic 1 is impact of EU regulations on the African coffee sector. And we will have Mr. Larry Atipoy, Senior Advisor Sustainability, ITC Coordinator for the EU OACPS Business Friendly Program in Africa, ITC, that's UNWTO, from Ghana. And then we'll also have the second topic, which is impact of climate change on the African coffee sector, where we'll have a presentation from Dr. Harun Seguya, again, USAID CSA Scaling Project Manager, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, Uganda. So we'll not take too much time giving the CVs of the speakers. So I will just ask each of them as they go forward to briefly tell us about themselves. And we'll start with Mr. Atipoy to kick us off with the emerging issues in the coffee industry. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on all protocols prior established and thank AYACO and UCDA, and of course yourselves for the invitation to be here and to make this presentation. There are so many regulations these days from the EU, but for this presentation, we will focus on one of the more recent ones, the corporate sustainability due diligence. I work for the International Trade Center, ITC, based in Geneva, where I coordinate, among other projects, the coffee component of the business-friendly program, which is managed at macro level by the World Bank, at meso level by UNIDO, and at the micro level by ITC. The coffee program focuses on 4 countries: Cameroon, DRC, Ghana, and Liberia. As you know, or some of you might know, ITC is a creature of WTO and the UN Conference on Trade and Development, and the focus is really on trade competitiveness, helping SMEs across the developing world to participate in global value chains by addressing a myriad of issues that confront them. On this program, the coffee component, we work closely with ACRAM, the Robusta Coffee Agency in Africa, and Madagascar, and also with the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OACPS, who are actually the host of the program. So we apply part of that to the work that we do in providing information and support to businesses in the value chains to understand what is coming from the EU under the ambit of the regulation on corporate sustainability due diligence. So, the corporate sustainability due diligence directive was proposed in 2022, February to be precise. And what does it seek to do? It is to foster sustainable and responsible corporate behavior and to anchor human rights and environmental consideration in companies' operations. Simply put, companies are being asked to assess their impact, including those of the environment and human rights. And, you know, they put the burden not on countries at the production side, but on their own enterprises, as you will see. Sorry. Okay. So the companies in the scope of this directive are EU companies, 500 employees and more than 150 million turnover worldwide. And also some mid-sized companies with 250 employees and 40 million turnover worldwide. So you can see that companies from the producing countries or the producer countries are not within the scope. But to the extent that these companies are doing business, or to the extent that companies in the producer countries are involved in the supply chain or the value chain, then there is an implication for them as well, and they will be expected by the value chain actors or the processes or the importers and exporters to carry out the necessary due diligence to ensure that environmental and human rights considerations are adhered to. Now, so what is the material scope of the due diligence? As I said, it's human rights and environmental impacts in the value chain. And it is basically saying that if you will want to sell specific products, including coffee, or trade in them in the EU, please make sure that you identify the environmental risks, the human rights risks in the supply chain, and do something about it. Otherwise, as we have seen in the last version or the latest version of the legislation, you could be fined up to 5% of your global turnover, and that's huge. So, what can be the impact of that, especially for the coffee sector that we have been working with over the months past? And I will explain. So, it is expected that when the legislation comes into play, then if you do have export potential for the EU and you are complying, meaning that you have positioned your value chain in such a way that environmental and human rights considerations are in your view, then you can export more into the EU. Of course, if you see that it is based on the value chains, then you have also the opportunity in country to improve the production processes, especially at origin. And because, again, it wears a value chain lens, you cannot say that I have done my part. There has to be stronger collaboration at value chain level, especially at origin. And then we expect that at the end of the day, if all the value chain actors are working together, collaborating, and having these environmental and human rights issues in their view and are addressing their impacts, then the value chain will be stronger. Of course, there can be also some negative consequences that if one country or one source or one destination is seen to be complying and the others are not, it is possible that most of the importers will gravitate towards that destination and leave other destinations behind. Throughout the work that we have been doing, which I will explain very soon, we have seen that if we are also not very careful, there can be some cost implications for compliance, and that this may also then impact negatively on the weaker actors in the value chain, for example, the smallholder farmers. It is also proposed that, therefore, the OECD model of due diligence will be used, to assess these impacts. So, meaning that companies should embed environmental and human rights issues within their culture. They should actually identify and assess the impacts. They should do something about it, and they should also talk about it, and they should collaborate. So this is the model that I think as most of you are familiar with. So this is the model that is proposed by the legislation for the value chain actors, especially the EU companies, to use in their assessment. Okay. So we talked a bit about export opportunity. So ITC analyzed this data for coffee in Uganda, and we see that there's still about 23% potential to go to the EU market. So there is an opportunity if the legislation comes, and as we are working in Uganda, the actors are ready and are complying. We did the same for Ethiopia. We see about 23% in the market for Ethiopia as well. So just across two countries, the analysis shows that there is still export potential into the EU markets, and therefore aligning with the legislation could create more opportunities for these destinations. Okay. Even then, as the legislation, the directive was proposed, it was already anticipated that there could be challenges for some of the value chains or some of the destinations that they might not on their own be able to comply. So Article 14 is a very famous article these days of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, already anticipated that there has to be some accompanying measures, some measures that, should be taken across the value chains to ensure that nobody will be left behind. So you can imagine the accompanying measures as either problems to address or actions to be taken to ensure that the value chain actors can act in tandem and be ready for the implementation of the legislation. Okay, so as I said, ITC is a friend of SMEs, farmers in the developing countries. And so in anticipation of this legislation, ITC brought together a number of value chain actors and supporters to think ahead of what can happen maybe from 2026 going. And they came up with this document that provided sufficient or additional information on what it all means and how it can pan out in practice. So this document is available both in detail and summary form for value chain actors to see what does it actually mean, this legislation or this directive, and what can we do to ensure that we are ready. So a number of actors participated in this exercise. The result of that exercise is what we call the 8-point framework of accompanying measures. It deals with things from access to information, because it is seen that there could be situations where this information on this legislation and what to do is simply not available within context. It deals with collaboration at the level of governments and institutions. What can be done to ensure that we make information available? They also looked at investment. Now, this obviously will require some investment to address a number of issues to be ready. Who is paying for it? Where is the investment coming from? Capacity building. So all the issues that were identified by this group were categorized under these 8 typologies of accompanying measures. Then on the basis of that, ITC, the EU, and the OACPS then decided to pilot these accompanying measures. In other words, to go into certain contexts to develop case studies to see what is the situation of the value chains in those contexts and what accompanying measures need to be addressed to ensure that come the time the legislation becomes operational in the EU countries, then they are ready. And also just basically to provide some practical example and information on the accompanying measures within the context, and then together develop an action plan on how the value chains will be ready or addressing those issues in order to be ready for when the legislation comes into operation across the EU. Also, it will create the opportunity for the value chain actors to come together to share information. The local institutions like UCDA, because we were in Uganda early this year, to have that type of consultation to define the agenda for readiness for this EU legislation when it comes into operation. Now, ITC, because again we are the UN, we like to create the safe platform for the actors themselves to set the agenda, and we have this system we call the Alliances for Action. So basically to understand What are the real issues on the ground? That's why we came to Uganda early this year, to just understand, to listen. What can be the issues on the ground as far as this legislation is concerned for the coffee sector? And then to bring the key actors that will be interested to do something about it. Of course, then we set the agenda. What to do is also set in a participatory manner, and we can co-invest across actors, and then we measure the impact together. So this is the model. So we have been engaged in the understanding phase in Uganda, for example, and then we have already identified some actors that we are working with to probe further, to understand and to take action towards readiness when the legislation hopefully comes into play in 2026. Okay, so the pilots are across a number of countries and value chains or sectors. So in Ethiopia is coffee, in Uganda is coffee, in Ghana is cocoa, and Eswatini is textiles. Then we also extended to Latin America and the Caribbean, who are also within the scope, and there we look at coffee and cocoa. So what did the pilots actually do? So first of all, as I said, the selection of the countries in such a way that we provide adequate information for decision making and feedback to the EU. And then also, co-investing together, where is the money coming from? On this occasion, the EU provided funding, and the Netherlands government also provided some funding for us to work together. So we've been embarking on awareness creation, basically telling everybody this legislation is coming. This is what it contains. This is how it can pan out in the future, making all the information that is available in formats that can be used across various value chains and contexts available to the sectors. Again, like I said, bringing stakeholders together, engaging them in a way that brings out sufficient information for decision making, and already envisaging some assessments of the value chains in country, in context, to see the type of weaknesses or the type of opportunities that are there for some action with the accompanying measures. And as we go along, also in some cases, conducting some training. And I have to say that this led us across the countries, Uganda, Ghana, Ethiopia, and Eswatini, to identify a lot of information. And we know now, for example, bottom-up alone, top-down alone is not sufficient. You can't just tell people to do something. You need to engage. You need to bring everybody in scope. That was a very important lesson that we already learned. We also know that, we need to be ready and anticipate risks across the value chain. And important is across the value chain, because the assessments by the EU company will be truly across the value chain. So as long as these infractions are identified at some points in the value chain, it in fact affects the entire value chain. Important, like I said, is also how to distribute the cost of due diligence. Where should it fall? Who pays for it? This is also important questions that were asked across when we engaged with the value chain actors. Okay, so this type of work that we did then led us to a workshop in April, I think in Brussels at the EU, hosted by the EU, the OACPS and the EU. The idea was to then bring the findings, because there was still scope for the EU to listen, to see, to understand actually, from the case studies, what the actual impacts can be of such a legislation. So we went together with the executive directors of the UCDA, the Ethiopian Coffee and Tea Authority, with the Ghana Cocoa Board, and people from Eswatini into this 2-day workshop in the EU, where we presented the findings of the pilot so far, per country, led by the chief executives themselves, telling the EU in one room, this is what will happen if the legislation were implemented in this form, without support to the various destinations through the accompanying measures. It was a very engaging discussion and presentation, and in the end, we identified these 8 key actions or emerging accompanying measures that we felt should be addressed across regions or across destinations. First one was information, context-specific information in formats that fit specific context for easy consumptions. In other words, let's make the information available throughout the value chains in every country. Then, what was also very critical was a certain national traceability system in each country so that we can know at a glance what the situation is at every level of the value chain and in every country. Then also the global policy dialogue, because at the beginning, the legislation focused on only the environmental and the human rights aspect. But I can tell you that through this kind of activism and conversations, the latest version that has been approved by the EU includes things like living income, having regard to pricing, having regard to supporting smallholder farmers and value chain actors. So this was actively mentioned that purchasing practices should themselves be sustainable. Then multi-stakeholder platforms. I think this is very obvious by now that across the countries we should have multi-stakeholder platforms because of, again, of the value chain nature of the legislation, so that people who are involved in the sector will engage together to find solutions. Important, especially for this audience, is also this strong call for consumer awareness, because it is said that, look, if this legislation comes into force, it's almost likely to increase the cost of production. And to cover that cost, then the prices must increase. The question is, are consumers ready for it across board, including in the EU? Are they prepared to pay the differential? Then also is reconciling due diligence implementation with national laws, policies, and expectations, because countries are not sitting idle. What Ethiopia is doing, what Uganda is doing, their legislation, their regulations, how do they fit into this whole big umbrella of the EU legislation on corporate sustainability due diligence? Would those be taken into consideration? The conversation has to start now. And again, just not to repeat myself too much, the cost of the compliance, who is going to invest, who is going to ensure that this is done. So these measures, we then decided to take back to the pilot countries to detail them some more, to have discussions across the sector, especially in Uganda, with your platform, to see how we can begin to prepare for this. Who is investing, who is playing a role, really, really participatory, of course, led by UCDA in the case of Uganda, and in Ghana, Cocoa Board is in the lead to really prepare for this. Now, one thing that became clear is that, of course, this is a EU legislation, but a good environment for our production of cocoa, coffee, and other value chains is also critical for ourselves. We ourselves need to have this environment to ensure that we can be sustainable. So, what is next? Now, what is next, like I said, is that this legislation is likely to pass by the end of 2025 or early 2026, according to the timetable. When it does pass, then they are given 2 years to translate these into their national laws. Then implementation kicks in. So we here, if we still want to continue to sell into the EU markets, we need to do something. And we believe that these accompanying measures, if we can internalize them, we can begin to operationalize them in the context of preparation. We will be ready when the legislation comes into effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Yeah. Larry, you can have your seat, and I will ask Dr. Seguya to take to the podium. Dr. Harun Seguya is a technology scaling specialist at the IITA, and he has a doctorate, a PhD from Iowa State University, where he specialized in sociology of agriculture and food systems and sustainable agriculture. Dr. Seguya is going to talk to us about the impact of climate change on the African coffee sector. And Dr. Seguya, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished participants in this summit, all protocol observed. I was requested to make this interesting presentation on how climate change is affecting the coffee sector in Africa. I think I need some help here. I don't know. Yeah, as I get the much needed help. It's not.
Yeah, so this one goes this way.
This one.
No, this one, the green one. Yeah.
Then this one goes back. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I know this is one of the last presentations of the day, so I will try as much as possible to make it interesting or even shorter, so that we discuss more about climate change and other areas like what my colleague has presented on the EU aspects. So if you look at the map of coffee volumes or coffee production globally, the yields or the amounts coming out of Africa have not increased over the years. This is a map of 2020. And I think with Africa, we are below 15% of the total volumes, all the 25 countries producing coffee. And one of the main causes of this is climate change. It affects production in two ways. One is the production itself, but also quality, as we will see shortly. As you have already seen, or you already know, since most of you represent the coffee sector in the respective countries and organizations where you come from, we have two main incidences or two main components or dimensions of climate change that are affecting the coffee volumes as well as quality. That is the high temperatures These ones mainly affect Arabica coffee, and then the variability of the temperatures themselves, as well as the unpredictable rainfall patterns. Those ones are affecting Robusta coffee. But overall, all these risks, we see the higher temperatures, the variability in the temperatures, droughts, heavy rainfalls or storms, changing and unpredictable rains, all of them are affecting coffee in a number of ways. For instance, the lower productivity resulting from poor flower setting, poor cherry development, and heat stress is arising from the higher temperatures as well as variability. Because as we know, the cycle of a coffee tree, or even its physiology, requires that you vary the different amounts of water. So it's not uncommon in Robusta growing areas to find a tree that has ripe berries, those ones which are fully formed but not yet ripe, those which are just coming up, and those which are flowering, all on one tree because of that variability. Then we are also seeing higher incidences of pests and diseases like the coffee leaf rust, the coffee bear borer, the twig borer itself, and all these lower the coffee quality in the end. And then as a result of heavy rainfall, especially in the highland locations where Arabica coffee comes from, the soil erosion, landslides is a problem. But also when we have these much rainfall incidences and the variable rainfall incidences, then drying, unless we adopt the post-harvest handling technologies which don't require sunshine, but as you know, most of us smallholders rely on sunshine to dry coffee. And then when we have these shortfalls in production, then we have price volatility, which I think is one of the key issues that IACO is focusing on. These are some of the issues we have been talking about. I think the middle figure shows the extreme drought and stress. And then the last one towards my side looks at the different diseases we are seeing and pests coming up. And then this one is what I have been talking about, that it's not uncommon to see on a coffee tree. This is a Robusta coffee tree. You see the ripe berries. You see the ones which have not yet ripened. And then you see some flowers. So this causes a lot of stress to a farmer. I remember one time we visited one of the biggest coffee farmers in Uganda, Dr. Ian Clark. He has over 500 acres of coffee in western Uganda. And one of the main issues he was facing or grappling with was harvesting only the ripe coffee at the right time. He could not, cope up with everyday activities of harvesting on the ready coffee. But this is a reality coffee farmers are facing. So, as I already hinted, Arabica coffee is more threatened. We will see some of the recent studies that look at the different maps and trends of coffee yields as they relate to climate change impact up to 2050. So Arabica coffee is more threatened, but it doesn't mean that Robusta is not threatened. And then beyond reduced yields, we also have the quality issues. The previous presentation talks of the quality in relation to youth and women, but I also believe the other presentations talked about it. So we all know that in the coffee sector, if the quality score, the Q score is below 80, then the quality is threatened, or you may not get a good market. So because of these reduced yield changes, challenges of post-harvest handling, challenges of harvesting only the ready berries and cherries, then you are going to get challenges with having a good quality score, or what we call a Q score. And then another bombshell, I don't know whether that's the right word, there's also a threat of a shift. We are seeing a shift in the regions that produce coffee. And the maps show that two studies used the IPCC data, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, used that data together with the other data to look at what the trends are, the expected global suitability of coffee, cashew, and avocado due to climate change. This is one of the most recent publications we have, done by Grutan and others. And they found out that on the right side, on the other side, which has blue dots, is where we are currently producing coffee. But this is going to change. Some places will not change. Where you see a zero, we are not going to see changes. But you see countries like some parts of Uganda. This is for Arabica coffee. So northern Uganda is likely to change. South Sudan, if they are producing coffee. So the blue, the more the brown or red toward the tendency towards red, you are going to see a negative change. And you don't see a positive change anywhere in Africa. This was a global study, but our interest area is Africa. And even the situation is not different for Robusta. So you see that Uganda will maintain a number of places positively, but other countries like DR Congo are threatened, and some of the West African countries due to climate change. But overall, Africa is likely to lose over 30% suitable area for coffee due to climate change challenges, although all is not lost, because the national agricultural research systems of these different countries, as well as private sector actors, because we know that there are some private sector actors who are also into production. Companies like Olam, HRNS, Hans Newman Stiftung, and others, Teuton, they are all into supporting production as well as marketing. So they work with the national systems like UCDA or the research institutes, the local governments of these locations where coffee is grown, and then the other private sector actors, the upcoming ones, the International Women Coffee Alliance, IWCA, all those, they are involved in some or the other. But the situation is a bit not promising due to climate change. So for East Africa, these are the key challenges. Heat will be the main one for Robusta coffee. And as I have already said, for coffee, Arabica will be the most affected. And all these countries, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia, will see increases in temperatures, modest increase with shorter dry seasons for rain. And then, like now we are seeing in Uganda, moving from the March, April, May season to the September, October, November, December season, or late August, has been so short. So we are going to see just shorter, overall shorter seasons of dryness, or even a modest increase. But we are going to see shorter dry seasons, as we have seen already in Uganda. And then what will happen to Arabica coffee, that the suitable area will go, and maybe farmers may have to think of Robusta in those areas which are not on very high altitude. So, all the East African countries, I just took a case study of East Africa because this summit is in East Africa, but the situation is not different even for West Africa and Southern Africa. As I have said already, all is not lost. Governments and private sector actors have invested in adaptation measures. For instance, here in Uganda at the National Coffee Research Institute, a number of new lines or new varieties of coffee have been generated. The task upon us as actors in our respective countries, borrowing from the case of the Naro, Nakori in Uganda, is to take these proven, these new varieties which are adapted to the climate change challenges to reach more of the users. So use of the more resistant cultivars is one of the ways to go to adapt to climate change. And at least in a number of countries, including Uganda, this is being done, and UCDA is at the forefront of ensuring that it reaches the final users. But also, beyond varieties, we have the knowledge, we have the skills. As you may be aware, for a farmer to grow, for coffee, you have about 17 agronomic practices. But it's not possible for a farmer to adopt all. So at IITA, we did some work with NARO and other private sector actors to see, basing on resource availability in an allocation, in an agroecology, how a farmer can adopt these different agronomic practices in a stepwise manner. And our results showed that if a farmer, depending on where they are located and what the different agronomic practices may impact or how it may affect the yields, it's better they adopt some of these relevant or most important technologies, what we call a stepwise approach, than just leaving everything or abandoning their coffee fields. That's not the way to go. So you see that there is even about 50% increase in adoption levels of not all the agronomic practices, but some. So it depends on what a farmer can afford, but presenting it to them in a stepwise manner helps than telling a farmer that you have to adopt all the technologies from weed management to irrigation to stamping, when necessary to shade tree management. And then as we think of how to make it less costly for farmers, there are other integrated pest management approaches. For instance, again at NARO, there is a BCTB trap, a black coffee twig borer trap, which can even trap other pests, and it only uses alcohol. So alcohol and then the plastic bottle, and then you capture these ones. So these are some of the climate-smart agriculture practices. Even irrigation. You remember the president of Uganda at one time was promoting the bottle irrigation for young coffee. Yeah, and some of the farmers have used it, and it saves a number of trees, especially during the very dry season. But also, as we think of taking these technologies to the farmers, we need to think of segmenting the different farmers, because not all of them, as I have said, have access to the different resources. So farmer segmentation and typologies, depending on what resources farmers have, is also a good way forward. And then to ensure resilience, it may be necessary. The others are measures to ensure or to focus on adaptation. But then with the resilience, we need to think of diversification, changes in incomes. Because coffee as a tree, as a crop, can go well with some of the enterprises that really bring in good money, like apiary, if you are not using a lot of chemicals. So changes in income and livelihood sources for current coffee farmers is one way to go, or even including shade trees that can be maybe sources of fruits. In the Uganda area, I think even in Tanzania, in northern Tanzania, there is this approach of growing, intercropping bananas and coffee, so it can be, bananas can provide the food, and then they are also providing shade for the coffee. So we should make the farming systems more resilient as one of the other ways forward. And also intercropping with forages, cover crops. I have seen this in the Elgon area. And the worst case scenario may require shifting to other farm enterprises. Of course, it doesn't mean that organizations like UCDA will lose their work, but we may need to be realistic going forward that some other some areas may have to drop coffee altogether in the longer term. And then insurance. Insurance is not something that is highly adopted in Africa, but it's something worth considering, the weather indexed crop insurance. So this is what I had to share with you. I promised I will not make it very long. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seguya. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you can appreciate the presentation of the two distinguished presenters here. Larry, you know, I know you were here earlier in the year when we were discussing this whole issue of the CS3D, and people have been very much concerned about particularly the cost, the cost implications, and whether the farmers are not going to be the net losers in all of this. You talked about the fact that MSMEs will not be affected, and I took note of the fact that we have most of the local coffee companies here do not have turnover of more than $100 million. So does it mean that those will not be affected by this directive?
Yeah, I think what we wanted to say was that they are not directly implicated because they are here. So the focus is on EU companies. You have to be a EU-registered company. Now, if you are a EU company and you are doing business or you are buying from Uganda, that is how you then bring the Ugandan actors into your supply chain. So by implication, they will be impacted. So the direct implication is EU companies with the scope that I described. 150 million, 500 employees, and then for the medium enterprises, 250 employees and 40 million turnover. But if they then do business with you, you come directly into the scope. So yes, directly the EU does not mention us as target, but by implication, we are there.
Thank you, Larry. It means that even if you are not a big company, by implication, you are drawn into this. So it affects all of us. I also want to ask Dr. Seguya, I know that this issue of climate change has been an important discussion of several years. And at some point, I read a document that said that in the next 2 or so decades, about 50% of the coffee area may be lost due to warmer climate. How do you think these African countries are going to cope with this, given the low investment in research? Because we need to have the research that can support the development and also the provision of the new technologies that our farmers would need in order to do the adaptation. Do you see that this is actually going to be possible, given the charts that you showed us of the increasing temperatures in our African coffee-producing countries?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, there is a popular saying that if something is not impossible, you don't leave all of it. You do what is probably possible. So I think there are some priority actions that our governments can focus on. We can't do away with asking government before we go to the donors to help us or to help the farmers and other actors in the coffee sector, as we saw already from the previous presentations, that policy in the right direction is really going to help to prioritize a number of key actions that need to be focused on. I'll give the example of Uganda, which I'm more familiar with, that from all the current coffee sales, there is a levy, there is a percent of the sales that goes back to research, to UCDA, to ensure that some of the bottlenecks and challenges are addressed. So if we get policy support and even donor support but most importantly, the policy support, and so that they allocate funding to the right key bottlenecks, because we may not be able to address all. Then we will see some progress. The good thing, as I have shared in my presentation, there are already some potential solutions in place. What is required is to take them to scale. Like in, I think currently in Uganda, there is that presidential directive of ensuring that the yields of coffee, reach 20 million bags from the current less than 10 million bags per year. So I think when you have the right support in the right direction, we can achieve something. The solutions are there. They just need to be packaged and taken to scale.
Thank you, Dr. Seguya. You mentioned the fact that we have the 2% levy on coffee exports that you said would go to support research and so forth. Fortunately, we have the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture who is here with us today. And the issue of this levy, hoping that it would support this challenge of research and, getting our the technologies that would enable the farmers to have the adaptation. I think the challenge that we have is that the Treasury, these funds go to the Treasury, and then after that, UCDA and even the Ministry of Agriculture may not have much control. But since the PS is here and is hearing all these issues, perhaps he will put up a good fight with his colleague, the Secretary to Treasury. At this point, I would like to open the floor to have two responses, questions from this side and two from this side. Again, we'll give priority to the gender balancing so that we don't anger the people who raised this issue yesterday. Can you please pass on the microphones and ensure that we have the gender balance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Paul Intim from Cocoa Board, Ghana. The discussion has been refreshing. Gender balance, some of us support gender balance, but interestingly, when the panel for gender issues were tabled, it was totally biased. It was only women, just by the way. Now, to my substance. With respect to the EU due diligence, with respect to African standards that we've made aware of, and with respect to the WTO agreements, what are the levels of consistency with respect to EU due diligence on the platform of the WTO? Thank you very much.
Okay. Next. There is a lady I see at the back. Could we make sure that...
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Martin Fowler. I'm not a lady, but I represent diversity because I'm probably one of the oldest people in the room. So at least I represent the old people. Just a quick point. These two issues that are being discussed today, I believe, are crucial for the future of Africa's coffee. And yet they're only allocated sort of an hour, half an hour in the program. And at the end of the program, when everybody's strength is waning, it's very unfortunate because I feel they're critical issues that need to be highlighted. And as far as the EU regulations are concerned, I'm quite surprised that in the international press and in the local press, these have not been highlighted hardly at all, or maybe I've missed them. I do feel that any press people that are here really do need to start discussing this, getting this issue discussed amongst the population, the farmers, and the politicians and the civil servants working on this, because this is a critical issue that will impact Uganda's exports of coffee in the next couple of years and have a huge impact. So I would just urge, as I say, urge this issue to get much more highlighted, as well as climate smart issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. By the way, I just wanted to make a comment that this whole issue of the EU regulation, we need to be aware of the fact that in the European Union, there is this, there's been a trend over the last 20 years of movement towards the green. So the Green Party has gained so much momentum, and the politicians in the European Union, trying to please their electorate, have had to put in place these kind of regulations so that they can be able to get the votes next time when they go for election. So it's a very challenging situation that we have, and it's a reality that we need to know how to prepare ourselves. Yes, there is another question. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My concerns, my name is Matthew Katash. I work with Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and my concerns majorly go to Mr. Larry. Now, having us, the developing economies, achieve the requirements of the EU regulations is not going to be a cheap process. It is going to be costly. Now, are we going to see the EU raise deliberate efforts to engage the different players in raising funds for having this done? Because initially, this will require massive sensitization of the stakeholders locally and at national level. That requires a lot of money. Secondly, we must, in my opinion, develop at least a minimum protocol of code of conduct or standards to guide the implementation of the achievement of these regulations. Are we going to see us having a convergence point or authority that will have these protocols developed and then engage the EU to participate in the development of those protocols? Thirdly, like I said, this surely will change the cost of the players, especially the supply chain of coffee, certainly. So, how are we going to have the supply chain stabilized due to these requirements? Are we going to see the supply chain risks given a risk absorption fund somewhere, maybe by the EU itself, since they are the ones who require these things done? Have you people made an assessment of the risks that are likely to come in the disruption of the supply chain, and then the measures that can be able to mitigate these risks? Then lastly, this requires enormous data collection. Have you people looked at how you will validate the accuracy of this data? How do we avoid, because when you impose something not very friendly, especially during the current economic crisis, people may be forced to take shortcuts and provide fake data. Are you looking at mechanisms of validating the data that will be provided by the actors? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. We need to have a lady, and then that will conclude. Is there a lady? Please look out for the lady who has their hand up, and that will be the last intervention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I appreciate the panelists for tackling the climate issue. But my concern is, how are we supposed to tell a woman who is fetching firewood for her family, who is in poverty and does not even understand the language of climate? Even when you go to the corporates that understand corporates, these are the people that litter the whole town. So now imagine explaining climate change to a woman who is saying, I have to survive today. And you tell her that we are stopping you from collecting firewood because we are saving the planet. The woman will ask you, first save me. So how do you intend...
Excuse me. Can we all stand up and welcome our minister? You are welcome, Honorable Minister. We will continue with the question and conclude the session before we go to the last session, which is the closing session for the G-25 summit in Kampala. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Kauma. And please continue with that question.
Thank you. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. My question is, how are we prepared to explain to this woman the issue of climate change? And number two, to the men. As we all know, men, in Uganda they call it kameza money. So by the time you ask a woman that you must move from firewood to gas, it's a question that can be answered by a man, because the man is the one that provides for the family. So if the man does not leave enough money at home to make the woman afford gas, then I think this is something that we all need to invest in and go to the ground and tackle the question of poverty. You cannot preach climate change to people who are surviving basically on just a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for that intervention. In the interest of redeeming time and given the fact that we need to move to the closing ceremony, I would like to allow our panelists, the two panelists, to respond to the questions, the interventions that have been made. So maybe we'll start with Larry, yes, and then go to Dr. Seguya.
Thank you very much. So on the question of the due diligence vis-a-vis African standards and WTO, I think the EU made it clear that those standards, their standards do not replace those international standards, that in the interpretation of the standards and then how to implement them, those existing international legislations and rules will be taken into consideration. So contextually, that is expected to happen. And I agree with the gentleman who said that given the future envisaged impact of this legislation on value chains across the globe, especially in producer countries, there is so much paucity of information. It's not only here in Uganda, but also in my own country, Ghana. I see that we are not talking about it enough. And this is why in Brussels, that became one important topic or accompanying measure, that we really need to pay attention to it and bring the information to the various communities and value chain actors in a language, in formats, and in context that they can understand. Again, this is something that ITC, in the pilots that we are doing, we are committed to, and this is also feedback that we have already also provided to the EU within the context of these pilots. And I fully agree that it's not going to be cheap. Of course, if you have to comply you have to take positive actions to ensure that you are complying. There are cost implications. This is subject that is being discussed. I think in the last meeting in Brussels, it dominated the discussion. Who is going to pay for this? It is not very clear, but the EU has said that, well, we are investing, we are supporting in various contexts, certain programs can be used at the time, but this will be an evolving question, and then the context would have to react to it. So, yes, will the EU support? Hopefully, they will make a contribution, but I cannot say that definitely because I don't work for the UN at this stage. Assessment of the risks. I think what we are doing right now, and it's one of the accompanying measures. Okay, so we have realized that there are some tools of assessment across the value chains in their different diversities. They're different tools depending on who is involved in the value chain and their own internal demand. So we are trying to collect those tools and try to see if there can be some harmonization. So that is also part of our pilots we will share. But it would be good to have tools that people can use across the value chain to at least check whether they meet the minimum requirements of the EU regulation. I think I will leave the question of the lady who is fetching firewood and how the men will help Doc to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Harun, could you please take it on from there and briefly...
I'll be brief on that. As I showed in my presentation, that if we segment these different categories of target beneficiaries we are working with, like this woman who has to fetch firewood and has other challenges, and then we align our interventions to address these issues. For instance, we need to consider issues of biodiversity conservation, climate change, and livelihoods. We need to mainstream them in our interventions. The good thing is, specifically with coffee, is that in a number of agroecologies where it is grown, it works well with shade trees, for instance, if the issue is firewood. Then if it's about livelihoods, we see that they can diversify. The farmers can include apiary, forages for livestock. So I think the issue is about segmentation and then mainstreaming some of those issues that may be affecting a particular category of beneficiaries, in this case, women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Seguya. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this panel, and I would like to thank our panelists for their presentations. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful for your attention and for all the comments that have been made. Over to you, Mr. Director of Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kauma, for leading this complex discussion. The EU regulations and climate change are both gray areas in the coffee sector. A round of applause for the panelists. At this juncture, I would like to call Mr. Patrick Seruyange, the advisor on agriculture at the EU in Kampala, to come and hand over tokens of appreciation to our panelists. The team on the camera, can you take some photos here? We shall take one more group photo for the panelists. Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panelists as we end this session and go into the last session of the day and of the week. Thank you. The next session is the closing remarks, and we have the Honorable Minister in the House, the Permanent Secretary, and many other dignitaries. This is going to be moderated by Mr. Primus Chimario, Director General, Tanzania Coffee Board. As you are aware, the next G-25 meeting will be in Tanzania. I call Mr. Primus Chimario to take over from me. My name is Dr. Gerard Charles, Acting Director, Development Services, UCDA. Thank you very much.
Secretary Uganda, Ayako Secretary.
Yeah.
Then the rest can join, but I hope the chairs are enough.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know that when we have the last session, it's always very tiring, but we are about to conclude our day, and I urge all of us to be active for the few minutes to come. So may I now, as the Master of Ceremony said, my name is Primus Chimario. I'm the Director General of Tanzania Coffee Board, and today I will be moderating this closing session. Now, may I call upon Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for Uganda, to come over and take his seat, please. And also, like to welcome Honorable Minister Anthony Mavunde, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Tanzania, to take a seat. Welcome, Frank. Yes, please. No, just sit there. Thank you. Also, I'd like to welcome Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General Ayako, Balozi Karibu. Lastly, but not least, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Major General David Kiomukama. And lastly, Dr. Emmanuel Iamulemye. Please. So, most welcome. And now I'd like to call upon Dr. Emmanuel to give a few statements on this closing remarks. Karibu, Dr. Emmanuel.
Honorable Minister, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, the Republic of Tanzania, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Republic of Uganda, the Secretary General, Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, the Board Chairman, UCDA, the Chairman of African Fine Coffees Association, the Director, Crop Processors, Minister of Agriculture, and my friend, the Director General, Tanzania Coffee Board, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the delegates from the 25 coffee producing countries, good evening. I would like to thank you all for your participation in the second G-25 Africa Coffee Summit. My personal thanks to all the speakers and the presenters for the last 2 days. Your support in presenting very constructive presentations and sharing your experiences and knowledge has been very tremendous. Some of you came very far, and I want to take this opportunity, especially for the friends from West Africa, to have crossed over the continent and came to Uganda. I have special thanks again to my friend, Juan Ruiz Barrios from Guatemala, for your personal support and commitment, and you are sharing all the experiences from Guatemala, but also the greater Latin America, for which you have been a chair. We are most profoundly grateful. I know it is your first time to Uganda, and I know you have fond memories as we shared. Honorable Ministers, the last 2 days we had a privilege to have over 500 delegates. Specifically yesterday, the room was full. Active participation up to late evening. I would also like to thank you, specifically my minister, for moderating the sessions in which we had the excellencies, we had the ministers and the other senior government officials from other coffee-producing countries. I've had a lot of positive remarks about the way you handled the session, but also how successful, specifically on Monday, was. Across the social media and the print media, they were all very positive stories, and I want to ask the delegate to clap for you. We have run the road. Our technical teams, the next is implementation. I also want to thank the Secretary General of IACO. I know the last 14 days has not been easy for you. I personally broke down, I fell sick, and you comforted me, and today we are celebrating a successful end of this important summit. I also want to thank your staff, the Secretariat of IACO. Grace and your directors have been very tremendous support, but I want to single out the summit coordinator, Hamida. Hamida, where you are, please stand up for recognition. Hamida has been very much instrumental in this behind the scenes, all the way from Kigali, where we muted this idea to the first summit in Nairobi, and today we are ending at a high note. In absentia, I also want to thank the African Union, which at the highest level was represented here, and for their commitment to take this resolution, the Kampala resolution, to the African Union. To all of you, let me thank our tireless interpreters who braved all the way. I know yesterday and today we have had long hours but you never let me down. To the UCDA staff where you are, I want to thank you again for the teamwork and for all the support you've had. Lastly, the event organizers and all the partners who supported us to get this summit successful. Let me take this opportunity to invite my permanent secretary to make remarks and invite my minister to make his statement.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start by thanking the organization for arranging this very wonderful interaction that has enabled us to discuss an issue which is very things don't go exactly as they should. I want to thank everybody who was involved in organizing this conference. The conference, I think, has achieved what it was supposed to achieve. And I think from here, we are all focused on ensuring that we do what we are supposed to do in order to move our people forward. Because after all, many times we forget that it is about the people. Just to remind ourselves of the figures, we know that 60% of our people are involved in agriculture. We know that most of the coffee we talk about is actually grown by those people who are smallholders. And we know, as somebody told us the other day, that much of the value from this coffee is not got by those people, but from people outside, the people who are supposed to benefit. I'm particularly heartened by the fact that we have been talking about the disadvantaged. Somebody now has talked about a lady, a woman, who has to fetch firewood, but who is told that she has to make a difference between cutting down a tree to have firewood and really surviving. And in many cases, this survival is actually the issue. I want to, before I invite my honorable minister, I just want to end by giving a very short story, and I will request you to bear with me. In 1987, I think, or 88, the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere came to Uganda, and he was talking about South-to-South cooperation. And during his speech, he talked about people who are giving us a lot of lectures about producing, and about producing raw commodities, so, primary commodities. And he talked about people who sometimes don't understand exactly the context of the things that they are talking about. And I recall at that time, ladies and gentlemen, he talked about capitalism. And he said, if you are a lightweight and somebody else is a heavyweight, and you decide to have a boxing match between these two. They are both boxers, but I think that will not be a boxing match. It will be murder on one side by the heavyweight and the lightweight. The lightweight will murder the heavyweight. But the most important lesson I learned on that day, he gave an illustration of saying how people were telling us in Africa to grow more of the primary commodities, that the problem was the problem of production and that we should grow more of the primary commodities. And Nyerere, the late Nyerere said, if you grow more of the primary commodity and don't deal with other issues, what happens? The science of economics dictates that you will have a lot of supply, and if the demand remains the same, what will happen? To grow more coffee without adding the little thing, which is adding value to that coffee. You are actually telling people to be mired in poverty. So, ladies and gentlemen, the issue of value addition is actually not an issue of romantic notions or an issue of conferences like this. It's an issue of survival. It's an issue of the survival of the producers. Because the lower the price, the more the people have to produce using inefficient methods. Therefore, the more they have to cut down the forests. And unfortunately, although in one of my more perverse moments I say fortunately, environmental degradation will attack us in the same way whether we are rich or poor. So it's a matter of the rich, a matter of the survival of the rich to ensure that we get an equitable deal for all of us. Otherwise, we shall all sing together. With these few words, allow me to take this great pleasure to
just invite the minister for...
Invite the Honorable Minister. But before he comes, I think good protocol dictates that we would invite His Excellency the Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania to come and give some remarks, because he's here, Mheshimiwa, and he's really from Uganda. I think the chair, the next summit is going to take place in Kenya, in Tanzania, sorry. So I would request the Minister, Honorable Minister, to come give one or two remarks, and then his colleague, the Minister, thereafter will give his remarks. Thank you very much. My apologies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As I said, sometimes things don't go entirely as they should. It is my pleasure. The order of the speeches will be as follows. I think this is definitive, and being a general, I think they will follow this order this time. I will invite Ambassador Solomon Rutega to come and deliver some remarks, after which the Honorable Minister from the United Republic of Tanzania, the Honorable Minister from Uganda, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, will deliver his remarks. And during his remarks, he will invite his colleague, the Minister from Tanzania, to come and deliver some remarks. I apologize for this little mix-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. PS.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture from the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture from the United Republic of Tanzania, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, Republic of Uganda, the Chairman of the Uganda Coffee Board, the Managing Director of the Uganda Coffee Board, the Director of Crop Processing, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, the Chairman of the Africa Fine Coffee Association, the Executive Director, Africa Fine Coffee Association, members of the delegation from the G-25, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here this evening to give a wrap-up of the 3 days of the G-25 Africa Coffee Summit, and on behalf of the member states of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, once again I would like to convey our gratitude to His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and the government of Uganda for hosting the G-25 Africa Coffee Summit. The summit was opened by His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, who were very privileged with his presence of a president, a prime minister, and a vice president, a prime minister, and several ministers. We had the presence of Her Excellency Sahle-Work Zewde, President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. We also had His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We also had His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. We are represented by His Excellency Yusuf Mondoa Asumani, who was representing the Chair of the African Union, Ambassador of the African Union. We also had Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Seko, Commissioner in charge of Agriculture, Rural Development, representing the Chairman of the African Union Commission. We also had the presence of ministers from Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Equatorial Guinea, Malawi, Rwanda, Togo, Zimbabwe, and the Republic of Algeria, who was a special guest. There were also representatives from a number of international organizations. The G25 Coffee Summit has given IACO a political instrument to address the underperformance of the coffee sector on the continent for decades. We embarked on our journey to reevaluate the overall performance of the coffee sector at our first G25 Africa Coffee Summit, which was hosted by the government of Kenya in May 2022. At this summit, we signed the Kampala Declaration, in which we requested the leaders of the 25 African coffee-producing countries to support the adoption of coffee as an anchor agricultural crop in the African Union agenda at their next annual General Assembly in February 2024. In addition, to request the designation of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization as a specialized agency of the African Union, the two declarations will be presented to the African Union for inclusion into the African Union Agenda 2063. Honorable Minister, the issues we tackled at this summit included the future of the Africa coffee industry under the AFCFTA, financing options for value addition, production and productivity in the Africa coffee region, sharing regional experiences in creating a coffee culture in Africa, the role of research in value addition, strategies to promote value addition and access to new markets, accelerating the implementation of the African coffee standards under the AFCFTA framework, the role of digitization and new technologies in value addition, the role of youth and women in value addition, emerging issues in the coffee industry, looking at the impact of the European regulations on the African coffee sector, and the impact of climate change on the African coffee sector. His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, stressed the importance of value addition at the origin. He added, although coffee has benefits for the human body. It has remained a beverage for rich people, and less income people tend to drink tea. Africa has been exporting its products, including coffee, as raw materials to rich countries, which is a parasitic system, a system he has been fighting for over 50 years. Exporting raw materials meant exporting jobs, to which is a big loss for the continent. The government of Uganda has succeeded in some of the sectors, such as dairy, fisheries, textiles, sugar, leather, etc. However, in many sectors, including the coffee sector, a lot of money and jobs have been lost. Countries, producers of raw materials, including coffee, need to add value to benefit from better remuneration and create more jobs for their youth. Mr. Honourable Ministers, there was a general consensus that we need to promote value addition, empower women and youth in the coffee value chain, create programs to promote socio-economic and environmental sustainability, promote domestic consumption, promote partnerships amongst African non-consuming producing countries, branding and enhancing effective marketing of African coffees and facilitating access to affordable finance and consolidating partnerships for financing the coffee value chain in Africa. To capture the 99% of value addition, the G-25 Africa coffee-producing countries need a strategy to create public-private sector partnerships, to fund and support investment in value addition, and promote careers in the coffee sector through vocational training centers for the youth. Africa has a huge potential to increase production drastically. Honourable Minister, I would like to highlight some of our discussions which I'll take on board in our work at IACO, in line with the Kampala Declaration. 1. Develop strategies to include value addition to the African coffee sector, to provide fair trade in order to increase benefits of small-scale farmers, together with empowering youth and women in the coffee value chain. 2. Improve yields and quality. We also plan to improve local consumption of coffee, enhance the economic integration, increase the inter-Africa coffee trade, prioritize the negotiations of coffee standards under the AFCFTA framework, support coffee research, participate in the standards setting, universal membership of the Africa Standards Organization, address issues affecting coffee in view of climate change, adopt technology and capacity building, and embrace digitization to ensure a prosperous and resilient coffee sector. Honourable Ministers, in conclusion, to move forward, we need to strengthen the role of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization by requesting the African Union of Assembly of Heads of State and Government to endorse the inclusion of coffee as a strategic crop in the AU Agenda 2063 at the next AU General Assembly. 2. Designation of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization as an African specialized agency responsible for coffee to work with the African Union Commission and member states on the effective transformation of the coffee value chain in Africa as part of the implementation of the AFCFTA strategy on boosting inter-Africa agricultural trade. 3. The AFCFTA private sector strategy, which anchors the development of regional value chains, prioritizes coffee value addition as a key deliverable in the aforementioned strategy. Number 4, the African Development Bank and the Africa Export and Import Bank provide a dedicated financial resources to boost coffee production and enhance coffee value addition. I am very optimistic that we can transform the African coffee sector through value addition. We have a huge untapped market on the continent. Together, we can fulfill our goal of supporting coffee research, promoting domestic consumption, value addition, encourage boosting of production and productivity, and lastly, opportunities of our youth and women. Honourable Ministers, allow me to thank the following stakeholders who played a very critical role in the success of the second G25 summit. I would like to start with thanking the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Tumwebazi. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would also want to thank the Permanent Secretary, General Kasura. Thank you for your support. I would also like to thank the staff of the ministry, the directors and others who participated in the National Organizing Committee. I want to thank the leadership of UCDA, led by the chairman of the board, Mr. Charles Mugoya, the managing director, Dr. Emmanuel Yamunyeme. This man that you see here is a man made out of rock. I don't know how he works. He works like 20 hours a day. So Emmanuel, thank you so much for your perseverance. I think you went through a hard time, but God has been with you, and that's the meaning of your name, Emmanuel. So thank you so much. I would like to thank the staff of UCDA, the team at the UCDA Coffee House, everybody on the organization structure. I won't go into names, but UCDA staff, I thank you so much. I'd also want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the protocol department, in particular Director Ambassador Eli Kamahunje, who was the co-chairperson of the National Organizing Committee. I think a hand of applause for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the protocol handling all the delegates from the G25. I want to thank the IACO members. I just want to find out how many are still here. Can the delegates from, I'll start off with Côte d'Ivoire. I know there are some from Côte d'Ivoire. Can you stand for recognition? I know Hadi, you're here. Thank you for staying. The other group has left. We also have Cameroon, I think. Cameroon is still here. Togo, Nigeria, I know Princess is still here. Thank you. So the groups from West Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, thank you so much for supporting and expressing solidarity and providing the G25 with the support it needed. On the IACO Secretariat, I want them to stand up. This is the team, Mr. Minister, that has been behind the success at the regional level. Dr. Celestine, Dr. Bema, Grace, those are the three. And of course, the summit coordinator, Ms. Hamida. The lady in red, that's Ms. Hamida Karimji. Thank you so much for your support. I want to thank all the speakers. I want to thank all the moderators, all the exhibitors, the interpreters, the staff at the Speak Resort, Munyonyo. You've been very, very, very efficient. Thank you for serving coffee. I think everybody had their cup of coffee. So, honorable ministers, with those few remarks, I want to once again thank all of you here who have been part of this success. We now look forward to the next G25, which will be held in the United Republic of Tanzania. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. What other language? Mwebale nyodala, mwebale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Rutega, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry for mixing up on protocols. And now, while we were waiting for the Minister of Agriculture, Uganda, to come over, we should wait and let's wait for the Minister to return. In the meantime, I urge you, for those who have a token gift for the ministers and members in front here, please prepare. And now, while we wait, please, from the systems of music, you can prepare some documentaries about Uganda coffee and the summit while we're waiting for the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you.
Uganda, the destination.
So, Honorable Minister has arrived. Please, Honorable Minister, welcome to give your closing remarks. Karibu sana.
My sincere apologies for the brief break I had given myself. My colleague, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister of Agriculture from the Republic of Tanzania, our Permanent Secretary, the ED of Ayako, the same, the Chairperson of the Board of UCDA, Dr. Yamuremie, the MD, heads of delegations present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Uganda, I would like to thank you all for your participation at the second G-25 African Coffee Summit. I think we owe you and each other a round of applause. We were honored to host this important summit as Uganda, and it has allowed us together to address the challenges faced by the African coffee sector and find common grounds to agree on solutions. And like Solomon summarized, and as per the declaration we signed, we all know the importance of coffee and how to collectively work together to bargain and negotiate for what truly is for us in an equitable way. My government is pleased that there was a unanimous consensus on the Kampala Declaration, which is a follow-up of the historic Nairobi Declaration. We have requested heads of state attending the African Union and their representatives on meeting. We have requested heads of state attending the African Union meeting in February 2024 to support the approval of the inclusion of coffee in the AU Agenda 2063 as a strategic agricultural crop. In addition, the Inter-African Coffee Organization to be designated as a subspecialized agency for the African Union. Why we are doing this is because we are trying to amplify as many voices as possible that will enable us to negotiate for the right value from our source coffee. Most importantly, the 25 African coffee producing countries will accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which provides for free movement of persons, capital, goods, and service to deepen economic integration and promotion of agricultural development, food security, industrialization, and structural economic transformation. All this has arrived at an opportune moment when Africa and African leaders are united to address the challenges of facing the continent. The G25 African Coffee Summit is a unique forum to address our regional issues. I would urge all decisions taken at this summit to be pursued to the highest level for adoption. Africa is home to a number of products, including coffee, where, as stated earlier by the Secretary General of Ayako, 99% of the value of coffee is encompassed in value addition. Our President, as you heard him, Excellency Yoweri Museveni, stressed the importance of localized value addition. He highlighted that Africans need to embrace value addition and get a fair share of the value chain. This will give our people opportunities for jobs and household incomes. We have the instruments in place and the political will. It's now a question of finding a way to address them and implement mechanisms to achieve our targets. From presentations in the last 2 days, it is clear that Africa needs to increase its production and productivity. Our production in the 60s was 25%. Our current production stands at 12%. And when I was chatting with the ED of UCD, I said, why? In the 60s, it was 25%. Now it's 12%. And we realized that, of course, there is climate change. But also one funny but intriguing factor is that by then, coffee was being forcefully grown. You remember? In Uganda, they applied chiboko. But now we cannot apply chiboko, that people should grow coffee. Chiboko means the colonialists were caning people. That's why they called it chiboko coffee. Chiboko means cane. So I am sure you can translate it in different African languages. So is that the reason why the production was high? But now the chiboko we need to employ is dialogue, discussion, showing people the much they can get if they increase production and also increase value addition. We need concerted efforts to double our production and get our share of the market, which prevailed in the 1960s and perhaps more. At the same time, we need to advance in our campaign to boost domestic consumption, which ties in with the value addition. We need to be able to promote affordable coffees, and this can only be achieved if we process our coffees locally. With the best agricultural practices and other relevant factors, Ugandan farmers have been successful in increasing production and productivity. We welcome other African coffee-producing countries to visit our facilities to learn from our experiences. The Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, our coffee authority, can organize regional workshops to share technological advances used by our farmers. And we can also learn from your experiences. My dear friends, let us make this mission to convert Africans into coffee lovers. Once again, welcome to Uganda. I'd like to take some time and invite you to explore Uganda, explore the Nile. If time was going to allow, we would have taken you to some of our forests where Robusta was given birth. Because it's not here, it is somewhere, somewhere. And it happens to be in the district I come from. Don't think I'm selfish, so you will get to know that. So with these remarks, it's now my pleasure to officially hand over to the Deputy Minister of Tanzania, the chair of being host. So from now, we shall be in his hands until next year when he hands over. So I hand over to him and do invite him to make his remarks and officially close this summit. Welcome, Honorable Minister. Asante.
Honorable Frankie Tomwebaze, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Honorable General David Kasura, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, His Excellency Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General of Inter-African Coffee Organization, Dr. Emmanuel Niyibigira, Managing Director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, Mr. Primus Kimario, Director General of Tanzania Coffee Board, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I'd like to present my sincere gratitude to the hosting country for the warm welcome and continuing to ensure our pleasant stay here in Kampala. Also, I thank the panelists for their short, analytical, and plausible presentations that arguably anchored on the real challenges facing our coffee industry in Africa and the way to go forward. With the same delight, the United Republic of Tanzania commends on the government of the Republic of Uganda, IACO leadership, UCDA, and all institutions and individuals who are diligently involved in the organization and making the second G-25 Africa Coffee Summit 2023 possible and fruitful, as we have all witnessed and enjoyed. Ladies and gentlemen, The second G25 Africa Coffee Summit 2023 theme itself, as it is dubbed, transforming the African coffee sector through value addition, clearly depicts that if we continue to only export raw materials, we'll never occupy our rightful space in the world's market share of coffee earnings that ultimately will improve living standards of our farmers. With this togetherness under the IACO umbrella, we should continue to fight and ensure that the parasitic system, as referred by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, of taking our raw materials cheaply and in turn giving us relatively expensive processed coffee, will come to an end for the benefits of our African economies in general and the coffee farmers in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware that the United Republic of Tanzania is one of the founding members of Inter-African Coffee Organization since 1961 and has continued to be active until today. Therefore, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is pleased to be given this important opportunity of hosting the third G25 Africa Coffee Summit in 2024, as announced by the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philippus Doli Mpango, on the 8th August 2023 during the opening session of this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is ready to host the third G25 meeting, and I can assure you all that we will give all the necessary cooperation to the member states and the IACO Secretariat during the course of preparations of the coming important summit. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all might be aware, Tanzania is also hosting the Africa's Food System Forum, HRF, scheduled from 5th to 8th September 2023, with the theme Recover, Regenerate, Act, Africa's Solution to Food Systems Transformation, which focuses on building back better food systems and food sovereignty with youth and women at the center. Once again, on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, I'd like to take this tremendous opportunity to specially invite you to participate and share your experiences. Tanzania is committed to HRF 2023 success and well poised to showcase her trade and investment potentials. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is a peaceful place to visit, endowed with beautiful beaches, national parks, historical sites, and is the home to Kilimanjaro Mountain, just to mention a few of the attractions which have left no complaints to those who visited. And of course, you are assured that once you visit, definitely you will surely return. With these few remarks, I now humbly declare the summit officially closed. I thank you so very much for your kind attention.
Okay, you can talk. Please talk.
Thank you for your closing remarks, Honorable Ministers. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Francis Barr, Director of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation, Cocoa Board Ghana, to come over to give a few tokens to the guest farmers. Karibu. Kindly, Dr. Barr, most welcome. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we've come to the end of our session. Let us end up here and see you in Tanzania next year. Thank you very much.
Uganda, the destination of the month. Uganda, a land of pristine natural beauty and a tourist haven for visitors from all across the world, is a perfect getaway for travelers from the Middle East. Described as the Pearl of Africa by Winston Churchill, Uganda offers some of Africa's finest geographical and natural beauty. Source of the mighty River Nile and home to one of the greatest concentrations of primates on the planet, this magnificent country is a true African gem waiting to be discovered. Tourists can also witness the abundant wildlife that roams freely in the country's many national parks and jungle reserves. Adventure tourism is also a popular draw for those visiting Uganda. The country's gushing rivers provide excellent opportunities for whitewater rafting. Indeed, Uganda is a tourist paradise. World-class hotels, hospitable people, good climate, and an abundance of wildlife make Uganda one of the most attractive tourist destinations in East Africa. Just a 5-hour flight from Dubai and other GCC countries, Uganda is fast emerging as a popular destination for travelers from the Arabian Gulf region. Direct flights from the Middle East region to Uganda have improved air connectivity, which in turn has led to an increase in the number of tourists traveling to Uganda from Middle East countries like the United Arab Emirates.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this second G-25 Africa Coffee Summit here in Kampala, Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this summit is transforming the African coffee industry through value addition, and is therefore not only topical, but also very timely and very relevant.
On behalf of the member states of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, I would like to convey our gratitude to President Yoweri Museveni and his government for accepting to host the second G25 Africa Coffee Summit. Uganda is the birthplace of Robusta coffee, so this is really a great honor for the country.
Making significant efforts to add value to our coffee so that we stop exporting wealth and jobs. The G25 Summit is a very good platform to discuss value addition of coffee in Africa, and Uganda is committed in this direction. Let me congratulate the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries on successfully hosting this summit.
Continental Free Trade Area private sector strategy that anchors the development of regional value chains prioritizes coffee value addition as a key deliverable in the aforementioned strategy. And finally, 4, request that the African Development Bank and the African Export and Import Bank provide dedicated financial resources to boost coffee production and enhance coffee value addition.
In the last 60 years,
have been involved in the struggle against this modern slavery for Africa. The curse of producing raw materials for cleverer people in the world to add value to those raw materials and get much more value from them. In conclusion, I propose to say that global affluence will benefit everybody. Down with imperialism, down with the parasitism, long live the win-win strategy.